Superbird of Don Scott in the Kestrel Lane with a 989. Good to see Don racing in a few different classes, actually. He's not only in Pro ET, but he's also running Supergas as well. What a car to go Supergas racing with. Taking on Dave Rudd with the Cobra. Dave's searching for a bit more consistency this season. He's after a 957. They both have exactly the same light at 042. Dave Rudd gets there first with a 968, 10th of a second off Don Scott with a 1004 as well. Well, the air's good, the track's good, the weather is perfect. There's no breeze whatsoever, pretty much. Something that these guys and girls don't normally have to deal with. So, Nick Muggeridge, 10.07. Nick's is one of those what the weather's like, actually. So, if the weather's absolutely mint, it'll run 998, 999. He's 10.07 this time. Stevie Gates with Ziva. The Camaro. $9.65, good start, and a 10.13 for Nick. 3 and 4. No one's really nailing it down yet in Pro ET. Either too quick, way too quick actually, or not quite there. Mark Huxley, one of the stars of a recent Hoonigan video. If you've seen that one, check it out on Hoonigan channel. It's really, really cool. 9.78 for Mark. That's pretty much the quickest that's ever dialed. Taking on Bill Wilson from Ashwood with the pickup truck. 11 flat for him. Good looking launch for Mark. And a 9.78 with a 9 will be your number one qualifier for now. 10.07 for Bill Wilson. He is number 7. That's more like it. That's what we've been waiting for. So, Marie Mills from just down the road in Urchester. With the Altered, taking on Reuben Dawson, one of those pesky copos. He runs both in Comp Eliminator and in Pro ET. 902 is what he's after. Crew guy on the radio lining him up. Those radios are super handy. Perfect looking launch for Reuben. He has dipped into the 8s a couple of times this season. 9 flat. Too quick, just too quick. A very nice 10.35 for Marie, though, on the 10.30. Will get her the number 4 spot for now. John, I've got more Mustangs than anyone been in the Kestrel Lane. I think he's actually got 3 that he races. That's just 3 that, yeah, get your head around that. 3 that he races. This one is the kind of original shotgun Mustang. 901 with big wheelie bars and nitrous as well. Certainly fun to drive. Taking on Dougie McClure with the Slugsess. I think Dougie's double entered this weekend. He's in Pro ET and Outlaw Anglia as well. A much more, well, flat launch for John Bean. Might mean quicker. 902 on a 901. He will be the number 2 qualifier. 11.41 for Doug McClure. Doing it for the Outlaw Anglia gang in at number 3. So, Dave Cherritt with the Dark Revenger. $9.80 taking on Josh Duncan. With another 100E wagon. 9.38 is Josh's dial-in. That's way quicker than I've seen him run before. Dave actually rolled through the lights, so he won't get any laps time. Oh, he will, beg your pardon. Got a 2.60 60 foot though. That won't be a 980, 1108, and a 1082 for Josh Duncan. Believe it or not, Dave Cherritt gets the number 21 spot with that because he didn't break out mainly. He'll do better than that later. Okay, Pro ET champ from a couple of years back. Brett Featherstone with the Nova Scotia in the Kestrel lane, carrying a message that, well, we're going to see quite a bit today as well for Lizzie Musi, who unfortunately passed away only a couple of days ago. Our thoughts and wishes are with the whole Musi family, and the drag racing community are like no other when a racer is in need, needs help, or unfortunately is ill. So anyway, Brett, we're looking for 963 against Tom Watkins, Tom Cherry Watkins, although he hasn't done that for a while. 903 for that big old Charger in the Slick Tricks lane. Sweet looking launch for the Charger. And a 907 and a 961. Well, Brett goes too quick. Tom is currently number 5. Paul Marsden with Grumpage Dodge taking on Lee Morris. This car was slated to be driven by Tethys this weekend. Unfortunately, Tet is feeling a bit under the weather, so not able to drive the car. Would have been his 20th anniversary of racing. Would have been nice to see him out here competing once again, but if you're out there, Tet, rest up, come back when you're ready. It'd be good to see you out here again. So, Kestrel Lane for Paul, 896 even, and Lee Morris, 1005. A much flatter looking launch for Paul Marsden, which is always a good sign. And he goes 8.96 with an 8. But Lee Morris grabs the number 1 spot with a 10.051 on a 10.05. He will be your number 1 qualifier for now. And the reason I say for now is we still got a little way to go in Pro ET, and it's never over till it's over. For this qualifying session anyway, we've still got 2 more later today. Ronnie Mercer, Neil Watkins. Ronnie Mercer with Annie the Anglia. Ronnie was over at Clashers. I think he's still in the lead in the ATD Championship. He won the first race at Clashers, went out in round 1, I think, last weekend, unfortunately. 10.19 goes. 10.27. 11.43 for Neil Watkins. Doesn't break out. Well, neither of them do, actually. Number 15 and 16. So, Amy Watkins with the orange Firebird down there, taking on Frankie Taylor. Frankie with a 9-second dial-in, 9.83, not hanging about at all. Really, really getting the hang of this car. So Amy just missed qualifying at the last event by a thou. What she can do here, 9.57 with a 9. That'll be the number 3 qualifier off the trailer. Frankie goes 10.07 at 132. Nice run for Frankie. The end of that qualifying session, your number 1 qualifier has gone off my screen. But it is Lee Morris. Great first session. They've still got another 2. We move on to Junior Dragster. There's not going to be a bump for Junior Dragster, but it ain't going to be far off this weekend. I think there's 29 entered, which is absolutely superb. As healthy as it's ever been. Sam Fairhurst, Liam McDonald. Sam's car in the Kestrel Lane is a kind of copy. A smaller version of his dad's Super Comp car. And Liam McDonald, your national champ from last year. Qualifying based on reaction times, which you're about to see on the top of this board. A red light for Sam, very close one, a 0-1, but an 0.25 for Liam off the trailer. That will do nicely. Jake Cooper. So I red like that time for Jake Cooper. That was a 0.5 red and a 0.8 in the other lane. Not bad. Good start to the day. It's one of the things, well, there's many things we love about drag racing. One of the things I really love about drag racing is we don't need diversity. We don't need programs for, you know, special programs for kids or for girls or boys or anything like that. Everyone comes out and races together. You can race from 8 in Junior Dragster, which is pretty impressive, although not for me, because I've got a 9-year-old and 2 6-year-olds who are going to be pestering the life out of me shortly. Harry Peters, Kestrel side of the track, and Kai Cooper. Oh, 8.2 for Harry Kai with a 0.7. The award that they're all, well, they're kind of after. The Bad Habit Racing, thanks to Kath and Tig, the perfect reaction time, 50 quid. Now, a lot of the time the juniors end up with that. Also, the Perfect TT Award, which they don't do in qualifying for Junior Dragster. They normally take a swing at the reaction time one. So, Chloe Cromwell and Tom Peters, your next pair. .15 for Tom, Chloe with a 0.2. Well, they're not red, which is always a good start. Right on the money as well. What they should be on. Okay, the Redshaw's down there in the Slick Tricks lane. Taking on Chev Checkit. Chev actually making the first qualifying run of the weekend, which is nice. I'm sure Emma and Letty are up there somewhere. Morning. Looking very relaxed. Very relaxed. .033 for Chev. That'll get a number 2 for now. That's a great start. That's what she seems to do off the trailer just about every time, that is. And the car runs a nice number as well, 8.10. A 0.13 for Kendra Redshaw in the other lane. Okay, Frankie Kent. With his very, very, very good-looking race car. Obviously equally as good-looking crew. That's Mum and Dad. Honest, in the Kestrel lane. And they're taking on Emmy Cromwell. Currently number 1 is a very gettable 0.25. That was from Liam. That's a nice one for Frank, 0.38. That will get him number 3 for now, actually. An 0.76 for Emmy. Gets a number 5. Again, still loads more cars to go, a lot of qualifying to come. But number 3 now for Frank. Good start. Luke Mugridge with the Velocidragster in the Kestrel lane. When you're a kid and you like dinosaurs, why would you not want a Velocidragster? Looks as cool as. Taking on Teddy Howe. Teddy goes red, 0.8. That's quite a big red, actually. And your new number 1 qualifier for now is Luke with an 0.22 and an 8.04, which is a nice number as well. Yeah, Teddy went red by 0.8, which is quite a big red. Okay, Ada Cassisi with the Cherry Bomb. Hopefully Dad Steve managed to get a bit of sleep last night after all the work on the other team car, which we shall see soon in Super Pro. Taking on Emily Moore with the Hyperactive car. Emily was way early, over 1/10 of a second early, actually. And Ada was 0.2. Unfortunately, Emily has come to a stop around about 3:30, so that's a nice early morning jog, well, mid-morning jog, really, for the start line crew. Off together. So once again, while it's slightly quieter, just to go over it again, the Bad Habit Racing, big thanks to Kath and Tig for putting up the money for the Perfect Light Award. It's 50 quid goes to the first perfect reaction time of the weekend. Also, the Hayley Hadfield Memorial Perfect ET Award, sponsored by the one and only Fantasy himself. 50 quid for the perfect ET, i.e. bang on the money is what we're looking for. Okay, the next pair will be refired. So Molly Openshaw and Neve Deavy. Big Six Caitlin out front, directing traffic, and Dad Richard right behind helping out too. Not sure what's going on with Molly's car. It's not the car, it's her hands device. Morning Richard, good to see you. Well, 0-9 for Neve. That will get her in the top 10 for now. Probably not for long, but for now. And a 0.19 for Molly. Jacqueline Bartlett with the Slick Tricks car in the Slick Tricks lane. The governor down there on hand to check out how his youngest does in this first round of qualifying, taking on Eva Davis with Mayhem. I think it's time Nick got a new hat. Anyone else? That one's definitely seen better days, and I'm sure there's bits of his head that get sunburnt when he wears it now. I want to say thanks to Nick for the T-shirts. He didn't give them to me, I bought them, but they really are spectacularly good. We're looking forward to seeing Havoc out, doing a bit of testing this weekend, and then up for Dragstouser in a week's time. Well, number one qualifier will be Eva. That was a deep staged 0.12, but she'll take it anyway. And a 0.24 for Jacqueline, number 3 for now as well. Wow. Good stuff, both lanes. Daniel Weir with the beautifully pinstriped Junior down here in the Slick Tricks lane. And Ted Sullivan with the Bulldog. .007 for Ted. That will be your new number one qualifier. 0.53 for Daniel Wu. He wasn't exactly hanging about, but Ted taking the number one spot with our first 00 of the weekend. Well done, young man. Right, we're on hold for a moment. In the Kestrel lane, we have a little bit of concern, and Ian's actually just, I think he was jogging for the tractor, I'm not sure. But anyway, something needs to be sorted out in the Kestrel lane. So we'll be back with you as soon as we can. We will hand back to Nitro FM. Long couple of days up here on my own, but it's all good. But we do have a bit of clear up to do in the Kestrel lane, which is obviously a bit unusual for junior dragsters, to say the least. But yeah, back as soon as we can. Thank you very much indeed. Nothing like a bit of timing. So your next pair, Lola Bell and Freddie. I was just having a good look at Freddie's car. It really is just like a mini Top Fuel dragster. It's absolutely awesome. 085 light to a point. 1-2 for Lola. Yeah, all the top 10 now are in the zeros, well into the zeros actually. Pretty much as you expect for everybody in Lucas Oil Junior Dragster. Okay, Gray Smith with the Boost Monkey. 0.12 red. It will be Ted Sullivan, your number one qualifier at the end of the first session of Junior Dragster. Very nice looking 809 for Ted as well. So just a little bit of track prep once again in the Kestrel Lane. Thank you very much indeed to the wonderful Santa Pod Racers Club as always for keeping things running nice and smoothly. On that subject, we have Pro ET down there ready to go. I can also see ET Bike as well for their first session of the weekend. It's going to be a fun day. Also, I'd like to say a big thank you to whoever's bought me the most amazing looking, at least I hope it's for me because I'm going to eat it, cake up here. It's a 10th anniversary cake. Whoever it was that dropped it off while I wasn't here, thank you very, very much indeed. It was incredibly kind of you. And it looks fantastic. It's a cupcake and it's really, really nice looking. Anyway, so Dave just out there with the sprayer in the tractor doing their thing. So before we get to Super Pro ET, Rich Walters just popped up as well. Thank you very much indeed, Rich. Always good to see you, sir. They are indeed next in the lanes. Right after them is ET Bike, then 850, 950 and Junior Drag Bike as well before we get into Comp Eliminator. But the 2024 sponsors for Super Pro ET, and there is an off-the-trailer #1 qualifier award for this session. Is 50 quid and a medal. #1 qualifier overall at the end of today basically is 100 quid as well. Sorry, Richie's writing's got smaller. I've got to put my glasses on. The main award is 200 quid and a trophy for the best losing package. That's not bad. You get 200 quid for losing. But it's the best losing package in eliminations, which is a combination of reaction time and number on your dial-in. And the £50 Bounty Hunter, which is on Callum's Swinchat's head from the last event. Also, the 2024 sponsors for Super Pro ET. AJS Bodywork, A-Leak Roofing, Orders Automotive, Another Small F Limited, The Bath Blake, that's Bob Molden, BG Motors, Copyright Depot, Fenny Racing, Garage Thomas Haas, Thomas and Natalie, if you're listening in, very good morning to you. Good Vibrations Motorsports out there in California, Giles and Hartley, Giles Services Limited, Harry's Coachworks and Pit Equipment, Hauser Race Cars, Holly Walters Dental, HR Racing, Hydra Hose, JK Firings Technic, Mesh Manifolds, MJC Property Solutions, Pete Waters Race Design, Plane Racing, Premier Rosettes, S&B Racing, Solo Precision, Swinney & Son, Team Time is Money, Ultra Plastics, Waters Motorsports, Windscreen Wizards, and Joe Kellett Racing. So thank you very, very much indeed to everybody in there. Pete Nee Memorial Super Pro ET. Thank you to everyone for chipping in, helping out, and the class dedicated and named after the one and only Pete Lee. Okay, we're on with qualifying round number 1, Super Pro. And like I said, we got the Bad Habit Racing Perfect Reaction Award of 50 quid from Kath and Tig. Thank you very much indeed. And the Haley Hadfield Memorial Perfect TT Award. 50 quid going to whoever can get the perfect ET. So the one and only Joe Kellett out there. With the family dragster taking on Stu Morris with the, the family Camaro. So once again, Darling's the name of the game. Apology for the munching because I'm eating a biscuit and it's very nice as well. Thank you. Anyway, so 7.33 Kestrel side for Joe. The car will leave like a bandit. Normally runs knocking on for 180 miles an hour out the back door. Stu Morris with the Camaro, no slouch with an 859. 740 with a 0, 175 for Joe and an 857. Wow, just over 100. Too quick for Stu. Actually, that's not Stu. That was Colin. I was going to say, because Stu was standing down there on the start line, that was definitely Colin Morris in the car that time. Okay, AC Bell with the Teenage Dream, the Dart down here in the Slick Tricks lane against Mark Coulsell. I'm sure Mark wants to say a massive thank you to everybody who helped him. They found out they had some unfortunate ventilation holes in various parts of the car. Well, one part mainly. So a massive thanks to everybody for getting it together. Steve, especially for staying up late last night, and the whole team. So this is going to be a bit of a suck it and see run for Mark Coulsell with the Ball Breaker team this morning in the Kestrel Lane Darling 8.30, 891 for AC Bell. Graham, if you can hear me over there, it looks like it's going to clog my arteries, right? But it looks fabulous. Who dropped it off? Okay, I'm sure I'll find out at some point. It's very kind of whoever it was. Well, Mark Coulsell with a big wiggle through the finish line, but he's fine. 8:48 at 1:59, not quite what they were looking for. Well done, team, great effort. And a 9:49 for AC. Burnout, a Pro Mod driver, will be proud of, Tom. Well done. That's Tom Atkinson. Oh. And that's the one and only Dave Russell with a van with no name. Once again, I just wanted to say thank you very, very much indeed for whoever brought up this magnificent looking cupcake. I'm sort of building up the courage to eat it at some point, but whoever it was, thank you. Please make yourself known. Thank you so much for it. It's very, very kind of you. I was out at the time and didn't know who left it, so thank you once again. So Dave Russell with the supercharged van, 8.71, I think that is. 950 junior drag bike into the lanes, please. 950 and junior drag bike. Tom looking for 842. How strong and straight was that? 52, tenths of a second off. And 878 for Dave. He goes into the number 2 spot for now. So, Daniel Giles in the long car in the Slick Lane, taking on Mark Bailey, who had a terrific time at the Door Slammers a month and a half ago. Actually, no, 2 months ago, actually. Saturday in the big bracket, he won the final. And not only did he win the final, but he won the final after a rerun because there was a bit of a malfunction on the start line. So the only fair way to do it was to come back and do it again. And he kept his cool. He made a great run in the race that wasn't, and then came back really not 10, 15 minutes later and did exactly the same thing again and won the event and won himself $5,000. The really funny part was he took Sunday off. He didn't buy into the next day. He just said, no, that was a great day. I'm gonna enjoy it. Which I think his drag race for speak was, I had way too much fun celebrating on Saturday night to turn up on Sunday. Great reaction time as well for the door car, a 0-1. Mark Bailey goes 886. Everyone's slightly a tick off this morning. 746 for Daniel on a 38. Great to see this fella back again. Lee Huxley after engine trouble. Just about a month ago at the main event. They thrashed like mad, got the car back together. They went to Clastres in France last weekend. Unfortunately, all the Brits went out in round 1, but it is what it is. That's racing, as they say. He's looking for 865 this morning, but good to see him back over here. And in the car this weekend, in the Slick Tricks lane, is Brad. Alan is watching. Normally the other way around. It's normally Brad who helps his dad out. He's always on the start line, always watching him. So, welcome to the Shark Tank of Super Pro Racing. Bradley did well. Great looking run as well. 788 breaks out by 500ths, but you know, it's all good. 878 for Lee on a 65 again, more than a tenth off. Okay, rolling around the corner now. We have Dragster and Altered this time. Phil Toppin with a Bantam. And Matt Peters with the Lucas Oils. Nick Good Motorsport car. So Phil Topping with the altered. I'm not sure Phil's actually got in a full pass in this car just yet. I think it's the engine that was previously in the Corvette. The car is a Bantam that was built by Roy Wilding, carrying the same Roy style paint scheme with the green and black. 899 is on the board. However, once sorted, I'm pretty sure it's going to be quicker than 899. Matt looking for 7.60. Well, Phil off the gas. 7.65 for Matt Peters. That's going to put him in the top couple. It is. Number one, in fact, actually. Phil strolls across the finish line with a 13-second run, but he was only on the throttle for a couple of seconds. So the man with the bounty on his head in racing tomorrow, that is Callum's Twin Chat with that gorgeous altered 891. Racing in summer here at this wonderful place throws out some really, really cool events, and for these guys, theirs is now. So for Door Slammers, it's the Door Slammers and the main event 1 week after the other. And for anyone with a nostalgia car, it's this weekend and Dragstalgia in a week's time. So Callum in Super Pro. And next week, I think he's in the Wild Bunch. Taking on Al Schofield with the Scud. Very much enjoying life, running in the Dragster. He's looking for 766. The car seems to fall a bit flat off the start line. Yeah, 788. Still goes 170 though. And a 901 for Callum. Not, again, lots of perplexed faces on the start line. So Nick Good with the quickest car in the class will be one of the last pair, actually, in the Kestrel lane with a Bone Big Block Dragster. Darling will be about a 683, if it's normal. Taking on Scott Hauser. Scott, one of the perennial heavy hitters in the class. He is in the Slick Tricks lane. His Darling will probably be, I was going to say about a 740, it's 738. Yeah, Nick Starling is 683. Amazing to think that not all that long ago this would be a proper full-on pro comp car, top alcohol car, whatever you like. These days it's a bracket car. Still kind of blows my mind, that does. So roughly half a second between them in their dials. Great looking run for Nick. 689, 189 gets number 2. Scott goes too quick by 9 thousandths of a second. 9,000, that's all. That wraps up qualifying for Super Pro ET. So, Warp Speed Racing ET Bike qualifying session number 1. It's been a great season for them so far. Really, really big entries every round. It's going to be fun again. So, thank you very much, sir. Always good to see you. Thank you. Your first pair, Lee Baxter and Gary Hester. Again, Gary's another one of those that will be in action next weekend at Dragstalgia. He'll be in the old school Stockers. 875 goes 901. 1082 goes 1074. Okay. Dayglow Dave Grundy. In the Kestrel Lane with a 1056 against Kyle Rushby. Carl looking for 11.00. If you're looking out there thinking, oh, I like the look of those bikes. They look very much like mine. Well, come and race then, because you can. It's a great way to even everything out. .1046, tenth of a second too quick for Dave. And Carl goes 11.28 by virtue of not breaking out. He's actually number 2 qualifier now. Okay, Pete Harrison and Robbie Dobby. Robbie with the Super Penguin, 9.94 is his number of choice against 10.90 for Pete. .97 for Robbie. That's a great opening run. He will be number 1 for now. Pete Harrison just trickling over the line. That won't be a 10.90. No, it's not. It's a 17.13. Well, at least he didn't break out. So after ET bike, we've got 850 bike, 950 bike, and then junior drag bike as well. Jake Bowden with the bike that looks for all the world like it should be, like it is, really a funny bike, in the Slick Tricks lane. It's all brand new though, so just breaking it in nice and easily. 12 flat, actually 12 flat in both lanes. Fiona Moore too, great to see the Moores back. So Jake Bowden rolls over the lines with 12.14 on the money as well. Number 2 qualifier for now, and a 12.64 for Fiona. And again, just to prove completely you can run whatever you like, Nick Daniels with Hector the Harley in the Kestrel Lane, 15.00 as his dial against Scott Smith. Scott with the 10 flat. So Scott is going to get there first with 11.33. That's quite a bit off. 0.62 of a second breakout for Nick Daniels. And then his dial-in was 15 flat, and he went 14.38. So Alan Davis back on 2 wheels once again after his escapades in Street Weekend just a couple of weeks ago, excuse me, with Scott Collier. 11.85 for him. And Justin Morton, 10 flat. .1046 and 11.95. Alan Davis for now is in at number 2. That'll work. Okay, Nick Playden in the Kestrel Lane taking on pretty much the whole Collier. There is the whole Collier family down there as well. Great to see that Jerry is a gnome no more. Gnome no more. I like the sound of that. Scott Collier, 9.55 in the Slick Tricks Lane. The TL1000. Well, I'll save that reaction time for elimination, Scott. He's current points leader in ET Bike. And you run a 9.55. The answer is a 61. That's number 3 for now, but number 2 in the other lane, though, Nick Playdon with an 11.19 on a 15. So your numbers 2 and 3 for now. Also wonderful to see Sharon down there on the start line as well. Hopefully feeling a lot more like herself again. Phil Pratt, Brett Cordell. Your next pair. Phil with an 8.96 and Brett with a 9.10. It is a 9.10. Slowly but surely getting the hang of riding a bike with a slick and wheelie bars is Brett. Very, very capable. Anything he gets on that boy, as you can tell by the reaction time. 9.24, 9.12. Brett 5, Phil 7 for now. Okay, Carl Hester. Looks like he's on a bye. The bike isn't. The pairing lanes are nothing but bikes for the moment. $10.38 Carl. Right numbers, wrong way round. 10.83. Okay, Grace Pollen. So 9.47 is the dial for Grace and Liam Holgate. 9.63, pretty evenly matched. Numbers-wise, at least. Yeah, Liam's bike didn't sound well off the start line, unfortunately. He's going to be coasting. Let's see what Grace can do. 9.79. Get her in the top 10 for now, and it was a really good A to B run. Hopefully Liam can coast as far as the first exit. I have a feeling he won't know for now. Yeah, pulled up by the wall just past half track. And we're going to need the dolly or a lot of pushing, I think, by the looks of that. So, as it all goes silent, we still have a number of bikes left to go in ET Bike. Don't forget Bad Habit Racing Perfect Reaction Awards start for grabs, as is the Hayley Hadfield Perfect ET Awards. You've got way more fans than that, Stace, than just the one, honestly, definitely. Morning, hope you're doing well. Yeah, unfortunately, Liam stuck out there past half track. So while we've got a couple of moments and a bit of a retrieval, Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind, it won't be a long break at all. I don't think there's anything on the racetrack apart from a bike stuck out there. So we won't be far away at all. It's out there. With the family dragster taking on Stu Morris with the, the family Camaro. So once again, Darling's the name of the game. Apology for the munching because I'm eating a biscuit and it's very nice as well. Thank you. Anyway, so 7.33 Kestrel side for Joe. The car will leave like a bandit. Normally runs knocking on for 180 miles an hour out the back door. Stu Morris with the Camaro, no slouch with an 8.59. 7.40 with a 0, 175 for Joe, and an 8.57 Wow, just over 100. Too quick for Stu. Actually, that's not Stu. That was Colin. I was going to say, because Stu was standing down there on the start line, that was definitely Colin Morris in the car that time. Okay, AC Bell with the Teenage Dream, the Dart down here in the Slick Tricks lane against Mark Coulsell. I'm sure Mark wants to say a massive thank you to everybody who helped him. They found out they had some unfortunate ventilation holes in various parts of the car, well, one part mainly. So a massive thanks to everybody for getting it together. Steve, especially for staying up late last night, and the whole team. So this is going to be a bit of a suck it and see run for Mark Coulsell with the Ball Breaker team this morning in the Kestrel Lane Darling 8.30, 8.91 for AC Bell. Graham, if you can hear me over there, it looks like it's going to clog my arteries, right? But it looks fabulous. Who dropped it off? Decided to push the bike off instead, being the way forward. Okay, we're on with 850 bike. You look towards the finish line up there, you can see the number on the board changes to 8.50. That's the number they're all trying to run. Good to see Carl Thomas moving up from 950 to... And we got Pro Mod and Top Fuel Bike around there too. Okay, this is Kev Perkins with Soulman even. Could be called Snowman. It's a white car. Bit of artistic license. Or factually incorrect, as some people would say. So I think Kev's the only, he's the only super mod car that's made it out for this session. So 799 is the index of super mod. Anything starting with a 7, normally pretty good for Kev. Something starting with a 7.5 would be really nice. Good looking launch, that one, but backs out of it at the 8th mile and coasts on through to a 922. Maybe that was the plan. Okay, and last but not least for this session, Reuven Dawson with the other Copo. And if you're wondering why Nick's index is in the 8.7s and Reuven's is 969, one is supercharged, one is normally aspirated. This is the normally aspirated one. No power adder, other than the Great British Countryside Air. So Reuven went 9-0 in Pro ET. There's 903 into the number 4 spot for now. So your number 1 qualifier at the moment is Gary Carr. Number 2, Dan Williams. Number 3, Nick Williams. Number 4, Reuven Dawson, breaking up the Williams brothers monopoly at the top of the tree. Spencer Tram in at 5. Matt Davison with a great run of 974. But great first session. for comp. Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes for your first session of the weekend, please. Street Eliminator, Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator, please, for your first session of the weekend. So right behind them, we have Motorsport UK Pro Modified. We also have some cleaning to do in the Kestrel lane before we get there, folks. So don't go anywhere at all. Jean Delemont, Andy Robinson, I can see Bobby Wallace as well down there, and all the Top Fuel bikes. So don't go anywhere. After Pro Mod and Top Fuel bike, we got Super Street Bike as well, and Street Eliminator, and then we have the Fireforce Jet car as well. So please don't move. Nitro FM for a few moments. We've got a cleaning up to do in the Kestrel lane. I think that might have even been Matt Davidson a couple of pairs ago. So we won't be long. With the family dragster taking on Stu Morris with the the family Camaro. So once again, Darling's the name of the game. Apology for the munching because I'm eating a biscuit and it's very nice as well. Thank you. Anyway, so 7.33 Kestrel side for Joe. The car will leave like a bandit. Normally runs knocking on for 180 miles an hour out the back door. Stu Morris with the Camaro, no slouch with an 8.59. 7.40 with a 0 at 175 for Joe. And an 8.57. Wow, just over 100. Too quick for Stu. Actually, that's not Stu. That was Colin. I was going to say, because Stu was standing down there on the start line. That was definitely Colin Morris in the car that time. Okay, AC Bell with the Teenage Dream, the Dart down here in the Slick Tricks lane against Mark Coulsell. I'm sure Mark wants to say a massive thank you to everybody who helped him. They found out they had some unfortunate ventilation holes in various parts of the car. Well, one part mainly. So a massive thanks to everybody for getting it together. Steve, especially for staying up late last night, and the whole team. So this is going to be a bit of a suck it and see run for Mark Coulsell with the Ball Breaker team this morning in the Kestrel Lane Darling 8.30, 8.91 for AC Bell. Graham, if you can hear me over there, it looks like it's going to clog my arteries, right? But it looks fabulous. Who dropped it off? Okay, I'm sure I'll find out at some point. It's very kind of whoever it was. Well, Mark Coulsell with a big wiggle through the finish line, but he's fine. 8.48 at 1.59, not quite what they were looking for. Well done, team, great effort. And a 9.49 for AC. Burnout, a Pro Mod driver, will be proud of, Tom. Well done. That's Tom Atkinson. Oh. And that's the one and only Dave Russell with a van with no name. Once again, I just wanted to say thank you very, very much indeed for whoever brought up this magnificent looking cupcake. I'm sort of building up the courage to eat it at some point, but whoever it was, thank you so, please make yourself known. Thank you so much for it. It's very, very kind of you. I was out at the time and didn't know who left it, so thank you once again. So Dave Russell with the supercharged van, 8.71, I think that is. 950 junior drag bike into the lanes, please. 950 in junior drag bike. Tom looking for 842. How strong and straight was that? .52, tenth of a second off. And 878 for Dave. He goes into the number 2 spot for now. So, Daniel Giles in the long car in the Slick lane, taking on Mark Bailey, who had a terrific time at the Door Slammers a month and a half ago. Actually, no, 2 months ago, actually. Saturday in the big bracket, he won the final. And not only did he win the final, but he won the final after a rerun because there was a bit of a malfunction on the start line. So the only fair way to do it was to come back and do it again. And he kept his cool. He made a great run in the race that wasn't, and then came back really not 10-15 minutes later and did exactly the same thing again and won the event and won himself $5 grand. The really funny part was he took Sunday off. He didn't buy into the next day. He just said, no, that was a great day. I'm gonna enjoy it. Which I think his drag race to speak was, I had way too much fun celebrating on Saturday night to turn up on Sunday. Great reaction time as well for the door car, a 0-1. Mark Bailey goes 886. Everyone's slightly a tick off this morning. 746 for Daniel on a 38. Great to see this fella back again. Lee Huxley after engine trouble. Just about a month ago at the main event. They thrashed like mad, got the car back together. They went to Clastres in France last weekend. Unfortunately, all the Brits went out in round 1, but it is what it is. That's racing, as they say. He's looking for 865 this morning, but good to see him back over here. And in the car this weekend, in the Slick Tricks lane, is Brad. Alan is watching. Normally the other way around. It's normally Brad who helps his dad out. He's always on the start line, always watching him. So, welcome to the Shark Tank of Super Pro Racing. Bradley did well. Great looking run as well. 788 breaks out by 500ths, but you know, it's all good. 878 for Lee on a 65 again, more than a tenth off. Okay, rolling around the corner now. We have Dragster and Altered this time. Phil Toppin with a Bantam. And Matt Peters with the Lucas Oils. Nick Good Motorsport car. So Phil Topping with the altered. I'm not sure Phil's actually got in a full pass in this car just yet. I think it's the engine that was previously in the Corvette. The car is a Bantam that was... Joe Kellett out there. With the family dragster taking on Stu Morris with the, the family Camaro. So once again, Darling's the name of the game. Apology for the munching because I'm eating a biscuit and it's very nice as well. Thank you. Anyway, so 7.33 Kestrel side for Joe. The car will leave like a bandit. Normally runs knocking on for 180 miles an hour out the back door. Stu Morris with the Camaro, no slouch with an 8.59. 7.40 with a 0 at 175 for Joe. And an 8.57. Wow, just over 100 Q1. Well, this weekend it's UK versus France. Hopefully be that in a couple of weekends' time in football as well. What do you reckon? Yeah, that'd work, wouldn't it? UK versus France in the... Sorry, UK. England versus France, of course. In a certain event coming up. We've got Street Eliminator right behind them and Super Street Bike as well, folks. Jean Delemont tested, I think it was yesterday. Do you know, it was really bizarre and unfortunate as well for Jean, because back at the main event, he had Brad Morrison over from the US, as in the Brad Morrison, as in Rara Morrison, race engines from the US to help him out with the car at the main event, and unfortunately the car didn't go down the track. However, the rest of the season and most of last year he was in the 590s, living in the 590s. He won his first ever event at the finals, the national finals, I beg your pardon, last year in Pro Modified, and he ran a personal best on that run of 5.91. Which is pretty stout for a nitrous car, to say the least. Tested yesterday, was in the 5.9s once again. I'm sure he's looking for about the same thing on his first Q run today. So, Jean Delemont from Tarnos in the southwest of France. .98 to 60 foot. That thing was hauling, but what a weird place to shake the tyres, actually, because he got past the trouble zone and it was about 100 foot out. It shook and turned him sideways. He still goes 8.67. It will count as a qualifying run, but not one that he's going to want, really. But just kicked the tail sideways and thought better of it, which is most unlike him, to be honest with you, because I've seen him sideways through the finish line, let alone anywhere else too. So the next pair will be the two quickest cars in the UK. Bobby Wallace, Andy Robinson. No Mick Payne in this qualifying session. Mick, if you're out there, I hope you get it together for the next session later on today. Now, Andy, Luke and the whole team putting a real good few runs through this season. Back in the 5.8s at the main event just a few weeks ago. However, Bobby Wallace, who is defending UK Pro Mod champ, I looked back through last year's records as well, and he was in the 5.8s that weekend. He hasn't been in the 5s yet this season. I think his quickest has been a 6 flat. Not that a 6 flat's slow by any stretch of the imagination, However, when you're used to running the 5.9s and the 5.8s all the time, you kind of want to be there all the time. So the mega motored nitrous car in the Kestrel lane, and the big bad blown NGK anger management car in the Slick Tricks lane. Can we have Supergas please into the lanes for Q1? We got Top Fuel Bike right behind these two as well. So Andy Gus Robinson driving the car that he built and Luke built down in Hampshire, and Bobby with the nitrous car that was imported from America. Bobby lives just down the road in Bedford. Fingers crossed for side-by-side fives, you never know. Something screwy about Andy's 60 foot there. 582 at 245 miles an hour. Kind of. His quickest run ever, and also a new UK Pro Mod record, if that stands as well. However, if anyone down there on the start line from the Robinson gang can hear me, if you can hear me, guys, the 60 foot, Andy's 60 foot was 0.86. Yeah, Andy's 60 foot was 0.86. So it was a great run, but I'm not sure it was a 582. It might. The 60 foot was about a tenth of a second too quick for, well, if that'd be a new door car world record, if that was a 60 foot, if that stood as a 60 foot. Not quite sure what triggered the 60 foot beams, but whatever it was still a hauling run, don't get me wrong. But I'm not sure that will actually stand as a 582, unfortunately. The speed is what it should be. The speed is correct at 245. Bobby was 102 to 60 foot, and he backed out of it already at the 8th mile. Top Fuel Bike coming your way next. The one and only Steve Willett with the dealer. We did actually have 5 bikes entered for Top Fuel Bike this weekend. Unfortunately, I think we lost Rene van der Berg after engine damage a couple of weeks ago at Tierp. We've still got 4, which is, in the world of Top Fuel Bike, is not in any way, shape or form bad at all. So, Steve, normally in the mid to low 6s. I'm not actually sure he's been in the 6s yet this season. Great looking run for Steve. Clicks it just before half track. The 8th mile number was 4:33 at 1:43. Yeah, he was cruising by then. Still goes through with a 7.77 at 1:20. Up next is going to be... I've also got to say a shout. Well, I give a shout out to all the UK bike racers too. I don't think the density per Top Fuel Bike racer in the UK is nothing like anywhere else on the planet, actually. I think there's a good 8 Top Fuel Bikes out there in the UK, 8 of them at the moment. Give you an example. At the last US race for Top Fuel Bike in Virginia last weekend, there were 5. So, Phil Crossley with the Imperial Wizard. Looking absolutely gorgeous as ever. Owned by Keith Edwards. Restored lovingly by Keith Edwards. It's been for a number of hads since Brian Johnson had it. And it's never looked as good as this since the day it rolled out the van the first time at Avon Park back in the early 90s. Well, great looking run for Phil Crossley. That will be his quickest on the bike so far. 7.30, 106 to 60 foot, the 8th mile number as well, 4:22. Only 163 miles. I say only because Top Fuel bikes go faster than that. But Phil, the whole team, congratulations, going in the right direction. Okay, next underneath the tower. I'm not sure we're going to have a pair. I don't think we are, because I think one's going to be a checkout pass anyway. But the Rocket, the 3-cylinder machine, owned and tuned by Phil Bainbridge, with a new rider for 2024, Jiri Lukes on board. Jiri has been the quickest I think he's been in a funny bike. It's been a low 8, so this is going to be a bit of a step up. He's been doing very, very well so far, handling the bike. Just got to get it a bit further down the racetrack now. The machine itself's running the 5.9s at over 230 miles an hour with Al Smith on board. Now, Al has just finished his own Top Fuel bike. That's why he's not riding it this season. Well, Jiri is almost in stage after the burnout. Gets the thumbs up from Phil Bainbridge. So let's see what the Rocket can do this time round. Another supercharged nitro machine for your viewing pleasure. That was a lot more like it for Jiri Lukes. 762 at 124. I think that's his quickest ever run as well on any type of two-wheel machine. 110 to 60 foot, 8th mile, 4.36 at 157 miles an hour. It didn't look quite as quick as it has done before, but maybe that was the plan. Get the bike from A to B, get Jiri a bit more experience riding it. Well, all 3 Top Fuel bikes have been in the 7 so far, and all have made strong-looking runs. Okay, the competition debut of the Nitro Junkies. How good is it to see this man back on a Top Fuel bike? Kev Charman with a bike that him and Liz have spent some time building over the last few years, with a lot of help from his friends and a number of other people as well. Outlaw Anglia, Wild Bunch into the lanes, please. Outlaw Anglia and Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please. So Kev Charman has been on Top Fuel bikes before. He ran down into the 6s, I think, quite a number of years back when he actually rented Rene van der Berg's bike. So he does have experience on nitro machines. He knows how to ride. He definitely knows how to ride them. I think there's a very dead cylinder on there. Either that or there's one with a lot of fuel going through it. But this bike is brand spanking new. So these are test runs. He was out here testing last weekend. I don't think he's going to be taking it that far down the racetrack. They just want to get a nice 60 foot, then 330, then take it a bit further and a bit further and a bit further. That's the plan anyway. He'll probably prove me wrong right now. Good luck, Kev. Heading straight for the 330 block. It's not a slalom, mate. Although he could have done it, I think, really. The 60 foot was a 1.13. Well done, Liz. Well done, everybody. It looked clean and strong, which is the most important thing always. So, yeah, he's not going to get a finish line, ET, because he crossed the line in the other lane. Okay, we've got Super Street Bike coming up. We've also got the Jet Funny Car. I think it's the funny car. I can see Martin round there anyway. And we've also got Street Eliminator 2 coming up. Your first pair, defending champ, Al Morrison Jr. in the Slick Tricks lane. Is this the first time Jack Shook's been in Super Street? Well, welcome to Super Street Bike. You got the fastest bike in Europe in the other lane. So, first Q session for Super Street Bikes. 6s and over 200 are now the norm for all of these guys and girls. Slight tree malfunction, unfortunately. Yeah, the button wasn't running the tree when he went into stage, unfortunately. So they'll get a chance to push back and cool down. Yeah, Ian just going through, like basically, what would you like to do? You can go back and wait for as long as you need to cool down. Yeah, that one's going in the bin by the looks of that. Fortunately, we do this quite a lot and we do have spares. I'm sure the track crew are now just going to go and test out to make sure the button does actually work. If you're not familiar, when both cars or bikes are in stage, the starter has a button in his hand. When they are both exactly in the right place, he will flick the switch and it will run the tree, which is what didn't happen right then, unfortunately. Okay, so we'll put that pair on hold for now. Goodness me, this is like a European Championship event, this, isn't it, really? Margot Schmidt, Steve Venables. Margot, been over 200 miles an hour a number of times, but finally cracked the 6s a couple of weeks ago in Tieppe. Down into the 6.9s. And wasn't she justifiably delighted about it? Went 7-0 in testing yesterday against the one and only Steve Venables, the man who was first into the 6s all those years ago now. Great looking race. 7.06 at 2.04 for Margot. 7.11 at 2.07 for Steve. Looked like Margot slipped the tyre a little bit off the start line. But still, nice looking run. Okay, Dave Smith and Brad Head. Brad fresh from his first trip up there to Tieppe with the bike anyway. And the one and only Dave Smith, one of the original 200 mile an hour boys, again from what seems like forever ago now. And now they're all kind of there. Well, Dave spun the tyre almost straight away. A 1.89 60 foot is not really very super street bike-ish. 196 miles an hour is, though. He went 8.39, 196, 8.44 at 164 for Brad. So, Kostas Giannopoulos in a Slick Tricks lane, on one of Jake's team bikes. Kostas had a great first outing a few weeks ago. Getting down towards the low 7s, gets a pat on the back. Taking on Alan Morrison. Part of the multi-bike Morrison team. Current number 1 is a very gettable 7.06 from Margot. Good looking launches in both lanes. Will it be quicker than 7.06? Kostas runs 7.24 at just shy of 200 miles an hour, 199.78. Well done, sir. I think that boy was born to ride a super street bike. 7.82 at 171 for Alan Morrison. That puts Kostas in the number 3 spot for now. However, look who's next. Chris Reed, otherwise known as Boyce, matching 2-2s with him and Stace. Boyce actually got to the final with Super Street Bike. Back at the main event, the European round. Jake Michel as well has been in the 660s on numerous occasions with the Team Machine. Great looking run from both of them. Boyce going to get there first with a new personal best. 7:02 at 207 miles an hour. 7:07 at 2:13. Bit off pace for Jake. However, Boyce is number one. He's number one qualifier after that qualifying session. Absolutely that. Awesome, yeah. Well done, that man. Are they happy? Stacey's always happy, but my goodness me. 7:02 at 207 miles an hour. I think we have some cleaning to do. Unfortunately, Jake's bike looked a little ill on the way down the track, and I think it gave up through the finish line. So you can see the track crew out there doing their thing in the Kestrel lane and check-in, and unfortunately, I think we may be down for a few moments yet. Dave or Ian are in the tractor. And we've got Street Eliminator to come. We've got the jet car coming up, not far away at all. But unfortunately, as you know, we cannot race with any sort of fluid on the track. I do hope that's not an expired engine for Jake. But anyway, just goes to prove he's trying as always. They both still ran well over 200 miles an hour through the finish line. Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind. Hopefully this won't be too long. Probably only about 5 or 10 minutes anyway, because it's right at the finish line and in the shutdown area. So as soon as we're ready to go, we'll be back with you. Don't go anywhere at all. Give you an example. At the last US race for Top Fuel Bike in Virginia last weekend, there were 5. So Phil Crossley with the Imperial Wizard, looking absolutely gorgeous as ever. Owned by Keith Edwards, restored lovingly by Keith Edwards. It's been for a number of hads since Brian Johnson had it, and it's never looked as good as this since the day it rolled out the van the first time at Avon Park back in the early 90s. Well, great looking run for Phil Crossley. That will be his quickest on the bike so far. 7.30, 106 to 60 foot. The 8th mile number as well, 4:22. Only 163 miles. I say only because Top Fuel bikes go faster than that. But Phil, the whole team, congratulations, going in the right direction. Because I think one's going to be a checkout pass anyway. But the Rocket, the 3-cylinder machine, owned and tuned by Phil Bainbridge, with a new rider for 2024, Jiri Lukes on board. Jiri has been the quickest I think he's been in a funny bike. It's been a low 8, so this is going to be a bit of a step up. He's been doing very, very well so far, handling the bike. Just got to get it a bit further down the racetrack now. The machine itself's running the 5.9s at over 230 miles an hour with Al Smith on board. Now, Al has just finished his own Top Fuel bike. That's why he's not riding it this season. Well, Jiri is almost in stage after the burnout. Gets the thumbs up from Phil Bainbridge. So let's see what the Rocket can do this time round. Another supercharged nitro machine for your viewing pleasure. That was a lot more like it for Jiri Lukes. 7.62 at 1:24. I think that's his quickest ever run as well. on any type of two-wheel machine. 110 to 60 foot, 8th mile, 4.36 at 157 miles an hour. It didn't look quite as quick as it has done before, but maybe that was the plan. Get the bike from A to B, get Jiri a bit more experience riding it. Well, all three Top Fuel bikes have been in the 7 so far, and all have made strong-looking runs. Okay, the competition debut of the Nitro Junkies. How good is it to see this man back on a Top Fuel bike? Kev Charman with a bike that him and Liz have spent some time building over the last few years, with a lot of help from his friends and a number of other people as well. Outlaw Anglia, Wild Bunch into the lanes, please. Outlaw Anglia and Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please. So Kev Charman has been on Top Fuel bikes before. He ran down into the 6s, I think, quite a number of years back when he actually rented Rene van der Berg's bike. So he does have experience on nitro machines. He knows how to ride. He definitely knows how to ride them. I think there's a very dead cylinder on there. Either that or there's one with a lot of fuel going through it. But this bike is brand spanking new. So these are test runs. He was out here testing last weekend. I don't think he's going to be taking it that far down the racetrack. They just want to get a nice 60 foot, then 330, then take it a bit further and a bit further and a bit further. That's the plan anyway. He'll probably prove me wrong right now. Good luck, Kev. Heading straight for the 330 block. It's not a slalom, mate. There we go. Thank you very much indeed to the track crew. We're back on with the pair that wasn't to be, which is now to be. So, current number one qualifier is Boyce with a 7.02. If either of these two crack the 6s, well, I think if Jack cracks the 6s, then he'll be celebrating for the rest of the day. However, it is more than likely that Al Morrison might. So, coming up, we've also got Funny Bike, I can see, Street Eliminator, we've got the Jet Car. So, Al Morrison, Jack Shook, your last pair for Super Street. Whoa, Al Morrison straight up at half track, still goes 7.43 at 191. Jack trickles through with 11 flat. Your number one qualifier at the end of that session, Super Street, will be the one, the only Boyce with a personal best, 7.02. 207 miles an hour. Street Eliminator up next. So the 57 Chevy, when we say Street Eliminator, Rob Slater drives this 57 all the way here from Stoke-on-Trent. Races it, runs in the 8s, drives all the way home again. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Taking on Nick Hale. That young lady down there doing some filming on her iPhone all the time is going to have a hell of a time getting burnout rubber off it for the rest of the week. So let's see what Rob and Nick have got. Street tyres, street cars. Wow, Rob Slater absolutely annihilates the tyres off the line, unfortunately. Nick is long gone to what will probably be a 10. 10.72 at 124. Rob trickles through with 11.89. Not what he was looking for at all, I wouldn't have thought. Okay. The transit god himself. Ash Cooper. With the big block turbo in the Transit. And Michael D'Souza, a very, 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 very welcome addition to Street Eliminator for 2024. I think Street Eliminator tryouts are at the Mopars, if I'm not wrong. So if you think your car might be the kind of thing that you'd have fun with on a regular weekend, bring it along. Wow, Ash Cooper spins the seriously, Ford Transit, too much horsepower. 1138 at 132. Michael D'Souza though, 1085 at 123. That's more like it. Okay, Nigel Hale. The Hales had a pretty torrid time on Street Weekend a couple of weeks ago. So they start here at Sandspod, put in a run, go up to York Raceway, or Melbourne Raceway, I beg your pardon, up near York. Sort of a good few 100 miles there and back. And they had all sorts of issues. Can you imagine the tow truck that pulled this home? Taking on Tony Higgs with Trigger's Broom. Wow, both of them blow the tyres off the start line. Come on. Who's going to get there first? Oh, Tony, 11:06 at 137. Just kind of trickled up the racetrack. They both, almost everybody's broken loose in this session so far anyway. So underneath the tower, we got Elliot Day with the Willis. Elliot getting ever closer to the sevens, just inching further and further, and closer and closer. Taking on James Murray again. He was part of Street Weekend a couple of weeks ago, running right down in the nines and running a new personal best as well, I think. I think he got down into like the 9.7s. So if they get off the start line cleanly, the number one qualifier at the moment is a very, very soft 10.72. Both of these two well capable of outdistancing that. Nice looking run for Elliot. That will be number one qualifier. And it's an 8:41, 166 for Elliot. 10.66 at 128. For James Murray. Okay, Graham Smith with another for Lizzie sign on the back of the car. For Lizzie Musey, the US racer. Unfortunately left us a couple of days ago. So Graham down into the eights, taking on the winner of Street Weekend from a couple of weeks ago, Rob Carter, with Percy the Passat. Rob's been well down into the sevens on a number of occasions. Wow, Graham absolutely blows the tyres off. Rob just kind of trickles off the line. It's almost like the boost didn't come in. It must have slipped or something. But 9.99 at 135. More than 2.5 seconds off of what he's used to running. 15-second ET for Graham. Okay, Al Williamson. So number one at the moment is Elliot. So Al will be getting a bye run. He should have been against Victoria Smith. Victoria couldn't get the car to burn out. A whole bunch of work has been done on the Boost Monkey Buick in the last few weeks. I'll tell you about that in just a couple of seconds after Al's run. Al getting oh so close to that 7-second run. Al's got every chance of taking the number 1 spot if it doesn't spin off the line. Which it doesn't, but it sounds like it's missing slightly. Still a great run. 8:28 or 1:67, your new number 1 qualifier. Okay, Al Mack with the Evolution. Another solid 7-second runner taking on Victoria Smith, who's been into the 7s a number of times. So Al McSweeney elected to duck out of Street Weekend a couple of weeks ago just in favour of some testing because he's going to Sweden next week, I think, to run Street Week over there, which tours around that wonderful part of the world. Both these twin turbo cars. Well, Victoria, there we go. There was the burnout that should have been. Al McSweeney long gone to number 1. Indeed he is. 761 at a huge 183 miles an hour for the Volvo. And he will be number 1 at the end of that session. Victoria cruises to a 15:33. Funny Bike and Comp Bike, could we have you into the lanes, please? Funny Bike and Comp Bike, could we have you, please, into the pairing lanes? Okay, we are just... I said it was a funny car. That's not a funny car. It's a dragster. I do apologise because I couldn't see the car and I didn't think Martin would be running the dragster this weekend, but he is. Ladies and gentlemen, Martin Hill with the Fire Force number 5, St George and the Dragon on the side. And possibly the world's fastest Yorkshireman in the seat as well. So Martin was here during the week. If you haven't seen it, Petroheadism had a day here. I think it was on Tuesday. Got a whole bunch of coverage in the social media world as well and in the Mirror. The guy from the Mirror was particularly shocked. But then we see this all the time, so we know. Everybody on the spectator or the VIP balcony, have you seen this car before? Anyone? You have? You have. You shook your head. Anyway, never mind. You'll see why I'm giggling in a minute. Don't worry. Absolutely nothing to be worried about at all other than your eyebrows, okay? It's always good fun. He's not going to be racing the tractor, don't worry. The tractor's going to go out and do a little bit of sweeping while Martin does his thing down here underneath the tower. So they're going to hook the starter up. So this is a Flame and Thunder show like pretty much nowhere else you'll see in any other form of motorsport. Very loud, obviously pretty fast. And something to see, especially at night. The only trouble is I'm on my own up here in the tower, so there's no way I can hang on to everything this time. We'll see. Anyway, so the crew are going to spin the engine over. Both Martin and Richie have been at this for a long, long time. Martin Hill, the pilot of this car, is been doing this for a long while, back since the 80s, as in 1980s, obviously. I don't think anyone has more experience, possibly anywhere in the world. So he gives the crew the signal to fire up. Thank you very much indeed. Extra pair of hands, yes? That's what it's for. Thank you, sir. Right, okay, folks. So, just for a giggle, keep your eyes on all the people on the VIP balcony that have never seen this before. Especially that first pop of the afterburner. That's normally how it works. I think most of you on the bank or in the grandstands have, you know what's coming. It's always fun for those people that don't. thing that's amusing me too is that they're still sitting up there and they don't seem that bothered yet. Give it about 10 seconds. As the saying goes, I think a little bit of weed just came out over here on the VIP balcony. Funny thing is, it ain't even started yet. Also, the other people down there on the starting line with their nice shiny cameras and iPhones, yeah, they might be a bit second-hand after this, unless they move out the way. And once again, without going put too fine a point on it, this is where it gets loud. Now, I don't know about anyone else, but that sounds a lot tamer than normal. It's probably just me and my old age getting used to it, but it does actually sound tamer than usual. Still a great... So, give him away, folks. Martin Hill with Fire Force number 5. Blasts off into the distance with a great looking run. 5.40, 241 miles an hour. Slightly down on speed because I think he pulled the chute before the finish line. Well, we do hope everybody enjoyed that. I personally enjoyed watching everybody on the balcony, but there we are. So now, did you enjoy that? Was that good? Yeah. It's much more fun when you know what's coming, though, isn't it? Yeah, I thought so. So just a tiny bit of sorting out to do. And we'll go and retrieve Martin from up the top end. Dave's just out there doing a bit of spraying. And we're going to do a little bit more dragging on the start line. And then we have Outlaw Anglia and Comp Bike. Let me have a quick look at the schedule just to let you lovely folks know. Sorry, Supergas first, I beg your pardon. Then Outlaw Anglia, Wild Bunch, Funny Bike, Comp Bike. I'm not calling everyone out, by the way. I'm just telling everyone the schedule. Super Comp and everything else too. So give them a cheer. They're off up to get Martin. Okay, Nitro FM just for a couple of moments, pay a couple of bills, and we'll be back with you. Give you an example. At the last US race for Top Fuel Bike in Virginia last weekend, there were 5. So Phil Crossley with the Imperial Wizard, looking absolutely gorgeous as ever. Owned by Keith Edwards, restored lovingly by Keith Edwards. It's been for a number of hads since Brian Johnson had it, and it's never looked as good as this since the day it rolled out the van the first time at Avon Park back in the early 90s. Well, great looking run for Phil Crossley. That will be his quickest on the bike so far. 7.30, 106 to 60 foot. The 8th mile number as well, 4:22. only 163 miles. I say only because top fuel bikes go faster than that. But Phil, the whole team, congratulations, going in the right direction. Beneath the tower, I'm not sure we're going to have a pair. I don't think we are, because I think one's going to be a checkout pass anyway. But the Rocket, the 3-cylinder machine, owned and tuned by Phil Bainbridge, with the new rider for 2024, Jiri Luke's on board. Jiri has been the quickest I think he's been in a fight. Thank you very much indeed. We are back with Supergas Q1. The number on the board would be 9.90. It's their job. Their job to try and get as close to that as possible without going too quick. So, first pair, Bob Malden and Dave Cherrett. Both will back off at the finish line to try and run as close as possible, and that is exactly how you do it. Dave Cherrett, 9.92 with a 1. Slightly too quick for Bob Malden, 9.82. Okay, Andy Dibley with the Magic Rat. UK Supergas champ from a few years back. Taking on Pete Creswell with the Full Monty. Great to see Pete back in mainstream drag racing with the Mustang. Runs both Supercom and Supergas as well normally. Well, the Perfect Light Award is still available, but only just. Pete Creswell was 002 on the tree. 10.06 for Andy Dibley. A little bit way off his normal pace. 9.94, number 2 at the minute. Pete Creswell. Stu Doiney with the Roadster. And Wayne Hiscock. Stu makes for the centre line. He's got hold of it. Wayne's on the brakes at the finish line. 9.92 with a 5. That'll be your number 2 spot for Stu Doiney. Nice run off the trailer as well, actually. And a 0.03 reaction time. 0.03, you heard that right. 10.14 for Wayne. Pretty close. Okay, 2 cars that, safe to say, were not actually built specifically for Supergas competition, but we're very welcome. But we're very glad to have them here. John Dalrymple and Don Scott. Don with the Superbird. Now the car runs pretty much 990 day in, day out. So it goes 10.15. 127. 9.84 for John Dalrymple, 136. Just that bit too quick, unfortunately. Okay, Jasmine Tunstall with the immaculately turned out Jammy Dodger. The Roadster from just down the road in Hemel. Into Slick Tricks Lane against Andy Harrison, another man who has been champ in Supergas previously. It's a very, very tough class to win in. Everybody's on it today. That was an 0-1 red for Jazz. $10.04 and a 10 flats. Wow. A little surprising. Only because they're normally that good. Okay, Stu Morris at the wheel of the family Camaro in the Kestrel Lane. He was number one from last year, and what was amazing about that, he hadn't even driven the car for like 10 years, and he came back and won the Supergas Championship. Taking on Dave Fulton. With another one of those lovely Bro Gear Roadsters. $998 for Dave and Stu in at number 4 with a $994. Okay, Tim Moore. This is going to be your last car for Supergas. Current number 1 is $992. $10 flat for Tim. So Dave Cherritt finishes that session as the number 1 qualifier with Stu Dornier 2. Okay, we move on to Outlaw Anglia, which is one of our heads-up classes, and by that I mean the green light comes on at the same time. First to the finish line wins. Wayne Power with the winged Anglia in the Kestrel Lane. Big weekend, or the biggest pretty much of the year for Outlaw Anglia in a week's time. Drag Stalgia. The week today will be right in the middle of all of it. Taking on Dougie McClure with the Slug Cess. We've already seen Dougie in Pro ET, but double entered in Outlaw Anglia this weekend. Wayne Power's having trouble keeping the engine running, unfortunately. Dougie McClure will be on his own. Oh, and almost in the wall as well. $10.53, 127 miles an hour. I presume that was nitrous assisted. Could we also, while I'm here, wish a very happy 13th birthday to Cody from Alison Andrews. Very, very happy birthday, 30th birthday to Cody. So Cody, if you're out there, there you go, that was for your birthday. That burnout from Colin Miller was for your birthday. Happy birthday, Cody. Hope you're having a great time at a lot of people's favourite place on the planet. So, the one and only Colin Miller, the Flying Fifer, about to go on a bit of a tour, actually. Be interesting to see what he runs this time, because they've been trying to get the car set up to run 760. It's been down in the 6s. But they've been trying to set it up to run in the 760 heads-up class. Well, drifts for the centre line, backs out of it, and then stands on it again. 816, 160. My guess is that was probably tuned for around about the 760 mark. But Colin is number 1 qualifier at the end of that session. As we move on to the wonderful, wonderful Wild Bunch. Rob Brown in the Rebel in the Slick Tricks lane. Small block Chevy on board, basically the way it used to be. Taking on Phil James the Rampage, the Chevy Monza funny car. Qualifying and eliminations on dial-ins. 950 for Phil in the funny car and 849 for Rob. Just want to say a huge thank you, as always, to the wonderful Claire, who came all the way up here this morning, travelled up here just to give us commentators' notes, make sure everything was okay, and then left again because she's got another outing for tomorrow, which does look like terrific fun, Claire. So, Claire, if you're listening in, very good afternoon. Hope you made it home safe and sound, and you're looking forward to the rest of your weekend. So, first runs for Wild Bunch. .860 at 153 for Rob Brown. Looked like it was going to be quicker than that because it was really nice and smooth. And 11.45 trickles through for Phil James. Okay, we have two more cars in the Wild Bunch. Unusually, half the field this weekend, half of four, are nitro cars. And this is one of them. Bob Hawkins. With the Time Traveller. This car, with a hefty sniff of nitro, has been down into the 640s. Well over 200 miles an hour. Believe it or not, his dial-in is a 649. Bob's been doing this a long while, and again, I had a chat with Claire this morning, and I said the same thing. Bob's support of the Wild Bunch is absolutely amazing. He's going to be part of the Dragstalgia Cannonball in a week's time, which is going to be just so much fun. Great collection of Altereds, Dragsters, even a VW. Yep, you heard that right. Not often you can see nitro flames during the day. Where did that come from? Yeah, just crew just asking if you want me to adjust anything, and Bob goes, "No, that'll be all right. It'll clear up as soon as I nail it." Sounding rather fat, to say the least. No, it didn't clear up when he nailed it, unfortunately. Well, Bob's going to coast on through. I hope he can make the first turn-off. Well, look at that. The Santa Pod Super Crew up the top end. They never stop working. They're now pushing Bob off, or trying to get him to the first exit, I think. Or maybe actually he went past. No, he would have gone past the first exit. Yeah, there he goes. He's just coming off at the first exit. So thank you very much indeed to the whole team. As we move into Funny Bike. Leaks Landscapes Funny Bike as well. Your first better is going to be Thomas Josvig. We haven't seen Thomas over here for a while. Great, always great to see him back. Funny Bike racer from Germany. Taking on Dave Peters, with the Rigaboot Express. Dave is regularly in the low sevens. Let's see what Thomas can do. Good looking run for Thomas. Not so good for Dave. 7:57, 169 for Thomas Josvig. I think they're quite happy with that. That was really nice. A cruising 15-second run, unfortunately, for Dave Peters. Morning, Simon. Afternoon. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Okay, your next pair going to be Lorcan Parnell and the one and only Roger Moore. So the start to the season for both of these two couldn't be markedly different, really. Roger Moore running personal best after personal best, and unfortunately for Lorcan, his season had a bit of a false start back at the Festival of Power at the end of April. Let's hope everything comes together for both of them on this run. Good luck to both. Looking good for Roger. 7:36, 179, that'll work. That'll also be number one for now as well. Lorcan goes through with a 13-second run. It doesn't look like everything's in one piece, which is always the most important thing. So, good start for Rog. Okay. Next up, Ryan Davidson with another very, very quick machine. Phil Crossley's that's been down right into the low sevens. We saw Phil earlier on in Top Fuel Bike. We'll see him again later on as well today, I think. There we go, there's full throttle. 8:15 at a booming 181 miles an hour. Gets the launch sorted out, that'll be well into the sevens. So, Eric Richard and Martin Zylstra. Eric in the Kestrel Lane. This bike has been well down into the sixes. There's a number of funny bikes in Europe now that are really knocking on performance-wise with anyone on the planet. So current number one is 736. Either of these two, I think, have a shout. Great looking run for Eric, 676, 211 miles an hour. Quickest run on two wheels of the weekend so far. 728, 183, nice number as well for Martin Zylstra. Slots him in nicely at number 2. Okay, Aswin and Noble, who was actually originally entered in Pro Stock Bike this weekend. Unfortunately, was the only entrant in Pro Stock Bike, so switched to Funny Bike. Trying to get the bike, closer and closer to the 7s. I think that jumped out of gear, yeah. Am I the only one that thinks that doesn't sound very well? Well, he gets a qualifying run on the board. Not one that he's going to want, though. Anyway. So, underneath the tower is Lionel Lagu. I hope I said that right. Lalagu, I think. Anyway, so Lionel is definitely his name. From France with another bike that I don't think I'm wrong in saying this did actually used to be Eric Richard's bike that he raced in Funny Bike and Top Fuel Bike around Europe. Yep, it is indeed. So, Funny Bike runs to an 8-bike field. Currently the bump is, well, it's the one on the board up there, 15.92. Well, good luck to Lionel. This could well be one of his first, if not the first, outed on the machine. Okay, good luck, Lionel. Good looking run. 906, 139 miles an hour. Not bad at all. VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes, please. VW Sportsman, please.
No, that's what she wanted to say, I think. And then that's his number. I don't know if you want that.
Okay, we're on with Combike. $30 Martina and Jasmine Cordell. Lots more 7-second runs, possibly even 6-second runs coming your way. Combike is basically run what you brung and hope you brung enough class, or as some kind people would say. Well, Super Street Bike's a feeder class for Combike. Great looking runs in both lanes. No time because left before the tree was activated for 30 Martina. Jazz, though, 7:48, 173 miles an hour. Well held all the way down. Sigmaro Profas from Amsterdam in the Kestrels lane against Anna Sasiak, the Rensko Racing. Well, instant tyre spin for our friend from the Netherlands in the Kestrel lane. Anna, long gone in the other one to a 940 at 155. Okay, and this could be a great pairing, actually. Dan Diath and Paul Hambidge. Both these bikes run big mile an hour. Paul Hambidge with the slick on the bike. They both look very similar. Big difference being Dan in the Slick Tricks lane has a tread on the back. Paul Hambidge long gone. But problems with both of them have issues before the finish line. Actually, 9:06 for Paul and a coasting 10:17 for Dan. Okay, Graham Dance and Blade King. Your next pair. Good to see Graham back out once again. Another runner previously deep into Super Street Bike competition. Blade, another one of the multi-bike team. Good looking runs in both lanes. 781 at 173 for Blade. And Graham's bike looked like it was hurting itself through the finish line. What a 7.67 at 186. The track crew doing a check out there in the Kestrel lane just to make sure. Meanwhile, back on the line. Great run that from Blade King. Danny Cockrell should have been alongside Len Paget, but unfortunately, Len is being pushed back. Okay. So, Dan, another member of the low 7-second club. .758 at 188. A little more eventful than he probably would have liked, but still a strong run nonetheless. Gets him number 2 spot for now. Okay, Mike Piggott and one and only Tony Clark. Tony's been on a number of machines over the years. Tony does have a unique way of psyching himself up before a run. He has that, I'm not sure it's a tick or a nod or whatever. Certainly seems to work though. Tony's been around a while. Oh dear, unfortunately it rolls through stage. Yeah, Ian's going to give him another go. In the meantime, Mike Piggott goes through with a 7:53, 185 miles an hour. It was a good looking run. Right, there we go. So, very kindly, Tony Clark will get another stab at it. Yeah, he did actually get a green light, but I don't think he was looking at the tree when the tree ran. Yeah, he wouldn't have wanted that run anyway. Yeah, 22.09 at 147. So number 1 at the moment is a 7:48. That's Jasmine Cordell. She was first down the racetrack as well. That's very guessable by either of these two, actually. Mark Dainty in the Kestrel lane. And Charlie Anasagasti in the Slick Tricks lane. Sportsman ET, can we have you down, please, for Q1? Sportsman ET, please. Whoa, nicely held, Mr. Dainty. It was a good-looking launch. He didn't want to give up on it, but the bike hooked right. It was going for the 330 block. So, Jasmine Cordell will finish that Q session number 1 in comp bike. Well done. We're on to Super Comp. 890 class. So we've had the perfect ET go to Hayden Michelle. Hayden, if you're out there, if you're listening, people from Eurodragster would be delighted to see you. They'll give you some money, of course. Perfect Light Award is still up for grabs, though. So our first pair, Steve Hudson with the Altered. Going up against Andy Clifford, who's got the lovely job now of slowing the car down. .892 and a 907, Steve Hudson. That's how you do it. Andy Clifford slowed it up just a little bit too much. So your next pair is going to be Paul Hudson and Leah Kellett. And Leah down there in the Kestrel Lane in the Dolly Daydream Dragster. Everyone knows Leah's going through possibly not the greatest year, health-wise. But everybody, we're going to have an on-track photo shoot later on today. So if everybody would love to come and join us up the top end, 8 o'clock tonight at Scrutineering, please get yourselves up there with your Dolly T-shirts on, because there are loads of them. We would love to see you. That's Leah Kellett down there in the Kestrel Lane. Just a wonderful young lady, great part of the drag racing community. And we've all trying to show our support in every single way we can. A bunch of others and me are trying to run a long way to try and raise money for Macmillan. And I know Leah's doing lots of stuff on her own as well to try and do the same sort of thing. So Leah Kellett with Dolly Daydream and Paul Hudson. Long throttle stops for both of them. 881, just a bit too quick for Leah. Look at that speed as well, 175 miles an hour, 892 for Paul Hudson. So you can be at the top of Supercom as long as your name's Paul and Hudson. Richard Tunstall with Jamie Dodger and Warren Watts. Looks like Warren's a bit out in front actually. 904 and 924. That pesky Jamie Dodger will not go quicker than 92s this year for some reason. As we move on, we're VW Pro with a VWRC. Dial-in Racing. Jacob Bailey and Jake Fronder. Jake usually not in the Golf Gasser. 11.92 for him in the Slicktrix lane. 9.90 for Jacob Bailey. That Jetta absolutely hauls ass. Does his best to try and dig up the start line as well. .10.23, look at the speed, 148 miles an hour, 11.91 for Jake Fronder, breaks out by 100th. Can we have Pro ET into the pairing lanes, please? That will be the start of the second round of qualifying for everybody. Pro ET into the lanes, please, for Q2. So, Paul Walkgate with the Cutthroat Racing Caddy. Another very quick machine indeed. 11 flat for that. And Phil Blogg in the Slicktrix lane. .12.09 and 12.15. Phil Blogg actually, yeah, they're around about half a second or something like that. Also, from Luke, chairman of VWRC, wants to say huge thanks to the headline sponsors, Race Coated Bearings, Darkside Developments, DH Automotive, RTMG Performance. Good afternoon if you're listening out there in Greece. CG Motorsport Performance Clutches, Artec Performance, Hangar 30, and Pro Race Engineering. Thank you so much to all of them. And a massive thanks especially to Race Coated Bearings, our newest headline sponsor, only signed up this week after the coverage on the VWDRC TV YouTube channel. Sam Young, Hazel Carter. Sam with the electric Beetle, which you can hear breaking traction actually in the Kestrel lane. 970, 154. 12.49 goes 12.94. Right numbers, wrong way round. Hazel actually gets in at number 3 for the moment. James Gould with the Team Militia. Altered. What a great way to go racing. It does have a body on it of sorts. Well, a couple of body panels, I think. 950 is his darling, taking on James Hodson, the one and only James Hodson. Many-time winner in the class, 1085 in the Slick Tricks lane. That also is so quick and quiet. And it goes 10.10, 129 miles an hour. Also, Luke wants to say, and the whole VW DRC want to say a massive thank you to their associate club sponsors too. WRP, ASD Fuel Tech, European Front Wheel Drive, 32 Racing Wheels, Volks Workshop, Renegade Race Fuels, BJ's Bates, Electrical, GP Turbos, and Harvey Property Develops. A massive thank you to all of the people that help out the VW DRC. Okay, Carl Goldsmith. Again, the one and only Carl Goldsmith. $12.99 with the Beetle, which I think is actually the number you can dial before you end up in VW Sportsman, up against Abby Tether. With the Golf, Abby goes 12.83, Carl goes 14.39. He didn't break out though. Abby Tether's number 1 for now. So, Luke Stevenson with a big thanks to RTMG Performance, GP Turbos, Street Racers, and 32 Racing Wheels. 11.99 is the dial-in for the Don. In the Slick Tricks lane, he's up against Mr. Stu Hodson. In the Kestrel lane, look at the dial-in for the Beetle. Brand new, I was going to say brand new, freshly put together out of the box. 9.99, that's a quick looking run. 10.36 at 135, and oh so close to the 11s for Luke. 12.22, 114. Actually, that gets him the number 2 spot for now. Next we have Chris Waterhouse with the Bad Habits. Audi A3. Alongside Phil Norman. A car that races double classes actually in Comp Eliminator and in VW Pro, and why not? Well, as the dial-ins tell you, Chris Waterhouse should be quicker. 9.55 at 148. That will get him the number 2 spot for now. Phil Norman with a 13.24. The Waterhouse gang look delighted. Okay, that's all for VW Pro. We're on to VW Sportsman. Again, a huge field in VW Sportsman. Now, this is one of those classes you look at and you think, do you know what? I could do that. Well, funny enough, you can. And that's how an awful lot of these people start out in drag racing. I will warn you, it's a very slippery slope. Once you start, that's kind of it. Because you only get quicker and faster. So, Kaz Waterhouse in the TT 1490 against Nigel Gregg. with the Audi A6. Again, dial in class, run as close as you can to your number. Kaz goes 1478 breakouts, and Nigel 15. Is that 32.04? Wow, that's going to be tough to beat. Hang on. The reason I stuttered was I couldn't believe that. He is 0004 on his dial-in. That could well be... Is that perfect TT? It's all right. I was just reading the screen. It's 15.320. No, not 00. Sorry, beg your pardon. I read the other screen. If you check the other screen out, look. Over, under. Look at that. But anyway, no. It's 15.32.04. So it's not quite perfect TT, but it's going to be damn hard to beat. Anyway, George Miller and Linda Thomas. Sorry for slightly losing the thread, but first pair, and that happened. 14.16 for Linda. And George goes 14.85, exactly half a second off. So after VW Sportsman, we've got Sportsman ET, and then we start all over again. Well, I say all over again. Second round of qualifying for everything, starting out with Pro ET in around about half an hour's time, something like that. Okay, Tom Circuit should have been taking on Thomas Webb, who's, I think, still underneath the tower. Very good looking reaction time for a street car as well. 0.26. Lupo gets there. That's a nice looking run as well. 17.87. Only 700ths of a second off. So this is Tom Webb with Jimmy the Golf. So number one spot is going to be hard to get. 12.23, not bad at all. So Danny Beam with a Lupo. And Steve Metcalf with the Baja. Good looking run for Danny Beam. Will it be a 13.60? Not quite. 78. And a 15.69 takes Steve to number 4 for now, obviously. Paul Robinson wearing the number 1 from last season with TT against Reese Finney with the Lupo. Reese 16 flat, Paul 14.70. $87 and a 92, number 6 and 9. Paul in at number 6. Poppy Hunter and Olivia Carter, another one of those pesky Passats. They're not pesky, they're great. Well, what else would you call it? Pesky Passat? Yeah. A perfect Passat. Yeah. That better. So Olivia, 16.45 in the Slick Tricks lane and 14.80 for Poppy Hunter. I didn't know we were having a fly past today, but apparently one was arranged for VW Sportsman qualifying. I thought it was the Red Arrows. Unless the Blue Angels have got lost by about a few thousand miles. So Poppy Hunter is going to get there first. 14.85. And 17.89 for Olivia. Right, Nigel Gregson with the golf. And Lowry. Larry Ainslow, 13.8 with the Seat. $13.33 and a $13.96. Lowry actually slots into the number 7 spot with that, 0.16 off. Lorraine Lodge, the nurse. Getting a very warm welcome from the chief starter against John Gallant. $14.50 and $15.20. Couple of really nice reaction times as well. Lorraine goes 15.32 and 15.30. John actually slots into the number 4 spot, only a tenth of a second off his dial-in. So, Jason, I did wonder why Jason wasn't on the start line, and that's why, because he was waiting in the other lane. In the other Skoda. Taking on John Crawford. With the Dennis Priddle Tribute Machine. $15.75 for him. Jason with the wagon. $16.30. So $16.28 for John and a $16.47. Jerry Sadler, Kestrel Lane, 15.30, and Phil Jones with another Audi. Another Audi A3. So 12 and 17 for those two, 15.73 and 15.67. Yeah, a good few tenths off their dial-ins, unfortunately. The one, the only, the lovely Polly Judge. That's because it's not safe to say anything else other than that. In the Kestrel Lane, 16.15 with another Audi TT. And Steve Stone from Chesterfield with the lay-on. Steve Stone will get there first by virtue of his dial-in being quicker. $13.52, not bad. Let's see what Polly can do. Polly 16, Steve is 12. Polly just about half a second off her dial-in that time. Okay, Jordan Clark in the Thunderbug. $13.99 goes through the 14.19. That'll get him the number 12 spot. I think that could be a wrap for VW Sportsman. Indeed it was. And with the first run of the qualifying session, ended up being number 1 as well. This is Sportsman ET, the last class before we start all over again with Pro ET. Clive Dandridge and Brian Huxley with a Focus like you've never seen before. Well, that's because it's got a V8 in it, really. In the Slick Tricks lane. 13.33 and 12.35 for Clive with The Truck. $12.81 and $13.63. 3/10 off for Brian. Michelle Walker with the family Cortina. Great to see Michelle out here enjoying herself, hopefully, having fun. And you as well, boy, obviously. He's using the Kestrel lane, 13.22. And Sylvia Purcell with the Santapod Rental Mustang. That looks good for Michelle. Wow. That's a breakout of a week and a half, isn't it, really? Nearly a whole second. 12.40 at 99 miles an hour. A 14.50. For Sylvia in the other lane. Jill Medley and Al Medley. These two going at it on a regular basis. On the racetrack, at least, anyway. Just watch the way this Jeep takes off in the Kestrel lane. It does not hang about at all. Especially for basically a big V8 wagon. So Jill's looking for 12.39. 13.49 for Al. Jill goes 12.54. Al goes 13.81. For now, Jill is number one. Okay, the website on wheels, Chris Wynn. With the Mito. What a car to go racing with. Taking on Adam Wakefield. With the Maverick. 12.95 for him. Chris with a 15 flat. So Adam will be getting there first, as the dial-in would suggest. 13.54, work to do, I think. Still just over half a second off. Chris Wynn goes 15.43. That takes him to number 5 for now. Okay, Georgina Smith and Jay McCready. I met Jane a few weeks back now. Absolutely lovely lady. Although Jane is pointing a little bit squiff, like really squiff, like almost at the tree type squiff. I'm sure she can sort it out, but yeah, there we go. Turning back to the right a little bit, that will sort itself out when she leaves. So Jay McCready and Georgina Smith. $15.14 for Jane, $15.95 for Georgina. Jane does a pretty good job of running the number normally. 15.43 this time. Georgina, though, goes to number 1 for now with a 15.99 on a 15.95. Okay, next to pair of big hitters, really, in the world of Hutchinson and Dibley Sportsman ET. Jago Stokes in the Skyline, and the one and only Kirsty Tram. I like the fact that she's left the checkpoints on from Street Weekend from a few weeks ago. Not so much the red light. Dials are 12.10 today. I'm guessing that's the heat. The car would normally run, 11 nines, 12 zeros. 1242? Where did that come from? 111 miles an hour. Yeah, that was odd. 1271 in the other lane. Simon Swarbrick with the pop. Simon, part of Street Weekend as well, was down in the 10s, I think, with the nitrous on. Today, dials 12.12. Take it on Troy Attree. $11.79. That's a big breakout. Number 2 in the other lane with a 12.49 though. Jordan Griffin with Swift and Terrence actually this time. Okay, Jordan's going to get there first. 14.40, 3/10 off. And 18.85. Terrence actually goes into the number 2 spot for now with that one. That'll work. That's not bad at all. Very difficult dialing in streetcars. We've had 16 through so far. Jamie and Rob Queswell. Are we sure this is a race we want to have? Really? Just for a bit of family bragging rights, I'm sure. Jamie, 1690, 1465 for Robin the Smurf. .58 breaks out by 700ths, and Jamie goes to number 1. 16.90 with an 8 on a 16.90 dialing. Well, one of the Creswells was going to come out of that happy. Just which one? There we go. But she's number 1 for now. Excellent. Okay, 2 of the more unique cars, as in you can't bloody miss them, basically. Sorry for swearing, but yes, you can't really miss either of these, can you? Steve Giles with the subtle racing DHL wagon in the Kestrel lane. Matt Halsall, yeah, what a couple of cars to go bracket racing with. A Subaru Forester and a Mark II Rally Escort. Well, Steve Giles will get there with a 1262. That's pretty good. On the back of Matt Halsall's car, he normally mucks about that. It says marvellous. I'm very doubt he's thinking that at the moment. It says Batman now identifies as Robin. Nice. Now identifies as unfortunately broke, as he's pushed away from the start line. Still a few more to go in Sportsman before we head back into Pro ET qualifying session number 2. Oh yeah, Matt with he's actually got a leak, unusually, out of a Sportsman ET car. It's something that looks very easy to fix. Dave's just going to go up with the tractor, and I'm just going to have him back to Nitro FM, just really seriously for a couple of moments, just while they clear up, because I need a comfort break. Thank you. Perfect Light Award is still up for grabs, though. So our first pair, Steve Hudson with the Altered. Going up against Andy Clifford, who's got the lovely job now of slowing the car down. .892 and a 907, Steve Hudson. That's how you do it. Andy Clifford slowed it up just a little bit too much. Now, this is one of those classes you look at and you think, do you know what? I could do that. Well, funny enough, you can. And that's how an awful lot of these people start out in drag racing. I will warn you, it's a very slippery slope. Once you start, that's kind of it. Because you only get quicker and faster. So, Kaz Waterhouse in the TT 1490 against Nigel Gregg. With the Audi A6. Again, dial in class, run as close as you can to your number. Kaz goes 1478 breakouts. And Nigel 15, is that 32.04? Wow, that's going to be tough to beat. Hang on. The reason I stuttered was I couldn't believe that. He is 0004 on his dialing. That could well be, is that a perfect TT? It's all right, I was just reading the screen. It's 15.320, no, not 000, sorry, beg your pardon. I read the other screen. If you check the other screen. Okay, Alexander Pryor and Ian Dance. We're back with qualifying. Ian Dance with 1240 goes 1428 and 20.50. And Alexander with a caddy goes 20.67, only 0.17 off. No problem. Okay, Steph Pateman. Just had word that the prop on Matt Horsell's car let go, which was the issue. That's not ideal either. Against Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. $39.4 for Gary, 14 flat for Steph. If this was a race, it'd be a pretty close one. Well, it is a pretty close one. 14.07. Steph gets the number 3 spot. Gary goes to number 4 with an 0.3. So James Crew with the it really is nice. That's El Camino from down on the coast in Eastbourne. It's down the road from where I live. Quite a nice day down there too, apparently. Against Pete Walters. Yes, that Pete Walters and Pete Walters Race Design. And Super Pro with the dragster as well. Pete goes 12.44 to number 2. Nice opening run, 13.22 for James Grew in the other lane. Okay, Felicity Grips with the Little Miss Rampage. Taking on Rich Palmer with the Family Cat. Well, Rich is going to get there first. 13.54 and goes to 13. Felicity breaks out by 3 measly hundredths of a second. Okay, Holly Walters with a car that they were running in Street Week a couple of weeks ago. Completed it all just fine. That's actually kind of their honeymoon as well. So Holly dials 12 flat, which is the quickest you can dial in Sportsman. 0.2 red, she can be forgiven for that. She will be the last car, and she will go 12.02 to the number 2 spots. That'll work. Okay, so a quick bit of track grooming, and it's Pro ET qualifying session number 2 coming your way just in a few moments. So Ian's out there with the spray. I presume Dave's in the tractor. Nitro FM, just a couple more bills, and we'll be back with you shortly. Now, this is one of those classes you look at and you think, do you know what? I could do that. Well, funny enough, you can. And that's how an awful lot of these people start out in drag racing. I will warn you, it's a very slippery slope. Once you start, that's kind of it. Because you only get quicker and faster. So, Kaz Waterhouse in the TT 1490 against Nigel Gregg. With the Audi A6. Again, dial in class, run as close as you can to your number. Kaz goes 1478 breakouts, and Nigel 15. Is that 32.04? Wow, that's going to be tough to beat. Hang on. The reason I stuttered was I couldn't believe that. He is 0004 on his dial-in. That could well be... Is that perfect TT? It's all right. I was just reading the screen. It's 15.320. No, not 000. Sorry, beg your pardon. I read the other screen. If you check the other screen out, look. Over, under. Look at that. But anyway, no. It's 15.32.04. So it's not quite perfect TT, but it's going to be damn hard to beat. Anyway, George Miller and Linda Thomas. Sorry for slightly losing the thread, but first pair, and that happened. 14.16 for Linda, and George goes 14.85, exactly half a second off. So after VW Sportsman, we've got Sportsman ET, and then we start all over again. Well, I say all over again. Second round of qualifying for everything, starting out with Pro ET in around about half an hour's time, something like that. Okay, Tom Circuit should have been taking on Thomas Webb, who's, I think, still underneath the tower. Very good looking reaction time for a street car as well. 0.26. Lupo gets there. That's a nice looking run as well. 17.87. Only 0.07 of a second off. So this is Tom Webb with Jimmy the Golf. So number one spot is going to be hard to get. 12.23, not bad at all. So Danny Beam with a Lupo. And Steve Metcalf with the Baja. Good looking run for Danny Beam. Will it be a 13.60? Not quite. 78. And a 15.69 takes Steve to number 4 for now, obviously. Paul Robinson wearing the number 1 from last season with TT against Reese Finney with the Lupo. Reese 16 flat. Paul 14.70. '87 and a 92, number 6 and 9. Paul in at number 6. Thank you very much indeed. We are back to racing. Kind of dead on time as well. I shouldn't say that out loud because then that's when it goes wrong. So, Billy Everett and Laura Baton will kick off the second qualifying session of the day. For everybody. I think there are 3 qualifiers today for everybody except, for some reason, well, not for some reason, I know why, Pro Modified. Because they have their 3rd session in the morning tomorrow. Could we have Junior Dragster as well into the lanes, please? Junior Dragster. So, Laura and Billy both safe at the moment. Laura's not, Billy's 19. Some of them know, but when was the last time Billy competed in anything? Can't remember off the top of my head since his Junior Drag today. Looking for 952, goes 963. No help. 1071 for Laura Baton, both of them puzzlingly away off their dial-in. Okay, Al Platt. Al in the Camaro, actually one of those that isn't qualified. He's number 33 at the moment on the list. Where are we? Let's have a look. Yeah, there are going to be at least a couple, maybe a few DNQs. He doesn't want to be one of them. Darren Huxley, 11:30. That's more like it. Al Platt goes to the number 2 spots. 11.99 for Darren, no help for him, but Al Platt, kind of like outhouse to penthouse kind of run that one. Well done, sir. Perfect. Well, as good as perfect anyway. So next to line up and try and improve will be Mark Huxley with the Can-Do 2, the Tribute Corolla with a 980, and Jack McClure with Goldilocks. Now Jack is number 28. You don't really want to go into the last session with there only 3 sessions qualifying this weekend on the outside or close to the bump. 986 for Mark. No help. Jack does move up though. He's 24 with a 1207 on an 1190. So Tom Watkins with Doris the Charger. That is just such an excellent name for a car. And Brett Fett's like people that call their dog Robert or Dave or something like that. Brett Featherston, 9.60. Brett is one of those, unbelievably, not on the right side of the number at the moment. 911 and 963. Well, that soon changed. Tom goes to number 6. Brett all the way up to number 9. Okay, Bob Molden and Reuven Dawson, actually. Reuven in the Slick Tricks lane is on the bump. No, beg your pardon, he's not. Yeah, he's on the bump, sorry. He's currently number 32. So a 9.0, but not quicker than a 9.02. We'll sort him out. Bob Molden, 9.48. Way off where they'd normally run, but apparently that's what the car's got in it today. .905 for Reuven, that's more like it, and for Bob as well. Reuven goes into the 12 spot. Bob, number 10, with a 951 on a 48. Well, it ran close to the number, but they still look rather mystified as to why it's running that number. Yeah, it's not kind of where it would normally be. Okay, number one qualifier at the start of the session, and still number one at the moment, Lee Morris. With the green with Amy Jag against Bill Wilson. Bill's 18 at the moment. He should be safe at 18, but you never know. So 10.05 for Lee, 10.09 and 11.07. That will help Bill Wilson, actually. He moved up to the number, hang on, it's disappeared off my screen. 14 spot with that one too. So the bump at the moment is Josh Duncan. Yeah, the bump is still very soft, but I'll get closer. You'd rather be in than out going into the last session. Could we have Super Pro into the pairing lanes, please, for Q2? Super Pro ET, please, into the pairing lanes for Q2. Marie Mills and Darren Law. .002 light for Darren Law and an 8.75 goes up to 22. Marie with a 10.40. Nice looking run, but doesn't improve. They've all got one more slot, qualifying shot later on today. Don Scott, Warren Watts, your next two. Don with a 10.02. That is a bit off where the big Superbird normally is. Don's going to be part next week of one of the biggest classes in European drag racing, Nostalgia Superstock. 62 car qualified field at Dragstauser in 1 week's time. It's going to be wild. 9.07 for Warren. And hey, he goes up to number 9. And for Don Scott, kind of where did that come from? The air's getting warmer, which means the car would normally get slower. And it ran quicker than it has all day so far. Anyway. So, Susie McClure is one of those on the outside looking in at the moment. She's number 34. She does a 10.65 with the Eye Candy car. I like the team uniforms though. Very well turned out. Up against the one and only Dave Fulton. 9.17 for the Roadster. Goes 9.21. Susie goes 10.12. Well, Dave Fulton actually moves up to number 14, but Susie McClure goes, I think, way quicker than she's been ever before. 10.12. Needless to say, she breaks out. She's still not qualified. She's got one more go to nail it down. So, Matthew Dowdy with the No Window Nova, which is what it may now be called. The No Window Nova in the Slick Tricks lane. 11.08 for him. Dave Rudd with the Banzai Cobra, just looking for some consistency. Just wants it to do the same thing every time. .970 just keeps slowing up all the time. He does actually move up to 22. Matthew Dowdy goes up to 13 with an 11.11. So Frankie Taylor currently in at number 28. A really, really unique altered, that one, because it's actually almost every single Auton on the planet is a centre drive car. That is off to the left-hand side. If you notice where the cage is, it's not in the middle of the body. Frankie in at number 28 at the moment, 9.82. It would be great if Frankie could put in a 9-second run against Paul Marston, who off the trailer was pretty deadly. He's number 3. .896 and a 9.98 for Frankie actually moves her up one spot, but she's in the 9s. 9.98 at 131 miles an hour. Paul Marston broke out slightly. They were probably really trying to nail it down with that one though, because they've already qualified so well. You might as well try and squeeze it in the most minute window you possibly can. So the next pair warming the slicks even. Deary me. Amy Watkins already nice and comfortable at number 4. That's a lot more like it for them. A real nail biter at the last event where she wasn't qualified in the last session and she went literally a thou too quick. Up against Neil Watkins with the pickup. Family that races together stays together and also breaks out. And both break out. Family that races together breaks out together. So Tom Kay with the bike engine dragster, 10.10, taking on Stevie Gates. Interested observer down here on the start line is the car's previous owner. Coming down to check out the racing is always good to see Mr. Goff in the house. The only thing about Simon is I'm not entirely sure how those legs go with that body, but you know. .873, just over a tenth off. Tom Kay, no improvement either, stays 20th. He was 600ths off his dial-in. Still pretty tight at the top. Who's in and who's out at the moment? Let's have a look. John Bean, oh, there we go, there's the answer. John Bean is currently number 7, dials 903 with the Mustang. But Simon Innes, he only missed by literally a 100th of a second. This time dials 1064. He's number 33. He's one of 2 not in at the moment. In fact, the only 2 not qualified are the only 2 that remain on the list that have broken out. So Simon Innes wants a good run, ideally in the 1060s, but not quicker than a 1064, just to be nice and comfortable for the last session later. And he's not going to make the run. John Bean will be on a bye run. Simon Innes, one of those high up in the championship, will not go into the last session not in. 903 with a 9 for John Bean. That only moves him up 2 spots. He's still only number 5. That's how tough it is. Yeah, that's pretty rough for Simon Innes, though. Just missed on the first session. Didn't make the run in the second one. Look at this. Got my own personal assistant that I never knew I needed. Thank you. Very much indeed. Doug McClure and Dave Cherritt. Now, Dave Cherritt is really at the wrong end of the list at the moment as well. He's 31. That is not safe. And it won't be safe going into the last qualifying session either. Would like to be, well, everyone would like to be better than where they are, but he definitely could and should be better than that. Doug McClure, nice and safe at number 8. Dave Cherritt. 11.50, nice number for Doug McClure, but no improvement. Dave Cherritt will go into the last session at number 31. Now, the reason I keep mentioning things like this is because they get qualifying points. They get 10 points per position. You want to be higher up. The reason is, obviously, not only you get a better position on race day, points, it makes a massive difference over the course of the season. You get qualifying points for the higher up you are. It really, really adds up. Ronnie Mercer's currently number 21. You're looking for 10.23. And he goes 10.32. Once again, right numbers, wrong way around. He stays put at number 21. Okay, one of the cars that didn't get a run in earlier on. Good to see these two side by side, though, as they are teammates. And Mason Griffiths used to drive the car in the other lane that Andrew Brook is now behind the wheel of. But Andrew Brook didn't get to make the run earlier on today. Mason did. He's quite happily in at number 12 at the moment. So Andrew Brook, if he runs a 9.2, it'll be fairly safe. If he breaks out, he's down to one more shot. Doesn't matter about the red light. It matters about the elapsed time. And it's a 9.26. He's in for now at number 24. Now, who's that? That makes the bump spots. Let me have a quick look. Dave Cherritt, I think. Hang on. Yeah, Dave Cherritt is the bump spot. Outside at the moment, Josh Duncan, Simon Innes, Susie McClure. Unreal. Okay, that's Nick Mugridge. Currently 19, 10.10. .13, that'll work. Moves him up to the number 10 position for now. So Mason Griffiths, just seen his teammate qualified. He's already in there quite safely. I'm at number 13. So quick rundown. The top 6 are all 00 on their dial-in. Top 10, 03. Top 20, 06. It gets a bit sketchy the further down the list you go, but again, they've only had 2 runs. Not sure what happened to Mason that time. Yeah, so anyway, Dave Cherritt on the bump. As we move into Junior Dragster. So one more session to go for Pro ET. It's going to be a bit of a nail biter. Now, Lucas Oil Junior Dragster is very, very competitive in this country indeed, obviously. However, there are a bunch of junior dragster racers off to Bristol in Tennessee to represent the UK. Going to Thunder Valley Raceway, a place I always wanted to go for years, in a couple of weeks' time to represent the UK at the Eastern Conference Finals. Your first pair out there are Tom and Harry Peters. They won't be going. They just happen to roll up right now. So Liam McDonald, Neve Deavy, Emmy Cromwell and Chloe Cromwell as well. There can be up to 1,000, you heard that right, 1,000 junior dragster racers at this event. Sometimes goes on till 2 in the morning, goodness me, and there are 13 staging lanes that are full at all times. There can be 300 to 400 cars in each class in JM, JMA and stock. Goodness me. What an event. Anyway, thank you very much indeed for the notes. So it is Tom and Harry. Qualifying based on reaction times, a 0.5 for Tom will move him up into the top 10 actually. Yep, number 9. So one of those going out to race in the US, rolling forward right now. Liam McDonald. That's Liam in the Kestrel lane with twin parachutes on the back of the car. The car that gets dismantled and trucked around by a Skoda. Yes, you heard that right. Skoda Estate, obviously. Eva Davis with Mayhem. Deep stages again. She did that earlier on today, and this time she turns it red. Liam was 003 red. That was oh so close. They'll like the number though. 791 at 80 miles an hour is exactly where Eva wants to be. Teddy Howe and Ada Cassisi, I do apologise. Tripped him over my tongue. Okay, can we have ET Bike into the pairing lanes, please? ET Bike, come on down. Zero, 1, 1 for Teddy. That will be your number 2 spot for now. 085 for Ada. They both improve. Yeah, Teddy goes up to number 2. Ada, number 16. Every little helps, as I'm sure they say. Okay, Chevy check it. Chev earlier on was 033 on the tree. Like I said, which is what she kind of tends to do on the first run of the weekend. The only thing is it's normally on day 2 of qualifying, not necessarily day 1. Dad Mick is probably the coolest looking person with 2 pairs of sunglasses on his head. Wears them very well. Yep, Chev goes red. Oh, she was 002 red. Oh, so close. So close. Molly Openshaw in the other lane, 0.1. Molly actually moves up to number 18. Chev will stay number 7 for now. Jacqueline Bartlett. I think Jacqueline is the only Bartlett in competition in Junior Dragster this weekend. And Lola Bell Kent. Lola 19, Jacqueline 5. Jacqueline was 0.24 earlier. Both go red again. Lola with a 0.2, Jacqueline quite big red actually, 0.13. Has Freddie got a fan club up there by any chance? In the grandstands? I think he probably has. That's Freddie Taylor down there. Kestrel side against Jake Cooper. Freddie, the latest to go red. We've had more reds in this session than we had, well, I don't know, in the last event, I think. Jake with an 05 helps a lot. That's up to number 5. Obviously no help for Freddie with a red line. Sam Fairhurst against Grace Smith. So at the moment, Grace Smith propping up the field. That's only for the moment, though. Well, it's still there because she fouled by 0.8. Sam was 0.9. That will help him move up from 23. I think it does indeed. 4 spots to 19. Still your number 1 qualifier at the moment. Ted Sullivan with the Bulldog. In the Slick Tricks lane against Kai Cooper. Pair of red lights again. Stop me if you've heard that before. I don't know what's going on in this. What did you give him for lunch? That was an 03 for Kai and an 04 for Ted. Although, to be honest with you, for Ted, he was 007 in the first session. So, it's going to take a lot to improve on that. Kendra Redshaw. A new name racing for the Redshaws in the Kestrel lane. And Frankie Kent. I think while Frank was at school on Tuesday, his dad was out here scaring a bunch of journos with the Fuel Funny car, which is always nice to see. Well, no one went red. Frank 031, that's an improvement. Kendra was 0.14. She's stays 22. Frank actually moves up 1 spot to number 7. 2 really nice lights for Frankie Kent. Okay, Daniel Weir and Chloe Crunwell. Chloe's one of those, along with her sister Emmy, going to be going out to race in Bristol. That's not Bristol as in near Wales, that's Bristol, Tennessee. Would be nice if they had a place called Thunder Valley in Bristol, like the real Bristol. Oh, so many cutting it close. Daniel was 001 red. 001. Well, Chloe, bang on the money with the ET. Not quite so unfortunate with the reaction. 0.22 that time. So, Luke Mugridge and Sam Hiscock. I love that families get involved in racing. It's great. Dad Wayne in Supergas. Sam, Junior Dragster. Kind of the way it should be, really. Two green lights, and one of them was a 009 for Luke Muggeridge. Believe it or not, that'll only get him the number 2 spot. Check that out. Sam Hiscock actually moves up to the number 9 spot with an 033. That was really good in both lanes. Really good. So, Neve Deavy, one of the 4 going out to compete in Bristol. Taking on Emmy Cromwell. (14 and 18 respectively at the moment. Neve went red by 0.4. Emmy, 0.75. Pretty much what she did earlier, actually. By a thou, I think. She stays at 14. Neve stays at 18. So, I think we are all done with Junior Dragsters for now. Still number 1 is Ted Sullivan. Going into the last qualifying session. So, Pinckney Memorial Super Pro ET is your next class fired up, and as has been tradition for a long time actually, it's Tom Atkinson and Dave Russell side by side for the first pair. You can tell that noise from a mile off. That's the supercharged Blancmange, otherwise known as the van with no name. Hopefully one day we can convince Dave Russell to do a burnout like that. You never know. But he's got his routine and he sticks to it. And right at this point, at the start again of Super Pro, a very good afternoon to Chris and Becky Parker. I know you'll be watching in. Sorry you couldn't make it this weekend. Beck, I hope you feel a lot better. But thanks for the message, Chris, and I hope you two are doing, other than obviously Mrs. P feeling slightly under the weather, you're not doing too bad at all. 850 and 950 bike into the lanes of Q2, please. 850 and 950, please. Q2. So numbers 4 and 6 at the moment in Q1. We had 16 cars, which would make a 16-car field. There's more than that entered. However, they've got to come out and run. Tom was 033 red. 854 and 8.80. Dave Russell, preliminary, number 1. With that run. That'll work. Yeah, well. Tom Atkinson actually notched up to number 4 with a 54 and a 48. This is a cool idea. Pairing up. A couple of darts. How cool is that? So I beg your pardon. One's a dart, one's a barracuda. Slap me. You can see the similarities though. Actually, lined up together, you can see how different they are now. I've just said that. Never mind. Anyway, AC Bell. I hope I don't get paid to do this because I'm making a terrible job of it. In the Kestrel Lane, 891 and an 8.85. If they both go heads up, this could be a pretty damn good race, to be honest with you. Well, it's going to be Mark Bailey there first with a breakout run. 883 on an 85. AC goes 940. So the next one is going to be Lee Huxley taking on Alan Schofield. And if you're watching in, which I'd really hope you are, and your name might be Phoebe, Grandad Alan says a very, very big hello and I hope you're having a wonderful time, I beg your pardon. Grandad Alan has got his sticker on the inside of the car for good luck. So Phoebe, if you're watching in, let's see what Grandad can do this time round. He ran really well earlier on. Let's see what he can do this time round. So that's Al Schofield with the Scud Dragster. 788, funny enough, that's pretty much what he ran earlier, I think. Yeah, it was. And Lee Huxley with an 877. .788 with a 3, number 1 qualifier as well. Phoebe, you must be Grandad's good luck charm. Haha, fantastic. 8.80 for Lee Huxley. He wasn't exactly hanging about. He got the number 3 spot. So 788 with the 3. Now, how many times do we see somebody run a number and then dial in the same number and miss? I think that's probably one of the first times I can ever remember somebody dialed in what they ran the run before and it worked. Well done to Al Schofield. Well done. So Bradley did well. Dad Allen was Super Pro champ last year. Yeah, no pressure, stepping into the winning car. However, Brad, very capable young man indeed, taking on Joe Kellett. $793 for Brad. Joe with a 735. Just nudging it into stages, Joe. And I know 1.6 light as well. 175 miles an hour in. 735 with a 7. 181. Number 2 for now. Very, very well done indeed. Only just beaten by Al Schofield, actually. So that was bang on. Well done to the Kellett family. 8.69 for Brad in the other lane. Backed out of it a little bit early, I think. But well done to the Kelletts and a really stonking run. Okay, this is Phil Toppin. 8.99 is his dial-in. He only ran to about 3:30 earlier on today. Probably just going to be trying to get a bit further and a bit further down the racetrack. The car the engine was in previously was well into the 8s. And that was I'm not going to say much heavier, but it was a big door car. So in and altered, who knows? That was a lot quicker and a lot better, and it went. Definitely cracked the throttle wide open. So he's not going to improve his time, I don't think. He's not. Okay, Nick Good and Scott Hauser will be your next pair. And what I can't help thinking is one of the most perfect days in a long while I've seen for drag racing. It's lovely. It's warm. It's clear. Just a few fluffy clouds. Just to make it look even more picturesque than normal. So, Nick Good with his own personal car. And Scott Hauser with the Hauser Race Cars shop car, if you will. Yeah, Phil just being pushed off the top end at the first exit. Nick Good, 684 this time round. Scott Hauser dials as 736. When I say it's Scott, it's actually Jeff, but you know what I mean. Now, Scott only missed by 100th earlier. What are we going to do this time? 690, and oh, it's 1,000th this time. Goodness me. Drag racing will drive you nuts, won't it? Dearie me. 7.359 for Scott Hauser. Breaks that by 1,000. Nick Good goes 6.90. Not quite as close as he was to his dialing earlier today. Okay, so Daniel Giles on board in the Kestrel lane. 742 for him against Matt Peters with the other Lucas Oil Nick Good motorsport car, not supercharged, of course. We've said this many times as well, but Daniel Giles' car, excuse me, if you get the chance to go and check it out, it's absolutely immaculate. It's kind of like the day it was built. However, don't think I'm that far off in thinking the car is older than Daniel. I think it was built in the late 80s in the US by S&W, Scott Walt. And it's as clean and tidy and well running today as it was the day it came out the container. So a couple of mid-7 second dragsters. 743 and 763 with a 7. Oh, goodness me. Matt Peters breaks out by 3 thou. And for Daniel Giles, 0.18, I beg your pardon, off of his dial. Got a number 4 spot. Okay, the last side-by-side pair. And if this is indeed the last pair, we have, after 2 sessions, 16 cars for Super Pro, which means it will be a 16-car elimination ladder, which kind of changes things a bit. Simply because of points that will be allocated. Because this 17 or 18 run is an all run, and it runs as a 32-car ladder. It will run as a 16 if there are 16 qualified cars, obviously, which means 1 less round available. Not that that's a bad thing. It just kind of shakes things up. So, Mark Corsell with the ball breaker. $8.42 is the dial-in for last year's runner-up in Super Pro in Hockenheim in the Slick Tricks lane. And it says Stu on the screen. It's not Stu. I can see him standing there. It's Colin Morris. $8.58 for Colin. A pretty damn good light as well. Oh, 8.41 with a 4 for Mark Corsell and an 8.56 with a 7. They both break out by that blooming much. Yeah, that basically. Oh, well, if it was easy, everyone would be doing it. ET Bike, qualified session number 2, Gary Hester and Alan Davis. Alan, good to see Alan back on 2 wheels again after he ran his Corvette in Street Weekend a couple of weeks ago. Running on dial-ins, which is an 8.75 for Gary Hester, and that ain't going to be an 8.75. He's already off it. Alan Davis, current number 4. Going to stay for 12.01. Okay, Carl Rushby and Lee Baxter. Carl in the Kestrel lane with 11 flat. Lee, 10.67. Currently for ET Bike, we have 18 qualified, which again would mean 32 ladder for eliminations. 11.08, some way off, and a 12 flat for Kyle. Well, the zero part's good. The number at the front is the problem. 1 second slower. Dave Grundy. Dave Grundy. In the Slick Tricks lane, and Les Harris. It's indeed Les Harris. 9.90 for Les. $10.59 with a 0 for Dave Grundy will make him the number 1 qualifier for now. $12.58 for Les Harris. Slots in at 18. Well done to Dave Grundy. Okay, Patrick Marie from the Netherlands. The bike that runs in 850 sometimes, and this weekend's running in ET Bike against Scott Smith. Patrick hasn't put in a run in qualifying just yet. Now, the 870 number on the board is the quickest you can dial in for ET Bike. Patrick might have to lift, and he does. Very well done. Goes in at number 6, Scott Smith. Gets bumped back. He's over a second off of his dial-in. Okay, Nick Pladen, otherwise known as a Generator Bandit. Currently number 3. 11:17. And Justin Morton. Justin looking for 10 flat in the Kestrel lane. Can we have Junior Drag Bike into the lanes, please? Junior Drag Bike, please, for Q2. .10.08 and the breakout for Nick Pladen. Justin Morton, though, goes up to number 5 with that one. Well done, Justin. Okay, Fiona Moore. It's always good to see the Moores back at the track. And Robbie Dobby. Robbie's currently in at number 2. Robbie will get there first, and he goes 9.94 with a 0. Unbelievable. Number 2 to number 1 for Robbie Dobby. 9.9406 on the screen. Well done to Robbie Dobby. That's going to be tough to get around. Jake Bowden and Phil Pratt. Your numbers 9 and 10 respectively. Phil dials a 9 flat in the Slick Tricks lane with Satan's Lady, the tribute to the Airmen. Gorgeously turned out bike. Same for Jake Bowden too. Really nice machine, new to him. Phil can dip into the 8s, but he goes 9 flat with a 5. He's number 2. Well done. Jake Bowden went 12.15. He ended up number 6. So, Scott Collier started his session at number 3, I think. 9.59 for Scott in the Kestrel lane, taking on Nick Daniels. Scott wanted to say, and the whole Collier family wanted to say a big hi to Mick and Diane Duffin who were watching it in on the live stream. And he said, Jerry said, tell Mick to stop looking at my legs in my shorts. It's a bit odd, Jerry. They are a bit dazzling, mate. That's the problem. So Scott looking for 9.59. Is there more juggling to come at the top of the qualified order? 9.60 with a 1. Scott goes back to the number 3 spot. Nick Daniels goes 13.82. No help for him. He stays put at number 20. So Scott Collier, number 3. After that, awesome looking run. Okay, Brett Cordell. Really getting the hang of the slick and the wheelie bar thing. In the Kestrel lane, 9.21 for Brett, and Carl Hester, 10.45. That was because I said Brett was getting the hang of the slick and the wheelie bar thing. That's why that happened. Sorry, mate. 0.18 for Carl, 10.35. Breakout, Brett. Yeah, that was never going to be a 9.21 after that, off the line, unfortunately. Okay, Liam Holgate and Grace Pollen, your next pair. Liam hasn't got an ET up there yet. The dial-in's up there, 963, but he didn't get a full run in against Grace Pollen. Well, Liam's going to get a number. Not going to be the one he wants, but he's going to get it. 10.02 for Grace, and Liam makes it to the finish line. At 18 for now. We're on to 850 bike. That was a great session for ET Bracket Bike. The top three with nothing to choose between all of them. Ian Critchlow, great. J Rowe. The name of the game is obviously 850, which is why it's called 850 Bike. Clues in the title. J Rowe broke out 847. Jay has the problem of trying to slow it down all the time. He's looking at Critch to say, come on, give me some pacemaking. 870 and 856. Well, J Rowe does actually move up because he didn't break out. Critch was closer last time round. Can we have comp into the lanes, please, for Q2? Comp eliminator into the pairing lanes, please, for Q number 2. Okay, Joe Elliott with the BMW 1000. Kestrel Lane, all motor, no turbos. Against Carl Thomas, who's currently number 1. Went 8.52 off the training earlier today. $8.52 again, and look at that for Joe as well. 8.59 at 1.57. Well, Carl, needless to say, Carl stays number 1. It was almost exactly the same run, about bar 3 thou that Carl Thomas ran in qualifying session number 1. And a much better run for Joe Elliott into the 8.5s. I know that's the idea, but it ain't that easy. Mick Wynyard in the Slick Tricks lane, one of those that broke out. And when I say broke out, it was an 8 flat. Yeah, that's not going to be an 850 either, is it? 796 at 179.93 miles an hour. Pete Slater, 1102. Okay, Pete Wise, who was number 6 from earlier. Another one of, we got 5 bikes already in the 8.5s. He was number 6 with an 862. Against Daniel Madeira, he went 854. Daniel will get there first. Nicely judged, sir. 855, only 138 miles an hour. His run before was actually quicker. And 892 as well in the other lane. So Craig Wright, who started at number 3 and still is number 3. Not sure that 60 was quite what Craig was looking for. Yeah, 868 at 159. I think that most of that was the 60 foot was a bit flat. Still a good run, but Craig is normally used to being right on the number. So Patrick Merritt and Stacey Reed, 2 of those haven't put in a run yet. Obviously, Stacey's been down on the start line before because Dad ran, and her daddy's down there now, helping her out. Well, a big puff of smoke from Stacey's bike, but he ain't slowing down. 882 at 155 for Stacey, gets the number 8. And Patrick with an 893, number 9. Okay, we're on to 950 bike. Josh McLean and Rob Stanley. They've got a big ask to get the number one spot. There's only 6/10,000ths of a second room. Josh rolls the beams, unfortunately. I don't think he's going to get... Oh, no, he will get elapsed time. It just won't be one he wants. Rob Stanley earlier went 966, goes 72 this time. Josh trickles through with an 11.52. So, Dave Hall and Hayden Michelle. Hayden, I did say quit while you're ahead, you know. Off the trailer, first ever qualifying run, perfect ET. That's the time to pack it up and go home if ever I heard it. I'm just kidding, of course, but you know, you're never going to get any better than that, are you? Dave Hall all over his lane. Let's see if Hayden can back it up. 9:43, 143 mark. It doesn't matter, he's still going to be number one. 9:48, too quick for Dave Hall as well. So, junior drag bike. Session 2. Not far away from Comp Eliminator, Pro Modified and Top Fuel bike as well, folks. So, as always, don't go anywhere at all. Lyra Humber and Jackson King. They're both going, hang on a minute, where's the numbers? 13.13 for Jackson King on a 13.10. He's number one for now anyway. Well done to Jax. Okay, Anouk Bergering and Harry Isaacs unfortunately pulling off to the side. Anouk with a 12.45 and a 56. That is a breakout. But the screen won't refresh because Harry is stuck out there on the track, unfortunately. Well, Harry wanders back to the start line as the next pair. That's got to be a long walk. So Maggie off and running, looking for a 980. 15 bikes put in run so far today. 979 with a 0. 100th actually off. And 14 flat for Declan is number one for now. Well done to Declan. Once again goes to prove you don't have to be the quickest to be at the top. Well done to that young lad. Okay, Rico Patterson, just down the road in Bedford, as is Isaiah Alvarez. Okay, dial-ins both in the 13s. Doesn't matter what you dial in, you've just got that number. 1403 and 1346. Rico Patterson now goes to the top with 100th of a second off. This is a properly good session of ET Bike as well. So well done to Rico Patterson. And unbelievably, Declan Butt was number one for all but, I don't know, 30 seconds, I think, something like that. Okay, Richard Wilcox and Sophie Pollen, your next pair. Richard gets a pat on the back from his dad, Andy, down there in a Kestrel Lane. He's now down to number 4 after what everyone else has been doing. .897 breakout and a 954. Over a 10th of a second too quick for Rich that time. Okay, Holly King and Alia Lester. Comp eliminator into the lanes, please, if you're not there already. Now would be a great time. Okay, both stay put. Holly King with a 10th off, stays 5, and Alia a few tenths off, stays number 7 for now. Brad Morrison with the traditional gold scheme for a Morrison. I think he broke out earlier, that's why he's number 15 at the minute. In the Kestrel Lane, 11.40 for him and 11.5 for Kestrel Lane. No staging duels, fellas. It's only qualifying. Well, we can have a staging duel if you want, but, you know, save it for race day, eh? There we go. You're never too young to try and outpsych your opponent. Well, Brad Morrison breaks out again, unfortunately, by 0.04 of a second. Mr. McLean did roughly the same thing. So, the last bike of this qualifying session before we go into comp eliminator again, Leah Morrison. Down there in Yeovil. 10.97 for Leah. Sorry, not the last, nearly the last. Oh, wow! Your new number 1 qualifier. How many times did that change? How many times did the lead change in that Q session? I think it changed 4 times. But it is, for now at least, anyway, we've got one more to go. Harry Isaacs down there in the Kestrel Lane. Leah Morrison, your number 1 qualifier. Yeah, they all had a crack at it, didn't they? Jackson, Declan, Rico, and Leah as well. Can there be one more? Nah, unfortunately not. 9.98 for Harry Isaacs was not the one. What a great session for junior drag bike. That's definitely bringing on the next generation. Anyway, hand back. Moments, couple of tunes while we do track prep before comp eliminator, and then we're going right back into that and pro mod and all the other good stuff too, so don't go anywhere. Okay. Alexander Pryor. And Ian Dance, we're back with qualifying. Ian Dance with 12.40 goes 14.28 and 20.50. And Alexander with a caddy goes 20.67, only 0.17 off. No problem. Okay, Steph Pateman. Just had word that the prop on Matt Halsall's car let go, which was the issue. That's not ideal either. Against Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. $39.4 for Gary, 14 flat for Steph. If this was a race, it'd be a pretty close one. Well, it is a pretty close one. 14.07. Steph gets the number 3 spot. Gary goes to number 4 with an 0.3. So, James Crew with the... it really is nice. That's El Camino from down on the coast in Eastbourne. It's down the road from where I live. Quite a nice day down there too, apparently. Against Pete Walters. Yes, that Pete Walters of Pete Walters Race Design. And Super Pro with the dragster as well. Pete goes 12.44 to number 2. Nice opening run, 13.22 for James Grew in the other lane. Okay, Felicity Grips with the Little Miss Rampage. Taking on Rich Palmer with the Family Cat. Well, Rich is going to get there first. 13.54 and goes to 13. Felicity breaks out by 3 measly hundredths of a second. Okay, Holly Walters with a car that they were running in Street Week a couple of weeks ago. Completed it all just fine. That's actually kind of their honeymoon as well. So Holly dials 12 flat, which is the quickest you can dial in Sportsman. 0.2 red, she can be forgiven for that. She will be the last car, and she will go 12.02 to the number 2 spots. That'll work. Okay, so a quick bit of track grooming, and it's a dead on time as well. I shouldn't say that out loud because then that's when it goes wrong. So Billy Everett and Laura Baton will kick off the second qualifying session of the day. Qualifying session number 2. Pro Modified Top Fuel Bike for your second sessions, please. Pro Modified and Top Fuel Bike, thank you. So, jockeying for position this time are going to be Spencer Tram and Dan Williams. Dan is currently number 2. Dan is in the 1970 Camaro in the Slick Tricks lane. Earlier on, Spence went 11.11. 10.52 was Dan's number, which is really, really good for that wheel standing. 70 Camaro. This time round goes 10.57 and 11.15. They both slow up slightly. I mean, it's not like they've just dropped off a cliff, but the difference being between now and earlier on is when they ran earlier on today, the air was cooler, the track was cooler. Not that that's a particular problem, because you do want some heat in it, but as the air heats up, there's less oxygen in it to make horsepower. So, Chris Todd with the Fiesta Roo, and Gary Carr, who is currently number one. Chris Todd going, why didn't I change engines? How long ago? 8.96 at 155 and 11.07 for Gary Carr. Yeah, backs up by 0.03 of a second, which is kind of what Chris Todd did as well. So Nick Williams with the supercharged small block Copo Camaro. What a car in the Kestrel lane. Taking on Matt Davidson. I'm really surprised to see Matt Davidson out here actually after the first run. A lot of smoke and a clean-up in his lane, but obviously was nothing terminal. Went a new personal best speed, 161 miles an hour earlier. Back into the nines, well into the nines as well. The 974 for the front-wheel drive car. These two paired up in round one as well, actually. Well, Matt Davidson with problems off the line. The car's kind of slow down and stop. Nick goes 8.08, 68. That is a slight improvement. Only a slight one, but it's still an improvement. Yep, it is. Well, first appearance of the weekend for Kev Jenkins with the Fraudster. What a machine. He's just about to pack up and head out. Scandinavia. Wonderful place. If you like mosquitoes, anyway. Full of lakes, that kind of place. But it is beautiful. It's a wonderful place. He's going to go and race at Mantorp. Go and race at Tiepp Arena. Hopefully have a good time. He's going to run in the 760 class at both, I think. Taking on Phil Norman. I'm not sure whether he's going to Gardermoen after Mantorp or not. It is the weekend afterwards, I think, as usual. So the index is 7.80 for the Escort. He doesn't have a number up on the board yet. That's a good looking launch for Kev. Getting ever closer to the centre line, but it's keeping it in one place. 7.90, 171. Phil Norman goes through with the 13.24. Okay, somebody else who didn't get in a run earlier was Terry Newton. Car quit on the start line. I think his quickest ever run is down in the 880s or thereabouts. So well capable of running in the 8s is Terry in the van. That's a really good looking launch for Terry Newton and a good looking run too. 9.18 is the index. The time is 9.01, 167. Must admit, I thought that was going to be quicker than that. The speed's definitely there. The ET, I did think that was going to be an 8 for Terry Newton. But for now, he gets the number 6 spot. Well done. Dave Swift. Again, great to see Dave back with the A-altered AMX. He wants to say a big thank you to all of his sponsors, Line Fight Sight and Field Services, Taurus Cranes, LP Motorsport, Pinch and Inch, and Macallan Automotive. So thank you very much indeed for helping Dave out on track and stay out on track as well. So Line Sight and Field Services, Taurus Cranes, LP Motorsport, Pinch and Inch, and Macallan Automotive as well. Thank you very much indeed. So it's going to be a Co-Pro against an AMX. Just noticed actually, Dave Swift, the index has changed from the first round. He's now running as an A altered, not an A nitrous altered. The index is different. You can see it on the board at the finish line, 7.37. It's where a lot of decommissioned pro stock cars go to run in other parts of the world. Is comp. Reuven Dawson in at number 4 currently. 969 is his index. He went 902 earlier in Pro ET. Well, no nitrous run of 8:29 for Dave Swift, and 9.16 for Reuven Dawson. Dave Smith moves up a few spots. Yeah, no Rob Smallworth this weekend, unfortunately. The sole flag bearer for the super modified bunch is Kev Perkins. I think he blew through the clutch earlier. I think that was why it was revving a bit too high, got off the throttle. Yeah, Ahmed Jamshed, I think, was entered this weekend and unfortunately hasn't made it. Got the Pro Mods around there ready to go. Top Fuel Bike 2. So Kev Jenkins currently sits number 11 with a off pace for him anyway, 9:22. Lots of tyre shake off the line for Kev. 771 though at 176. That's not bad. That'll take him to number 6 actually for now. That will work. A 109 to 60 foot and a good speed through the finish line as well. 176 miles an hour as they roll forward. Pro Mods now is still open. We're still trying to what's the word I'm looking for? Still trying to see what's going to happen with Andy Robinson's run from earlier on today. It was a 582, but from the qualifying list, it's actually been scrubbed. So I'm guessing it didn't stand for whatever reason. And I think probably more than anything, it was the team saying, yeah, that weren't a 582. It was a really good run. It was a really quick run. It probably was. It wasn't a 582. That's the only thing. It would be great if it was. It'd be lovely if it was. Because it would also make him the quickest car in UK Pro Modified. Currently held by Bobby Wallace at a 583. And Bob will be in the pair behind Andy. So Andy's going to come round first. They've got the start motor on there. And that noise is the Anger Management NGK Camaro. Also, huge commiserations to Mick Payne, who sadly, even though he's entered, even though he's here, will not be making any qualifying runs or any runs indeed at all for the weekend in his car. It's a massive shame. So looking forward to seeing what that car could do. He did run at the European finals last year. It was a good, strong looking run. And Mick and the team worked so unbelievably hard. So Mick, commiserations, mate. Hope it comes together for the next one. Could we have Super Street Bike and Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Super Street Bike and Street Eliminator, please, into the pairing lane. So let's see what Andy Robinson can do on this one. I wonder if they just left it alone to see what it will do. Now, the 60-foot was probably about a tenth of a second too quick, which maybe made the ET about a tenth of a second too quick as well. But we're about to find out. So, good luck to Andy and Luke and the whole Robinson gang. Whoa, what a shame he had to get out of that. That was hauling. 0.960 to 60 foot. And that really was 0.960 to 60 foot. He was 2.62 to 330, but I think he was off it by then. He coasted to the 8th at 413 at only 145 miles an hour and goes across the stripe with a 7.50 at 120. But that was what's known in the business as off. Only trouble was, though, it was moving the tyres around a little bit, and it was obviously just a little bit too much. Andy, with even all of his years of experience, just a little bit too much for Andy to hang on to, and thought better of it, obviously. So, two nitrous cars next, Bobby Wallace and Jean Doulemont. Well, Bobby Wallace with the now almost traditional short burnout. Okay, so both of these two earlier on today had a bit too much tyre shake for their own liking, I think. Bobby's made it a bit further, but was still slightly weaker than what they are used to. Pro Modified in the UK and in Europe as well. They have a choice of 3 power adders, as we call them. Turbo, blower and nitrous. These are a pair of nitrous cars. They are both 900 cubic inches plus, which I think is approximately 14 odd litres, something like that. It's a lot. They're big. So in a V8, that means each cylinder is the same size as a normal passenger car, and there's 8 of them. When you chuck the nitrous in, it kicks it over somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 horsepower, would you believe? So both these two have been in the 5s on numerous occasions before. Will now be one of them. .624 at 233 for Bobby, and a 642 at 229 for Jean. Bobby's car left kind of lazy for them, to be honest with you. 101 to 60 foot. He was to the 8th in 411 at 181. For Jean, lots of tyre shake again, and he got off the throttle and over towards the wall and then nailed it again. Isn't it amazing, though, in testing on the day before the event, like John yesterday was in the 5s, no problem. And today, when it comes to qualifying, not so, unfortunately. They do have one more qualifying session before they have eliminations. I think, on the schedule anyway, at least, that is tomorrow morning, and then they'll run the last round of qualifying and eliminations tomorrow. Top Fuel Bike, we're back again with Kev Charman, who did his best Top Fuel Bike slalom impression earlier on today. Launched off towards the centre line, and he did the right thing. He did the sensible thing. He went round the blocks. He didn't try to overcorrect it. Now, as I mentioned earlier on today, this is a brand new bike, completely brand new for Kev. Does sound like it's idling quite high. There we go. Just in case you're wondering, the pin that the crew put into the throttle is so while the bike is being pushed back by them, the throttle can't open up, because that's the last thing you'd want to have happen. So the pin is put in there as a safety, just in case. The bike is pushed back, and then for the run, the pin will be removed again, so Kev can nail it. Now, Kev has ridden Top Fuel bikes before. Very accomplished and very quick as well. But this is totally new. Yeah, Liz pointing him to the right still. Kev is totally at the mercy of the crew as to which way to point him. And he is in the middle, and he is pointing down the track. So, good luck to the Nitro Junkies. Good luck to Kev Charman. Let's see how far we get this time. Well, still over to the left. Ow, he got the block. Well, he didn't move it over quite enough just before he got to the block. That's what he was trying to avoid doing. And now a big discussion down on the start line as if to say, well, did we think he went that way? I don't think you pointed him in that direction at all. So we have the rest of the Top Fuel bike field down here ready to go as well. Up next, well, first of all, will be a replacement block, but I think that's a comparatively easy thing to do these days. They're on magnets, and they are positioned in the middle of the track. So, underneath us now in the Slick Tricks lane is Jerry Lukes. Getting a thumbs up to fire it up. And Jerry earlier on today was down in the low sevens for the first time on this bike. The bike itself has been in the fives, but Jerry did a really good job of keeping it straight and keeping it lit. These are incredibly difficult bikes to ride because with the big fat rear tyre on them, when you nail the throttle, if it wants to go one way, it's going. There's not a huge amount you can do about it. You can steer them with body weight. You can steer them by leaning off to the side, but you cannot lean them over. Trying to set the record for the shortest routine from burnout to run. Pointed dead straight down the middle. Everyone's giving it the thumbs up. Yep. So most importantly, Phil Bainbridge is the one that gives him the thumbs up. So good luck, Jerry. Let's see if we can improve on the 7-second run from earlier today. Yeah, there we go. The bike was... That was almost what I was talking about, funny enough. Quite a nice launch, 110 to 60 foot. But Jerry was actually leaning to the right, but the bike was, as he was leaning, sorry, left even. As he was leaning left, the bike was pushing him right. And what happens is if you lean the bike over, if you actually try and lean it over, the tyre pushes you in the opposite direction. So the only way you can steer them is with pressure on the foot pegs or leaning off to the side of the bike. And it can't be that comfortable when you're going that sort of speed, hanging off the side of a Top Fuel bike. But anyway, it's easy for me to say. I've never done it. So underneath us now, we have Steve Willett and Phil Crossley. Phil was another one who was getting quicker and quicker. Coming to grips with the Imperial Wizard. So he was in the 7s as well earlier. See if he can nudge it into the 6s. If he did, it would be his first ever 6-second run. Very accomplished funny bike rider. He's got his own. We're in an unbelievable position in this country where we've got more Top Fuel bikes than we have riders. Phil Crossley's got his own bike that he's going to get on with riding, but he's riding this. Yep, same sort of thing as Jiri before. The bike was pushing over towards the right, and there's not a lot you can do about it. It launched very, very nicely indeed, and trickles over to a 10.3 second run. Good thing is, though, it's really strong, and it will happen. Okay, the last to make a pass will be Steve Willett. Steve has been at this for a long while now. Incredibly accomplished Top Fuel bike rider. He's won many events. Multi-time ACU champion. Also, if you sit in front of a computer or anywhere near one, check out Top Fuel Bike Passenger Ride. Yeah, it was exactly what it sounds like. It wasn't deliberate, though. It wasn't like one of those people that you saw from days gone by hanging onto the back of the wheelie bars. It was actually Phil crossing lanes and unfortunately landed on the back of Steve's machine. They were both fine. So, Steve Willett. Still dropping cylinders by the sounds of it, but he manages to run a 683 only 159 miles an hour, 102 to 60 foot. That was a lot more like it. 421 at the 8th mile. It was never going to be super quick, but it was the quickest run of the weekend so far. Can we have Supergas, Outlaw Anglia, and Wild Bunch into the pairing lanes, please? Supergas, Outlaw Anglia, and Wild Bunch into the lanes, please. So just a little bit of spray attention before we get to Super Street Bike. We had 10 bikes run in the first round, and pin your ears back if your name is Reed. But Boyce is #1 qualifier still. Yeah, I'm loving the dance that goes with being #1. What's going to happen when he runs a 6? Mike, handstands? Do you do handstands? I'm just checking. You're going to have to learn how to do them if you end up running a 6, you know that. Or just leave it to Stace to do, one of the two. Yeah, so Boyce is #1 with a 702. 706 is #2, which I think is Margot. #3 is 707 was Jake. And #4 with a 711. They're very, very tightly packed. However, we haven't had a 6-second run yet, although that might change in just, well, a couple of moments' time. You never know. So I think they're given the signal to come forward. So it's going to be Steve Venables and Brad Head side by side. The bump spot is a very soft 8.39. There will be a bump spot for an 8-bike field in Super Street this weekend. Steve Venables is the one that's currently number 4 with a 711. That bike is good for way quicker than that. Like, seriously, way quicker than that. He was the first in the 6s. Can't remember how many years ago. Was it 8 years ago? Something like that now. Against Brad Head, who's currently number 9. Red light doesn't matter in qualifying. Good looking runs in both lanes, actually. 7:10 and a 7:45 for Brad Head. Look at the speed for Steve Venables. 217 miles an hour. And that was nowhere near a perfect run. 7:45 at 192 for Brad. Tony appears to be quite happy with that one. That now bakes the bump spot, a 7.82, which is occupied by the man underneath the tower right now, Alan Morrison. Now, Dave Smith is on the outside looking in at the moment. So the bump is 7.82, but realistically, you want to be going 7.45 or quicker to go into the last session in. So 7.82 on the board up there is Alan Morrison's number from earlier. He can go way quicker than that, so can Dave Smith. However, they've got to kind of do it now. Dave Smith's not going to, and neither is Alan Morrison. Well, Dave Smith trickles through with an 11-second run. Yeah, Alan Morrison bike quit on the start line. Well, that means he's still on the bump. However, going to go into the last qualifying session. Probably on the bump spot still, which is not a comfy place to be. Okay, SSB number 1 in the Kestrel Lane, Alan Morrison. Alan Morrison Jr., sorry, had a really rough-looking ride earlier on today. Like, really. But still got it to the finish line. Taking on Jack Shook. Jack is number 10 at the moment. He's one of those on the outside looking in. Actually, if he can run quicker than 7.82, he's going to bump out Alan Morrison. That's Alan, yeah, not Junior. Good looking runs in both lanes. Alan Morrison, 7.23 at 192. I thought that's going to be quicker than that. Jack Shook actually gets in on the bump for now. 7.80 at 177 is your new bump spot. Again, for now. So, Margot Schmidt, current number 2. Who is going to deliver the first 6-second run of the weekend? There will be one. Just a when part, really. Margot's hoping it's her. She's in the Slick Tricks lane. She's currently real safe. She's number 2. She went 7.06 earlier. Taking on Kostas Giannopoulos, who went 7.24. Kostas deep staged and knocked a bit off. Someone slipping the tyre. That will be Margot. Off the throttle. Kostas goes 200 miles an hour. 7.26. He did actually knock a bit of ET off because he deep staged. That would have been another mid 7.2. But he's also part of the 200 mile an hour club. So he's still, the only surprising part, we still haven't had a 6-second run yet. Margot was going over the finish line at 26 miles an hour, but she's going to make the turn. One more pair. Okay, that one more pair will be your current number 1 qualifier, Chris Reed, who went 7.02. And the speed was a personal best as well. against Jake Michel, perennial 6-second runner, normally. He ran 6:66 on a freezing cold day in April. Well, Jake's 60 foot was 120, but he's off it. What can Chris Reed do? 7:14, another personal best speed, 208 miles an hour, and he's still number one. What a day to be a Reed, eh? Great stuff. Yeah, Jake was way quicker. Seriously, I'm not being rude. Way quicker. 4.61 to a 4.79, nearly 2/10 quicker at the 8th mile. But unfortunately, Jake's bike quit before the finish line. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator up next. Another class. Weirdness was, kind of everywhere in round one of qualifying. No one really got down the track in anything like the fashion they would normally do, apart from Al Mack. Everybody else spun. Everybody else had problems. It was just a really weird old session, really. Hoping for a bit more normality. Nigel Hale and James Murray. Nigel still blazing the tyres off the start line. No problems at all, though, for James Murray. James most recently into the 9.7s. Oh, wow, and it's a 9.63 at 139 for James Murray is number 4. 10.79 for Nigel Hale, still not exactly hanging about, 132. So, Ashley Cooper and Michael D'Souza. Ash Cooper with the Transit in the Slick Tricks lane. This truck runs, this Transit even runs well into the 9s. That's more like it. No wheel spin in either lane. More like it. 9.79 at 142 miles an hour. Michael D'Souza actually backed up a little bit at 11.11. Yeah, he went 11.06 earlier on today. Okay, Nick Howell and Tony Higgs. The number 1 spot at the moment is very gettable for Tony Higgs anyway. 7.61. So what tunes he got in there this time? Will it be the blazing tyres off the start line or blazing through the finish line? We're going to see. Yeah, I still think there's quite a bit of tyre spin going on there for Tony Higgs. 8.55 at 166 was absolutely not what they're looking for, but it's a good number all the same. 10.71. That puts Tony Higgs in at 4 at the moment. Yeah, Bob out there around about 3:30 checking out where Tony Higgs' engine coughed. You can see the marks on the track. Yeah, it's something that's got to be swept off by the looks of that. You can actually kind of see the marks on the racetrack. I'm not sure what it was. Yeah, Rob Slater is going to be, unfortunately, pushed back. It will be Elliot Day on his own because we've got a little bit of clean-up to do in the Slick Tricks lane. Looking like the shoe and the tractor as well. So good luck, Elliot. Earlier on today went 8.41. Not sure whether that gripped and it surprised him or gripped and, or didn't and it spun. But anyway, Elliot won't improve. Did the right thing though. Saved it. Made sure he didn't break anything. Dave's going to go out and film the tyre tracks. Just to make sure. So one person we didn't see in the first qualifying session was Andy Bond. A couple of weeks ago at Street Weekend, he was the defending Street Weekend champion, but unfortunately he made a run. Friday got rained out. He made a run at Melbourne, got back down, drove back down here on the street with this car, obviously. Drove all the way back down here and couldn't put in a run on the Sunday of street weekend because they had valve train issues and whatever it was, they had to take it home and fix it, and he hasn't put in a run yet. It's most unlike Andy Bond to miss any qualifying run. He normally puts in loads of extra test days and all sorts of stuff as well. Sometimes he even enters, I think the other weekend he even entered Super Gas. Once again, more than likely for a bit of extra testing, knowing him. Okay, that was a very brief sweep. It's Rob Slater, another one of those who blazed the tyres in Q1. The Slater family were part of Street Weekend, but it was actually Trudy driving the other family car. Still sounds like a bit of squealing going on there, but it was much more manageable than earlier on. 9:53 at 154. Solid run. Outlaw Anglia and Wild Bunch, please, into the pairing lanes. Outlaw Anglia and Wild Bunch, if you're not already down here, please make your way. So we have a Volvo against a Buick. Both of these are 7-second race cars. Victoria Smith in the Slick Tricks lane with a Boost Monkey. Didn't get, well, she did get a run earlier, but the burnout was about 60 foot as opposed to behind the tower, unfortunately. Taking on your current number one man, Al McSweeney, with the Evolution. Well, Al broke loose, unfortunately. That's not going to be an improvement. Victoria will get an ET, and it's a 873 at 158. Al McSweeney with a much quicker move off the line, but just a little bit too much. How cool is this? 56 against a 57 Chevy. Also, Andy Bond's first, you heard that right, first run of the weekend. Current number one spot is Al McSweeney with a 761. That is very doable for Andy Bond. But he's not been his normal clockwork self the last couple of weeks. Graham Smith spun the tyres earlier as well. Wow, good looking runs in both lanes. Andy Bond going for a bit of a wander round, but that's more like it. 7:49, and check that speed out. 205 miles an hour for Graham Smith, though. 8:56, 156 miles an hour for the Bad Apple team. Well done to him and the whole team. So, Andy Bond moves the bar slightly higher. So he can move it higher still. Rob Carter up next. I would call this pesky Passat number 3, but it's probably like, I don't know. It's probably the first one, really. Rob's run in the 7.4s before. Al Williamson earlier went 8.28 on a run that was far, far from perfect. That looks a great one for Alan Williamson. Go on. If you see a 7, oh, 8.19, 165. Something ran out of puff at the top end. That was a beauty. That was the kind of one they've been waiting for. And, yeah, don't look that way. You look that way. Sorry. Sorry, I did say don't. It's my fault, isn't it? Yeah, sorry. 12-2-2 for Rob Carter. The car just didn't really leave the line. I do hope that's not too bad for Al Williamson. He's made the. I think he's made the turn, or has he pulled over? No, he's pulled over to the side. The smoke is drifting off, and the track crew out there checking. That really did look like a great one for Alan Williamson. He did improve his time. He went 8.19, but that's not how they wanted to do it. Let's put it that way. It was going great till that moment. Okay, well, we have the jet dragster, the Fire Force 5 jet dragster of Martin Hill, putting round underneath the tower again. Which is a bit unfortunate because we can't surprise everyone again because they've seen it already, haven't you? Yeah, never mind. Yeah, the track crew are checking right at the top end, and Al is pulled over in the shutdown area. Okay, while we get Martin set to go, and we've obviously got a little bit of attention to pay to the racetrack at the top end. And get that pickup off the racetrack as well at the top of the end. Real big commiserations to Al Williamson, I beg your pardon. That's never nice to see, especially with the amount of time and effort and support they give the Street Eliminator class. So anyway, Nitro FM just for a few moments, and we'll be right back on it. So coming up, we've also got Funny Bike, I can see, Street Eliminator, we've got the Jet Car. So Al Morrison, Jack Shook, your last pair for Super Street. Whoa, Al Morrison, straight up at half track, still goes 7:43 at 191. Jack trickles through with 11 flat. Your number one qualifier at the end of that session, Super Street, will be the one, the only Boyce with a personal best. 7:02, 207 miles an hour. Street. So the 57 Chevy, when we say Street Eliminator, Rob Slater drives this 57 all the way here from Stoke-on-Trent, races it, runs in the 8s, drives all the way home again, hopefully, fingers crossed. Taking on Nick Hale. That young lady down there doing some filming on her iPhone all the time is going to have a hell of a time getting burnout rubber off it for the rest of the week. So let's see what Rob and Nick have got. Street tyres, street cars. Wow, Rob Slater absolutely annihilates the tyres off the line, unfortunately. Nick is long gone to what will probably be a 10. 10.72 at 124. Rob trickles through with 11.89. Not what he was looking for at all, I wouldn't have thought. Okay. The transit god himself. Ash Cooper. With the big block turbo in the Transit. And Michael D'Souza, a very, 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 very welcome addition to Street Eliminator for 2024. I think Street Eliminator tryouts are at the Mopars, if I'm not wrong. So if you think your car might be the kind of thing that you'd have fun with on a regular weekend, bring it along. Wow, Ash Cooper spins the seriously, Ford Transit, too much horsepower. 11.38 at 132. Michael D'Souza though, 10.85 at 123. That's more like it. Okay, Nigel Hale. The Hales had a pretty torrid time on Street Weekend a couple of weeks ago. So they start here at Sandspod, put in a run, go up to York Raceway, or Melbourne Raceway, I beg your pardon, up near York. Sort of a good few 100 miles there and back. And they had all sorts of issues. Can you imagine the tow truck that pulled this home? Taking on Tony Higgs with Trigger's broom. Wow, both of them blow the tyres off the start line. Come on. Who's going to get there first? Oh, Tony, 11.06 at 1:37. Just kind of trickled up the racetrack. They both, almost everybody's broken loose in this session so far anyway. Taking on James Murray again, who was part of Street Weekend a couple of weeks ago, running right down in the 9s and running a new personal best as well, I think. I think he got down into like the 9.7s. So if they get off the start line cleanly, the number one qualifier at the moment is a very, very soft 10.72. Both of these two well capable of outdistancing that. Nice looking run for Elliott. That will be number one qualifier. And it's an 8:41, 166 for Elliott. 10.66 at 1:28 for James Murray. So it looks like Martin is ready to go. Just what you need on a lovely summer's day to be even warmer. So, to my untrained ear, it really didn't sound like Martin wound it up nearly as much as he normally does earlier. And the only reason I'm saying that is because things on here, like it's not even fallen over. Exactly. So Martin went in the 5s earlier on today. Can he do it again? Give Richie a wave. Certainly runs like it always does. Oh, my goodness me, that was quick. That'll be really quick. 5:43 at 257 miles an hour. He was still off the gas. That's what you can call it in a jet car. Before the finish line. And yeah, it's just what you need on a sunny day. It's be even warmer. Definitely that. Give the team a round of applause, folks. We got a little bit of track prep before we go into, I think it's going to be Super Gas up next. So, Funny Bike and Comp Bike, please, into the pairing lanes. Could we have Funny Bike and Comp Bike? And it is indeed Super Gas who are going to be very quickly round the corner. Nitro FM again for a couple of moments. Back with you in a minute. So, two nitrous cars next, Bobby Wallace and Jean Doulemont. Well, Bobby Wallace with the now almost traditional short burnout. Okay, so both of these two earlier on today had a bit too much tyre shake for their own liking, I think. Bobby's made it a bit further, but was still slightly weaker than what they are used to. Pro Modified in the UK and in Europe as well. They have a choice of 3 power adders, as we call them. Turbo, blower and nitrous. These are a pair of nitrous cars. They are both 900 cubic inches plus, which I think is approximately 14 odd litres, something like that. It's a lot. They're big. So in a V8, that means each cylinder is the same size as a normal passenger car, and there's 8 of them. When you chuck the nitrous in, it kicks it over somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 horsepower, would you believe? So both these two have been in the 5s on numerous occasions before. Will now be one of them. .624 at 233 for Bobby, and a 642 at 229 for Jean. Supergas qualifying session number 2. Andy Dibley, Wayne Hiscock. Both of these two were in the 10s earlier on. Kestrel Lane for Wayne. Andy Dibley with a Magic Rat in the Slick Tricks Lane. Got to give a big shout out to Dibs as well for dragging me into the Pod Runners group. What a fantastic bunch, although you get up way too early. Like, seriously, can we not do it at 9 o'clock in the morning instead of 7? But anyway, I can't moan because I didn't do it today. But anyway, thank you very much indeed, Andy. I do much appreciate it, honestly. I'll be doing mine tomorrow morning. So, 990s. And what we're looking for? 987. Too quick, too slow for Dibs today. And a 987 as well, unfortunately, for Wayne Hiscock. Just that bit too quick. John Dalrymple, another one of those that went too quick earlier on today. Against Stu Downey, who absolutely didn't with a 992. Stu is always one of those that takes a real good stab at the perfect light award. As if by magic. An 018 for him that time. That's a little bit slow for him. And that's only because he's normally that good. 83, way too quick. John Dalrymple, at least the right side of the number, just not great. At a 10.04. Yeah, if you're not in the 990s, you're not in the game really in Supergas these days. It's just that tough. It's not me being rude about how they're running or racing or anything like that. It's just such a unbelievably competitive class. If you're not bang on the money, then you ain't going to be anywhere close. So, Jasmine Tunstall, Andy Harrison. Again, two that were in the 10s earlier on today. .911 for Jasmine. I bet that was fun. 992 with a 2 though for Andy Harrison. Yeah, it takes him to number 2 spot. Okay. Dave Fortin and Stu Morris, your next pair. Stu, Both these two, they're number 5 and 6 at the moment. Could we have Super Comp, please, into the lanes? I'm guessing that run from Jasmine was A, for fun, and B, there's a bit of a tune-up run for Super Comp, because they can tune the car okay for Supergas, because it's got more than enough in it for that, but they still need to get back on the money, as in the 890 type money. So Dave Fulton goes 10 flat and a 9.90 with a 1 for Stu Morris. That will be why he is defending UK Supergas champion. I like that. Brother and dad look at each other and goes, yeah, that was all right. Seriously, 990 with a 1. I beg your pardon. It was 0 with a 7. I was missing the bit off the top. That's probably why they said it was just all right then. Okay, Pete Creswell and Don Scott. Don was one of our 10-second runners earlier. Quite a way off at 10.15. However, in Pro ET, he dialed in with a 10 and went in the 9.9s. $10.007 and a 996. Don Scott improves slightly, but not as much as he'd have wanted. Okay, Dave Cherritt, number 2. He was number 1 earlier on today. Taking on Bob Moldham. Bob, who will be one of those that will nail it and lift, although the car isn't up to its normal pokey standard. Yeah. Missing about a 10th somewhere. .989 with the 3. Too quick for Dave Cherritt. Bob Moldham actually improves a little bit with the 10.06, but not enough to move him right up. So Tim Moore, he's the last to come around to qualify. He went 10 flat earlier. Needs a 10th of a second, at least. The extra 6th thou would be even better. Well, he's just going for a Sunday drive, isn't it? 10.00 with a 4. Yeah, I think Tina's right. It just doesn't seem to move off the start line. Okay. Colin, call me Freddie Fagerstrom Miller. In the Slick Tricks lane. That seems to be fair to Colin. He's always done that anyway. Taking on Doug McClure. This is Outlaw Anglia. Standard wheelbase. Standard wheelbase, excuse me. Set up and beg 4 pops. They can run in the 6s, would you believe? Colin's one of them. Whoa, Colin heads for the centre line before 3:30. Still takes it through to an 8.80. And a 10.51 for Dougie. Nice number. Well, I did wonder why the car underneath me was revving unusually highly before running. Wayne Power had problems keeping the car running earlier on. Hopefully, this will be a lot more like it. I don't think he didn't. He didn't get in a run earlier today. Still don't sound right. Still not bad with a 967 at 137 miles an hour. Just doing a quick track check before we carry on. And we are carrying on with the Wild Bunch. So, qualifying session number 2. No Bob Hawkins by the looks of it in this one. Before we're just going to go into Funny Bike after this. So, Rob Brown is currently number 1. He dials an 8.49 with the Slingshot. If you like the look of these kind of cars, then please be here in a week today. Well, actually, a week Friday. Well, Friday would be good. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Europe's biggest nostalgia event, Dragstalgia, which is absolutely fabulous. We've got live bands, we've got marquee displays, we've got Dos Palamos all the way here, and the Moon Eye Dragster as well from Southern California. We've got a massive, massive field of nostalgia cars. We've got a 16-car Dragstalgia Cannonball. We've got the NSA bikes, just so much. Incredible field of nostalgia super stocks as well. So you do not want to miss that one if you like this kind of stuff. It's going to be fun. Well, Rob heading for the centre line. He's still on the centre line. That's a little bit more like it. 873 at 154. Did lose a bit of ET, unfortunately, having to get off it, so he didn't go over the centre line. 985 for Phil James. No help for him, unfortunately. VW Pro, please. Into the pairing lanes. Could we have VW Pro? Into the lanes, please. So, Funny Bike. Thomas Joswig with a great first run earlier. 7:57 in the Slick Tricks lane. We also have a bum spot for Funny Bike, which is lovely to see. And the reason I say that is because the earlier events in the year, we had sort of like 4 or 5 bikes most of the time. So we've actually got 9 this weekend. Lionel Lalagou. I really hope I've said that right. From France, how would you guess from the name? In the Kestrel lane, on the bike that used to belong, well, it might still belong actually to Eric Richard, but it's the bike he used to ride. Yeah, Eric's down there on the start line helping him out and lining him up, actually. Yep. Giving him a thumbs up. And Thomas from Germany. Yeah, Thomas earlier went 7:57. Won't be surprised if that's one of his quickest runs ever, actually. So, heads up racing, meaning the tree will go green. There's no breakouts, there's no dial-ins. Well, Thomas will not improve. I think Lionel might, though. He went 9.0 earlier. This time it's a 7:57 at 178 miles an hour. By the looks of that, born to ride a funny bike. Congratulations, sir. What was the number? 7:57 with a 5. He goes into the number 5 spot. He only improves 1 spot. But a much, much better run. 2.5 quicker. That takes some doing. Thomas Josvig is cruising up there at the top end. I hope he gets over the finish line and round to the gate. I don't think he's going to, though. No, he's just cruising past the speed trap. Over the finish line. Yeah. He's getting off and he's having a push. Still got a way to go to to get to the actual turn-off, which is, yeah, you can see there comes the quad. It's got a very handy attachment on that quad when the bikes are running. It's got a dolly specifically for bikes, which I don't know whether Thomas is going to need or he's going to keep walking. I think he's still strolling at the moment. Okay, so behind us we have Storm, the compound turbo funny bike ridden by Lorcan Parnell. It's an absolute engineering work of art. Didn't have the greatest start to the season. However, like with most race machinery, just run one run away from running really quickly. And the bike itself has been down into the mid-60s with Lorcan on board. It really does fly. However, with everything being home and hand-built, they can be somewhat temperamental, as can Top Fuel bikes and, you know, a lot of the machinery you see out here, quite honestly. And Lorcan will be going alongside the one and only Roger Moore. Yes, he of previous Pro Mod fame. The good news is Thomas's bike is being dollied off the top end. There we go. It'll be rounding the corner in just a couple of minutes. Hi, Lucy. All right, Rog, give your dad a pat on the back from me. Go on. Tell him good luck. He doesn't need... Yeah, sorry. That was the most tenuous wave I've ever seen, Rog, but there we go. So good luck to the Box of Frogs team. Roger has been running quicker and quicker this season. Bike originally built and ridden by Bob Brooks. Well, unfortunately for Lorcan, he's not going to be making this qualifying run. If you get to look at the Storm Facebook page, honestly, just prepare yourself, because it's just never-ending grief is frankly the only way of putting it. Sometimes it throws them a bone, but the vast majority of the time, it's never-ending grief. So Roger Moore is in currently number 3, went 7.36 earlier on. See what he can do this time round. Not going to be looking to go any slower, obviously. 748, 177, slows up a little bit, but still really good strong run. I say slows up at 177 miles an hour. It's not like he's hanging about, is it? Okay, Dave Peters actually at the moment is the one who is on the outside looking in. The bump spot is a very, 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 very soft 1357. He can cut that in half quite easily. Number 1 spot might be a big ask at a 676, but he can definitely get up into the top. Well, Martin Zylstra won't be making this run with him. Good looking run for Dave. 740, 173 miles an hour. That's a lot more like it. Steps up to the number 4 spot for Dave Peters. So Martin Zylstra was due to be his opponent. He's going to be making a bye run. Martin is already in the number 2 spot. Went 728 earlier. It's good to see Steve French down on the start line helping out as well. Steve's been doing this a long while. Will it be an improvement on a 7.2? Not quite. 7.44, 179. Strong run all the same. Just not quite as quick. Again, knocking on 180 miles an hour, not exactly hanging about. Okay, Ryan Davidson. I'm not sure whether Phil Crossley still owns it, but when he did, it certainly didn't hang about. Phil's down there on the start line, checking it out. Very much looking forward to seeing Phil's new bike, as I'm sure loads of people are. It's a Nitro V4. You heard that right. It's so cool. Up against Aswin and Noble. Both these two are 7 and 8 at the moment, and the 12:55 number on the board is Aswin's. No one can bump him out at the moment, I don't think. Ryan Davidson earlier went 8-1. $784, 177. That will certainly work for Ryan. And 877 at 149. Never quite sounded like the clutch released on Aswin's bike that time. Just seemed to do a lot of revving and not a lot of going forwards, by comparison anyway. Still two more, actually. Looks like Lorcan will get his shot. But your number one qualifier, at the moment anyway, looking to improve, is Eric Richard from France. Went 6.76 about a month ago at the main event, the first round of the FIM European Championship. He was well down into sixes, like well down. I can't remember the exact number, but I'm pretty sure it began with a 6.4. .668, another improvement, a great speed as well at 218 miles an hour. Okay, Lorcan Parnell going to be taking his shot with Storm. Lorcan is now the one on the outside looking in. Needs to go quicker than an 877, at least anyway, to book his place in eliminations for tomorrow. They've still got one more qualifying session after this. However, doing it now would be preferable. Don't close your eyes, Simon, whatever you do. So good luck to the whole team. I told you that thing goes. Great looking run for Lorcan all the way through. 692, 199 miles an hour. Put your hands together for all of them. What a season they have had. And to see that 6-second run come up on the board. Number 2 qualifier. However, check that out. Almost 200 miles an hour. Hopefully the smoke through the finish line was just a bit of an overrun on the turbo. But very, very well deserved after an entire season, well, full of grief, although it's, you know, it's normally like that, but that was much better. Well done to Lorcan. Okay, Dave is jogging for the tractor, which normally means only one thing, unfortunately. We do have something to clean up at the top end, or they're saying that end's not going anywhere. So it must only be down here on the start line. The top end crew are doing their normal shoe shuffle up there. Yeah, it is just a simple drag of the start line, hopefully anyway. Now, the reason that you see all those people appear up the top end is when the car or bike goes around the corner right down the top end when they've slowed down. There is an entire team up there that check everything over to make sure that there's nothing leaking, come off, whatever it might be. And if there's either anything missing or there's anything leaking, they radio the rest of the team to go out there and to sort it out, which is exactly what they're doing. So the team at the top end in the Slick Tricks lane are just checking it out. The unfortunate thing is the track's parked in the middle, which doesn't always mean it's going to be good. However, we've got Comp Bike coming up right after them. I can see Super Comp round in the lanes as well, and loads of other good stuff. So while the track crew do their thing, again, hopefully it won't be too long, I'll hand back to Nitro FM. We've still got a number of hours left to entertain you, so we're going to do our best to do exactly that. So Nitro FM, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. So I think they're given the signal to come forward. So it's going to be Steve Venables and Brad Head side by side. The bump spot is a very soft 8.39. There will be a bump spot for an 8-bike field in Super Street this weekend. Steve Venables is the one that's currently number 4 with a 711. That bike is good for way quicker than that. Like, seriously, way quicker than that. He was the first in the 60s. Can't remember how many years ago. Was it 8 years ago? Something like that now. Against Brad Head, who's currently number 9. Red light doesn't matter in qualifying. Good looking runs in both lanes, actually. 7:10 and a 7:45 for Brad Head. Look at the speed for Steve Venables. 217 miles an hour. And that was nowhere near a perfect run. 7:45 at 192 for Brad. Tony appears to be quite happy with that one. That now bakes the bump spot, a 7.82, which is occupied by the man underneath the tower right now, Alan Morrison. Now, Dave Smith is on the outside looking in at the moment. So the bump is 7.82, but realistically, you want to be going 7.45 or quicker to go into the last session in. So 7.82 on the board up there is Alan Morrison's number promoter. He can go way quicker than that, so can Dave Smith. However, they've got to kind of do it now. Dave Smith's not going to, and neither is Alan Morrison. Well, Dave Smith trickles through with an 11-second run. Yeah, Alan Morrison bike quit on the start line. Top Speed Automotive Street Eliminator up next. Another class. Weirdness was, kind of everywhere in round 1 of qualifying. No one really got down the track in anything like the fashion they would normally do, apart from Al Mack. Everybody else spun. Everybody else had problems. It was just a really weird old session, really. Hoping for a bit more normality. Nigel Hale and James Murray. Nigel still blazing the tyres off the start line. No problems at all, though, for James Murray. James most recently into the 9.7s. Oh, wow, and it's a 9.63 at 139 for James Murray is number 4. 10.79 for Nigel Hale, still not exactly hanging about at 132. So, Ashley Cooper and Michael D'Souza. Ash Cooper with the Transit in the Slick Tricks lane. This truck runs, this Transit even, runs well into the 9s. That's more like it. No wheel spin in either lane. More like it. 9.79 at 142 miles an hour. Michael De Souza actually backs up a little bit at 11.11. Yeah, he went 11.06 earlier on today. Okay, Nick Howell and Tony Higgs. The number one spot at the moment is very gettable for Tony Higgs anyway. 7.61. So what tunes he got in there this time? Will it be the blazing tyres off the start line or blazing through the finish line? We're going to see. Yeah, I still think there's quite a bit of tyre spin going on there for Tony Higgs. 8.55 at 166 was absolutely not what they're looking for, but it's a good number all the same. 10.71. That puts Tony Higgs in at 4 at the moment. Yeah, Bob out there around about 3:30 checking out where Tony Higgs' engine coughed. You can see the marks on the track. Yeah, it's something that's got to be swept off by the looks of that. You can actually kind of see the marks on the racetrack. I'm not sure what it was. Yeah, Rob Slater is going to be, unfortunately, pushed back. Earlier on today went 8.41. Not sure whether that gripped and it surprised him, or gripped and, or didn't and it spun. But anyway, Elliot. We are back. Sorry about that. I don't know what volume knob is after years of doing this job. Anyway, Jasmine Cordell and Mark Dainty. Your first pair out in comp bike. Jazz is actually number one qualifier currently. Went 7.48 earlier, which was a pretty good run. However, one of those that can snatch it off of her is the guy in the other lane, Mark Dainty. Could we have VW Sportsman, please, into the pairing lanes? VW Sportsman, please, for Q2. Yep, we're still on Q2 for everybody. Well, Mark Dainty's on a great one here. 6.94. 198 miles an hour for Mark Dainty, your new number one qualifier, needless to say. Jasmine gets bumped back to number 2. Another really strong run with the 7.50. Outstanding from Mark Dainty. Get that man back in Super Street bike. I know he probably won't, but, it's a nice idea. Danny Cockrell and Dan Diaz. Both these two have known each other for a long while. Mr. Diaz in the Kestrel Lane used to be one of the crew guys when Danny was racing in Pro Mod a number of years ago. Both of them a little off pace earlier on. Well, Dan Diaz had to back off the throttle going upwards. 750 at 195. Big speed. Gets the number 3 spot. And bumps Dan Cockrell back. 8.26 for Danny. Actually, they're both Danny, aren't they? So I'm going to have to stop doing that. Okay, Blade King and Paul Hambidge, your next pair. Another 2. Well, Paul Hambidge, definitely. He was slightly underperformed in the first round of qualifying. And again, I'm not being rude. I'm just going by normal performance, shall we say. Blade King, though, a terrific run. 7.81. That, for a small, tired, slick bike, is pretty stout. That poor thing's revving its backside off going through the finish line, I think. That's a lot more like it from both of them. Paul Hambidge goes 7.72, 182. Blade backs up his earlier run with a 7.93. That only gets Paul Hambidge a number 7 spot, would you believe? Okay, Anna Sasiak and Charlie Anasagasti. I really hope I said that right too. From Zvola. In the Slick Tricks lane. Anna's number 9 with the best of 9:40 from earlier. Charlie nowhere near with a 23-second run. Can be all put right. Looking like a bit of a rough ride for Charlie, but he's staying with it until then. 8:55 at 1:34. That'll get him up to number 9. Anna goes through with an 8:67. Nice looking run at 156. Okay, Len Padgett, who didn't get to run earlier on today, on the bike that is, and stroke was, probably still is, a legal pro stocker, but he's running in comp bike. Taking on Dan Piggott. Dan went 7:53. Len ran out of gears by the sound of that. Still cruises through with an 8:30, only 120 miles an hour. Daniel goes 8:54, no improvement. Len actually gets in at number 9 for now. Okay, Sigmaro Profas and Tony Clark. Sigmaro number 12, Tony 13, both of them obviously going to be looking to improve. Everybody above them is in the mid-8s or quicker, or a lot quicker for that matter. Both of them have what it takes to go a lot quicker than that. Well, not a hesitation from Tony from the bike, though. 7:85 at 1:77 for Sigmaro. Gets him up to number 9. Tony doesn't, he doesn't improve his position. He improves the ET with 11:07 at 147. There's an awful lot more in that bike. It's just not behaving off the start line, unfortunately. Okay, Adam Burns again. We didn't see Adam in the first qualifying session. We've now got 13 bikes. We're going to be running a 16-car 16-bike even elimination ladder. So Adam, another bike that for all the world, you look at it, you think, oh, that looks like a Super Street bike. That's because it was. Whoa. Oh, give that man a round of applause, everybody. It's almost like he meant to do it, wasn't it? Dearie me. Well held. I think he must have took about 3 deep breaths before that. Well, now the bike stopped and it's all gone quiet. Give him a round of applause, everybody. Come on again. Goodness me. I would say take a bow, but he sort of did when he stopped, didn't he? Oh. Yeah, something like that. Well done. Well, the good news is the bike's in one piece. The bad news is he's not qualified. However, he does have one more run to come back and do it again later on today. That was incredibly well held. Hands off of the handlebars a couple of times too, but he did manage to get it stopped. Certainly made the most of the moment as well. Putting his hands up at the end of it. There we go. I meant to do that, is what he's saying underneath there, isn't it? No, you didn't. All right, fair enough. I'll be quiet. Okay, 30 Martina, another one who hasn't got an ET on the board in comp. Also, there's 2 more bikes that we haven't got in the order, in the qualified order, that are here. This is one of them. Whoa! 2 slightly more lively runs than you'd want in the same lane, one after the other. But he landed it and still went through at 186 miles an hour. How entertaining is Comp Bike this afternoon? Deary me. 808 was his number. He gets a number 10 spot with that. I love the way he landed that and thought, you know what? I'm here. I might as well just leg it out. Okay, so we have 14 bikes that have run so far. Adam Burns didn't get an ET, needless to say. He will have one more shot at qualifying in the last run today. Okay, Graham Dance. Really surprised and happy to see Graham Dance down here. For the simple reason that he was training a bit of smoke through the finish line last time, which resulted in a bit of a clean-up. And normally that does not spell good news, as in any more racing for the day. And as if by magic, it all goes quiet. Yeah, I was thinking that. So Graham is being pushed back. Thank you, Splinter. Or was that for me? That telling me to shut up. Anyway, yeah, Graham Dance, unfortunately, being pushed back. He is qualified. He's well in the show. With a mid-7 second run. Everybody in Comp Bike and pretty much every class has got another run later on today. As we're on to Super Comp. Okay, your first pair will be Andy Clifford against Steve Hudson. Now, 2 cars earlier on ran 8.9s, 2 of them ran 8.92s, and both of them were named Hudson. One of them was Paul, and one of them was Steve. This is Steve with the altered. And he was the one that was slightly quicker of the 2. So the number on the board is what they're all looking for. 8.90. Andy Clifford earlier on today was the right side of the number, went 9.24. The trouble with Andy is the car can go way quicker than 8.90 now. Although not if it's facing at the tree. He's backed out of it. Steve Hudson goes 8.91 with a 3. Well, that breaks the deadlock. He's now number 1. He's now the quickest Hudson of the day, for now. Anyway, that is potentially until Paul Hudson, makes his run in the Kestrel lane with the pension pot, pairing up again against Leah Kellett. Leah, a wonderful young lady, a little ray of light that we've had in our drag racing world for many years now. And when she started driving the car, it was almost like she was born to do it. I mean, that's her brother Joe out front. Joe was around in Junior Dragster for many, many years and stepped up to the bigger cars and did just as well. But Leah, when she got in this car to run in Supercomp, has done unbelievably well. Unfortunately, Paul is being pushed back. It may be because either something or somebody is on the racetrack at the top end, because I can see quite a few people down there past the finish line. If everybody looks up there, they can see pretty much the same thing. So they will be pushed back and get another chance. They are. Just brought... I love the way Paul Hudson has managed to save race fuel by you doing that. Thank you very much, Dave, and everybody else on the crew. So there we go. think they're getting the signal to fire up again. Maybe not. Pete just making sure that the tyres are still warm. I think somebody it might be Andy Clifford. He's actually stranded over there by the wall there. They're getting him moving. Okay, they're giving the signal to fire back up again. So once again, I've got to mention, everybody later on, 8 o'clock up by Scrutineering. If you have a Dolly t-shirt, please come and join in for the photo shoots. Come and support one of the brightest lights in UK drag racing. You know who she is. So earlier on, Leah went 8.81. That's way too quick. Almost simultaneous throttle stops. Paul Hudson all over his lane. 9.01 and a 9.40. Hey? That was bizarre. That was almost like the throttle stop didn't come off again, because that's not the speed that Leah's car should be running. That was odd. Okay. Well, coming around underneath the tower. This is going to be fun. This is the first run in the brand new to her Miss Stig Dragster. This is Ellie Mae Brown. Tracy, if you're watching in, she's going to be absolutely fine. I'm sure Lee's a nervous wreck, but she's going to be absolutely fine. Got Scott Hauser down there helping on the start line too. Yep, just saying bring it over. So this car's been around in drag racing for a little while, but not in Ellie's hands. Now, before she drove this, she was very, very proficient in junior dragster. Won the European finals last year. Dad Lee, who's leading in there, has been around in drag racing for an awfully long time. Well, not that long, obviously, Lee, but you know what I mean. Anyway. And Ellie is taking her first steps into grown-up adult drag racing with the Miss Stig car. Well, there you go. All part of the learning process. Unfortunately, the car kind of jumped through stage, but at least she's out there on the track. That was the start of her learning process with supposed to be a burnout and a launch, and I think she pretty much did that. So, congratulations to everybody. And Tracy, she's fine if you're watching in. Well done, Lee. Well done to everybody. You can all go and have a rest now for at least 5 minutes till she gets back from the top end. So she's going to make the first turn off, and we are into VW Pro. Okay, so we've got VW Pro, VW Sportsman, and Sportsman ET, and then we're into qualifying cycle number 3. Starting off with Pro ET again fairly soon. So this is VW Pro. It's a dial your own class. Big thanks to all the VW DRC headline sponsors. Race-coated bearings, Darkside Developments, DH Automotive, RTMG Performance, CG Motorsport Performance Clutches, Artec Performance, Hangar 30, and Pro Race Engineering. That's Luke Stevenson with the Don, dial 1199. I don't think he's going to care if he breaks out. In fact, he'd like to. Taking on James Gould with the Altered. Well, either Luke's going really quick or James is going really slow. 11.65. James was going slow. To a 12.14, getting so close to that 11-second time and ticket for the goal for Luke. So, in the world of electric vehicles, these guys have been, for a number of years now, pioneers. The Black Currant Racing Beetle. Sam Young, just up the road in Hungerford. A couple of brothers managed to do what the biggest motor manufacturers haven't managed to do, which is get one of these things to run seriously quick. They've caught up now, but back when they started, they were way ahead of their time. Against Phil Blogg with the caddy. What really good looking run for Sam Young until it broke loose again about the same spot, a couple of 100 foot out. It won't be an 840, 959 at 122. And 12.48. Pro ET, please, into the pairing lanes. That will be for your final session of the weekend. Okay, Chris Waterhouse earlier on today went 9.55. This time he dials 9.45 up against James Hodson. James dials 10.99. Yeah, a bit of a late gear shift from Chris. I'll be surprised if this is a 9.4. Yeah, 10.37. Great speed though. An 11.05 for James Hodson moves him into the number 2 spot for now. Okay, Jake Fronda. That is one seriously nice car. Very clean. He's in the Golf against Paul Walkgate. Paul with a caddy. Red light for Paul doesn't matter. It's all about the ETs. They're both looking for low 11s. $11.99 and $12.31. Jake actually goes to number 3 with that one. Jake, I beg your pardon, was looking for 11.91, 0.08 of a second off. Abby Tether, your current number 1 qualifier. Dale's 12.79 this time. Against Stu Hodson. So this car with a 9.99 second dialing really hauls. Now I said that he's having all sorts of gear problems and just cruising. It will be Abby getting there first. Can she run 12.79? 12.89. She was number 1. She stays number 1. So Hazel and Rob Carter. What I have to say about this pairing is one isn't a Passat. How does that work? Honestly, I've no idea. Hazel dials 12.49. Rob, 11 flat. Really? Okay, fine. It's got a block of wood under the throttle or something. Is that what it is? Just wait for Stu Hodson to clear the to top end. That's what the delay's for, but it won't be a couple of moments. So, yeah, in Street Eliminator and VW Pro as well, this is Rob Carter. The car can run into the mid to slightly quicker 7s. Not this time, though. Not this time. I'm not sure what they have to do to it to get it to run only 11 seconds, though. Is anyone else thinking that's a lot quicker than 11 flat? Oh, maybe not. 11.34, there we go. He knows what he's doing. And a 12.64 for Hazel gets her number 6. Rob actually rolls in to the number 8 spot. Okay, Carl Goldsmith. Always good to see Carl. Oh, nearly rolls all the way through stage. Competing in Street Weekend a couple of weeks ago. With the Corrado, this time looking for 12.99 from the Beetle. 12.95. 400's too quick, but a nice clean run for Carl. Something to work on. Well done, mate. Very good indeed. Okay, VW Sportsman. Your next class. So we've got VW Sportsman, Sportsman ET to go, and then we are back into Pro ET for qualifying session, or the start anyway, of qualifying cycle number 3. Nigel Gregg and Kaz Waterhouse. Nigel with the Audi Daily Driver, and Kaz with the slightly quicker Audi TT. Nigel at the moment is your number 1 qualifier. 15.26 breakout and 57 for Kaz, up to number 20. So a pair of Audi TTs from different vintages. George Miller with Sonic the TT. I'd say that was a lot newer than the one in T'other Lane for Linda Thomas. However, it might be newer. It's not quicker. Breakout for Linda and, well, George as well. Both of them break out by a few hundredths of a second, which is not quite the idea. Okay, Tom Circuit with the Lupo. And Steve Stone. The other thing I need to mention as well, just where it's slightly quieter. I'll wait till this pair go. Well, Steve is going to get there first with a 14.25 second off. And 19.09. Tom Circuit stays number 3. Okay, so yeah, just a brief announcement from the management here at Sandspod Raceway. The football is on in the bar both nights. The games at 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock this evening are being screened in the bar if you fancy going and watching. Also, tomorrow, even though racing will more than likely be done by then, the bar will be open and the TV screens will be on. Both games tomorrow night, 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock. One of those will be a country you're quite familiar with. You know what I mean. Tom Webb and Jerry Sadler. $12.23 for Tom. Jerry breaks out. No help for either of them. They stay put in qualifying. Yeah, so the football is on tonight for both games in the bar. 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock, kick-off for both. And exactly the same tomorrow, even though racing will more than likely be finished. If anyone wants to hang around and have a knees up, you're very welcome. I think it was the final a couple of years ago. The Euro final with England and Italy. And that was in the bar. And I've never ever had anything like it where the queue is normally to get out the racetrack, and because the bar was open and it was free and it was being screened, there was a massive queue to get in at the end of an event. Steve Metcalf, Paul Robinson, number 1 from last year, and number 3 today. Nicely done. 600s off. Okay, Olivia Carter with the more traditional Carter mode of transport, a Passat. It is, you know, in the Kestrel lane. And Danny Bean with the Lupo. 64.5 plays 13.60. Well, that Lupo might be dinky, but it doesn't hang about. 13.60 with a 7 will be your number 2 qualifier. Olivia as well moves up to 13 with a 16.80. Well, in a session that hasn't had much moving around, that was more like it. Okay, Phil Jones and John Gallant. Phil Jones with the A3. We'll get there first. 15.23 moves up to 13, and John Gallant over a second off his dial. That will not be an improvement, unfortunately, for him. Okay, Reese Finney and Nigel Gregson. $13 flat for Nigel. With the best name for a car for a while. Golfy McGolfface. $13.26 for Nigel Reese goes. 16.73. He moves up 2 spots, and Nigel moves up to 13. I say 2 very good friends racing each other. Well, they're very good friends apart from when they are racing each other, funnily enough. John Crawford with the Dennis Priddle tribute car, Crawford Motorsports Golf in the Kestrel lane. 15.80 for him, and a 16.41 for the lovely, wonderful, enigmatic, and did I forget to say beautiful, Polly Judge. John's looking at reaction time going, Polly, how did you beat me? How did that happen? 16.58 for Polly and the 32. Polly actually moves up to number 12 with that one, in the right direction. And 16.32 for John Crawford that time. Lorraine Large with the Nurse Beetle. How long does that take to clean? Those kind of wheels look. Those wheels look like my kind of a nightmare to clean. They do. Taking on Jason Ainslow. It says on the screen it's a Beetle. That ain't a Beetle in any way, shape, or form. So what can Lorraine do this time? Run 0.8 over dial-in. Okay. Jason stays 7. Lorraine stays 22 for now. Never mind. Okay. Larry Ainslow. Taking on Bobby Hunter. So a second difference in Darlin. Larry gets there first with a 14.22 and a 15.16. Nobody moves. Larry stays 11 and Poppy stays 3. Jordan Clark with the family Thunderbug. 13.99 against Justin Foley with the Red Dwarf. Last pair of VW Sportsman before we move into Sportsman ET, and right after them will be Pro ET. $14 flat for Jordan Karks, number 3. Well done. Justin Foley goes to 14 with that one. So, one more qualifying run for them later today. But in the meantime, Sportsman ET. And if you didn't hear it before, I'll say it again. The football is on in the bar, 5 o'clock tonight and 8 o'clock kickoffs. And the same tomorrow, even though I know the event may be over by then. It will be on in the bar from 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the evening. Adam Wakefield, Clive Dandridge, your first pair in Sportsman. 12.95 plays 12.65. Well, either Clive Dandridge is going really quick or Adam Wakefield isn't. 12.55. Yeah, it's kind of a bit of both, really. Clive Dandridge broke out. Adam Wakefield does improve slightly, but a 34, nearly half second off his dial. Okay. The legend is Brian Huxley. If that legend needed embellishing anymore, he's going to put a big block. Big block V8 in a Ford Focus, obviously. In the Kestrel Lane, taking on Gary Lake with the Arabian Night. Currently numbers 6 and 17, however, Brian Huxley is very well known for putting the rabbit or two out the hat. Whoa, not quite that time, too quick. A breakout, but Gary Lake goes to number 2 with a 13.97 on a 13.96, only 100th second off. Well done. Okay, Terence Attry with a standard Focus. It's not going to go like that one. Against Simon Swarbrick. Simon Swarbrick with a 12 flat dial in. With the nitrous on this car, can run in the 10s. This time goes 12.59 at 102. Terence goes up to Nick's number 6 with a 901, or sorry, 1901. Just in case he was listening in the car and thought, my God, I've picked up 10 seconds. Okay, Troy Attry with a Camaro against a slightly different vintage Camaro in the other lane, a Kirsty Tram. Kirst was some way off her usual pace earlier. Went, hang on, where is it? Yeah, 12.42, which is not far off half a second off usual pace. Much more like it on the tree. And let's hope it's much more like it on the racetrack too. Oh. Sorry, it's funny, but it's not funny, is it? 12.02. The car's back on form. Anyway, that's the good news. 12.55 in the other lane. Yeah, Kirst broke out with a 12.02 that time. So you can bet the dial-in will be a 12 flat in the last qualifying session, and she'll run 12.10. Jane McCready, thank you very much indeed for the cupcake, Jane. That was very, very kind of you bringing that up for me. It's the 10-year anniversary of Jane racing in Ben's van down there in the Kestrel Lane. It was 10 years ago this weekend, the Summer Nationals in 2014, that Jane started her racing career. So Happy anniversary to Jane and the van as well. Taking on Chris Wynn of Euro Dragster. In the other lane, Chris goes 16.19. Jane goes 15.87. Not really going to help either, unfortunately. Could we have Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please? Street Eliminator into the pairing lanes, please. Okay, Sylvia Purcell. Kestrel side against Michelle Walker. The car called My Nanny and Me. Isn't that cute? I think Michelle went a bit sort of too quick earlier. The car looked very resplendent in its new colours. So this time round, Michelle goes 12.87. That actually moves her up 3 spots. Well done. I see she's inherited your reaction times. Did you notice that? That's nothing to do with you. All right, fair enough then. Okay, Pete Walters. With the Camaro in the Kestrel lane, 12.40 for him. And Alexander Pryor with the T-Caddy. Literally, it has a tea rack on the top, or a picnic table, whichever you prefer. Doesn't matter if it runs 20.45. What matters is it consistently runs 20.45. Pete goes 12.43. That'll be good for about number 3 or 4, I think. We won't know until Alexander gets over the line. The answer is Pete Walters goes... Actually, no, he stays number 4. Beg your pardon. And Alexander goes... 20.20, just a little bit too quick. Okay, Jago Stokes with the Skyline and Georgina Smith. $12.66, nice run for Jago. And $12.95. George stays number 5. Yeah, no moving for either of them. Okay, Holly Walters with one of the many family cars, although this one happens to be a Fox body. In the Kestrel lane, 12 flat for her, and 12.57 for Steve Giles. A few more pairs in Sportsman to go before we roll round the last qualifying session for everybody. $12.07 for Holly. Stays number 3, 2 really good runs. $12.52 for Steve Giles. On a 57, that'll be a 500s breakout. Rob Creswell and James Grew. Robbie's number 28 at the moment. Actually, that'll be dead last. That was only because he's one of the very few now that have broken out, actually. Okay, 13.07. That's not bad for James Grew. Up to number 8. Rob Creswell gets himself to number 15 with a 14.80. Jordan Griffin with the Suzuki Swift. A car that wouldn't be very friendly over speed bumps, I think is the best way to put that. And Steph Pateman. With Mum's BMW is the short version. Considering there's only a few hundredths in reaction time between them, and in dialing between them, someone's either going too fast or too slow. Well, Steph was on the money, and yeah, Jordan wasn't, unfortunately. 14.85. Okay, Jamie Creswell, the highest qualified Creswell. And the reason I say that is because no one else is higher. She's number one, currently anyway. She is in the very mint and clean and tidy looking Ford Focus against Rich Palmer in the family cat. Okay, Richard Palmer is away and running. Uh, 13.54 and a 33. Stays at 16. Jamie stays at number one. She couldn't really move up from there, could she? Al Medley and Felicity Gibbs, your next pair. Little Miss Rampage taking on Captain Caveman. I can hear a cackle. I'm probably not the only one. So Al Medley is number 21. Felicity is actually at the moment dead last at 28. Now she's only had one run so far, which was a breakout. That could change about now. $30.63 goes, $13.92. And what about Felicity? That's more like it, up to number 10. $17.31. Yeah, I can definitely hear a cackle. There's only one car that could be, actually. Okay, Ian Dance, who is now effectively the bump. In a Kestrel lane against Jill Medley with the indecently quick V8 Jeep. 12.51, 12.59. Nicely done, Jill. She's up to number 9. Ian Dunce does actually improve one spot up to number 27. Okay. A small amount of track pep and grooming, and we're on with Pro ET qualifying session number 2. So, Nitro FM just for a few moments, because my throat is only slightly sore. I would very much appreciate it. Talk to you soon. Okay, that was a very brief sweep. It's Rob Slater, another one of those who blazed the tyres in Q1. The Slater family were part of Street Weekend, but it was actually Trudy driving the other family car. Sounds like a bit of squealing going on there, but it was much more manageable than earlier on. 9.53, 154. Solid run. Outlaw Angler and Wild Bunch, please, into the pairing lanes. Outlaw Angler and Wild Bunch, if you're not already down here, please make your way. So we have a Volvo against a Buick. Both of these are 7-second race cars. Victoria Smith in the Slick Tricks lane with a Boost Monkey. Didn't get, well, she did get a run earlier, but the burnout was about 60 foot as opposed to behind the tower, unfortunately. Taking on your current number 1 man, Al McSweeney, with the Evolvolution. Well, Al broke loose, unfortunately. That's not going to be an improvement. Victoria will get an ET, and it's a 873 at 158. Al McSweeney with a much quicker move off the line, but just a little bit too much. How cool is this? 56 against a 57 Chevy. Also, Andy Bond's first, you heard that right, first run of the weekend. Current number 1 spot is Al McSweeney with a 761. That is very doable for Andy Bond. But he's not been his normal clockwork self the last couple of weeks. Graham Smith spun the tyres earlier as well. Wow, good looking runs in both lanes. Andy Bond going for a bit of a wander around, but that's more like it. 7:49, and check that speed out. 205 miles an hour for Graham Smith though. 8:56, 156 miles an hour for the Bad Apple team. Well done to him and the whole team. So, Andy Bond moves the bar slightly higher. So he can move it higher still. Rob Carter up next. I would call this pesky Passat number 3, but it's probably like, I don't know. It's probably the first one, really. Rob's run in the 7.4s before. Al Williamson earlier went 8.28 on a run that was far, far from perfect. That looks the great one for Alan Williamson. Go on. If you see a 7, oh, 8.19, 165. Something ran out of puff at the top end. That was a beauty. That was the kind of one they've been waiting for. And, yeah, don't look that way. You look that way. Just what you need on a lovely summer's day to be even warmer. Session. If you don't get in the top 32 now, unless anyone breaks, you ain't going to be around to race tomorrow. I have a nice little work experience fellow to my right, which is most unusual, really. It's really weird. Now, I'm going to cop a lot of flack for saying like this, but do you know you're with someone for a long time and you sleep on a certain side of the bed? It's just really weird when they get in the wrong side of the bed, isn't it? You know what I mean?
I do, yeah. Yeah, Daryl is basically, as you look at the tower, Tower's in the right seat, I'm on the left seat.
I'm sort of sat where Colin pretty much normally would be. Yeah, we're normally the other way around anyway. So, but yes, welcome.
Thank you.
Glad you had a nice, relaxing day.
I've had a wonderful day.
You join us at a great moment as well. This is the bump session for Pro ET. Laura Baton is number 30 at the moment. Billy Everett, number 26. Now, they need to make sure there's 35 cars, so 3 will not be racing tomorrow. The alternates are Josh Duncan, Simon Innes, and Susie McClure. They want to make sure they get down the track and they don't break out. Billy goes 960. Laura, way too quick. Well, obviously, like, massive break. That was obviously what Paul was trying to run this morning, I'm guessing. So
it's the usual crew chief shrug. It comes in occasionally.
It now is what it is. So Laura is 0.25 off at number 30. Those behind her, Darren Huxley, Dave Cherritt, and Simon Innes, and this man, Josh Duncan. So Josh isn't in at the moment. He's 33. He dials a 938.
Yeah. So Al Platt in the pits. He's actually my neighbour in the pits where the caravan is. And I said, how's it going? Oh, yeah, it's all right. I said, what do you mean? He's number 2.
Exactly.
Going very well indeed. Problems for Josh.
Yeah, he won't be in with that. Well, he won't improve anyway. So he'll have to wait it out to see if he gets an alternate spot. Too quick for Al Platt. Yeah, Josh Duncan. Unfortunately, just not a great weekend. Rolls on through, about 10 seconds slower. He was looking for.
Right, the good thing about where I am is I'm having a chat with a few of the Pro ET racers.
Good.
Update on this. Bob Boulder's got a new torque converter in the car.
Oh, that's
and
what's been given.
It's not launching the way the car normally does. He's losing time, which... Okay, he can dial it out with regards to ET in Pro ET, but it's really hurting him in Supergas. So, see how he gets on for this one. Going alongside Andrew Brook. He's currently number 25, Bob number 12. So 9.23 and 9.49, the numbers of choice. Bob Boulder goes 52, stays number 12, but Andrew Brook moves up 25 to 17. At 27, just 0.04 off the 23 on the dial-in. Next up, Dave Fulton and Ronnie Mercer.
So, do you fancy doing this job a bit more often?
I'll see how it goes, mate.
Okay, good.
See if I pass the audition
Good point.
first.
We're not quite there yet. So, Dave Fulton, actually, it was, 16 years,
16 years ago
you
it
did,
was, mate,
wasn't it? Something like that. Dave Fulton, Ronnie Mercer. (9:23) and 10 to 9. Ronnie went out in round 1 at Clastres last weekend. Looking for a better one this week. 9:20 breakout and 10:38. They both stay put. 16:23. Could we have Super Bro into the pairing lanes, please? Super Bro ET, please. Into the pairing lanes. Also, I've just been asked by the race director to remind everybody, not a particularly quiet moment, I'll do it again, but ET Bike 850, 950 and Junior Drag Bike, your third and Pro Mod, I think, your qualifying session number 3 is tomorrow morning, and it will happen tomorrow morning. So if you're waiting to run today, don't worry about it. You're scheduled in for tomorrow, and it will happen in the morning. All right. Brett Featherstone, and one of those on the outside looking in, Susie McClure with a 10:20. The red light doesn't matter. It's about the ET. Brett goes 960. Susie is number 32.
So she's in.
She's in for now. She just bumped out Dave Cherritt.
Oh, no.
Well, hang on. On the DNQ list at the moment, Dave Cherritt, Simon Innes.
Oh, ouch.
Simon Innes broke out by hundredths in the first run, and then something went wrong on the line in the second run. So, yeah.
Right, fun fact for you.
Go on, then.
Susie McClure is now officially quicker than Doug McClure.
Oh, that's not good. That's going to hurt.
Thanks to Jack for that info, that little nugget you gave me.
So Doug is number 8 already, 11.32 and 12.11. A 2-spot improvement, actually, for Jack McClure. So, John, I have more Mustangs than anyone been in the
Very
Kestrel Lane.
happy camper, actually. That car is working so well for him
Don't
this
say
weekend.
that out loud.
No, I know. But I'm not officially here, so I can.
That's a very good point, actually. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a commentator's curse. It's a, what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, interlopers.
That's the one. Against Mark Huxley. These two are number 5 and 6. They're perfectly safe. All they need to worry about is running the number. So at the moment, everybody in the wagon, Susie is qualified at 32 at the moment. So she will race tomorrow. Depending on how Simon Innes does and Dave Sherritt does. Yeah, John Beach's car, compared to what it was like, is so undramatic. 905 and 985. Look at that. Both of them.
Brilliant.
200ths off. That's how you do it, folks.
It's getting, when I say getting warm, it is very warm out there, so I should think the...
Finally, says everybody sitting on the bank.
I think the air density is not very kind at the moment to the cars that actually do need the air to breathe. So
Now, bear in mind, Stevie Gates is down there with the Camaro. What I need to know is, and I've got to find this out from him later, how on earth does Simon Goff's legs go with that body? I don't get it, right? It's like, he looks like a svelte runner from the knees downwards, is all I'm going to say. Anyway, so Stevie Gates at the moment, number 20.
he's the only chap that carries around a hall of mirrors with him. There we go.
Just to even it out of it, yeah?
Yeah. Stevie got a little wander, but...
And Dave runs. Well, Dave runs. Finally, runs what he wanted to run. 965, but he went too quick. Steve Gates with a 986. That's not what he wanted at all. Backed off before it. Okay. So has it been nice wandering around? Having the time,
really
having
nice.
the time to do it. That's what I always find the nice bit.
Yeah.
You know, not being tied to one spot.
No, it's just catch. I mean, spent time in Street Eliminator pits. Well, as you do, it's the morning walk,
Yeah.
but made a lot longer during the day because everybody's outside. So yeah, you just bump into everybody. So yeah, it's really good.
And get to have a nap, apparently.
Yeah.
I was going to swear at you then, but I won't. Lee Morris, still number 1. Bill Wilson with a pickup, number 18. Safely in the show. Actually, as it stands, he'll be racing the number 3 qualifier tomorrow morning. 10:01 for Lee Morris, braked out by 700th. And Bill Wilson, 500ths off, no improvement. Okay. Someone who is a little close to the bump, but not on it. Darren Huxley. Up against Nick Muckridge. Yeah, Darren Huxley is 31, but, well, he's not necessarily safe because we've got both Simon Innes and Dave Sherritt to run. So 10.13 for the junior comp dragster with the bike engine in there. $10.19 for Nick. And a 12 flat for Darren Huxley. He will stand on his run from earlier. So let's see what they've got to do to get in. He's 31. He's 0.25 off. That's a quarter of a second. That's a lot. In Pro ET standards, anyway. So Dave Sherritt. They're going to be taking their chances shortly to try and knock him off. Okay, Paul Marston having a much more fun weekend with Grumpy's Dodge. Couple of runs in the 8.9s. This time round looking fun enough for what they were before, 8.96. Against Frankie Taylor. Frankie is in the 9s. So Frankie knows 9.90. He's already run pretty much that. 994 and 975. Well, whoops. And how cool is that? 975 at 136 for, which I think will be a quickest run ever so far, anyway. Don Scott, Mason Griffiths, both safe for now. Don all the way down to number 28. 995 is about what he should run. So is the DA pretty nasty then? Is that what it is?
I would imagine it would be.
Is it quite warm? Okay, Don's going to get there first with a 10.06 and a breakout in the other lane by a couple of hundredths. So big moment for Simon Innes. At the moment, unbelievably, he's dead last. Needs to run closer than 0.25 to a 10.6. If I was them, I'd put like 10.50 on there, really, just to make sure. But, you know, they know what they're doing. He was only 100th out earlier.
Tom Watkins, though, number 7, going very well. Sammy Victoria is here. She's not coming down to the start line because they've got a paddling pool up in the pits and the kids are playing up there. So
Obviously.
got to say hi to Sammy. She is here.
Well, Simon Innes getting backed up for the second time today. Unless he's allowed to tag on the end, that will be that. He will not qualify for Pro ET. Looking for 908, he's already number 7, he's perfectly safe. Oh, wow. Up to number 4. 9 thou off.
I think Simon's going back to the pits, unfortunately.
So that is that. Unless he can get in on the brake rule, Simon Innes is done for the weekend.
Very unusual.
Well, that's got to be a major disappointment. Blimey, they're upset when they run 200ths off, let alone not qualify, but it is what it is. It's like Adam Reinhardt says, is that you've got to show up every weekend and do it every weekend. You can't just, you know, there's no automatic seeding or anything like that. Okay, Neil Watkins and Warren Watts, so it's only Dave Cherritt really now. Still to try and bump his way in. 11:40 for Neil and Warren Watts, 9:06. And 11:43 up to number 16 for Neil Watkins. Now, I did mention this earlier, and I'm sorry I'm going to say it again with a near shot of you, but that is now called the No Window Nova. I have no idea why, but there we go. Anyway, I can't imagine how... I mean, that car's rare enough as it is without trying to find a new rear windscreen for it after it unfortunately blew out about a month ago. Taking on, that's Matthew Dowdy down there with a gorgeous Nova, taking on Amy Watkins. Amy was safely in on the first run, so no last gasp issues this weekend.
Yeah, no destroyed Darling boards being slammed on the deck sort of thing. Yeah.
Exactly that, yes. Tenth off, no improvement. She stays 5. Matthew stays 14. Okay, big moment for Dave Cherritt. He's done it before. Can he do it again? He's got a bump in on the very last run. He dials 9.6, taking it safe. Look, 970 for Dave Cherritt. If he runs quicker than that, I think that may be one of his quickest runs ever. Against Marie Mills, who's comfortable at number 20. So Susie McClure at the moment is on the bump. Will she be on the bump after this run?
I seem to remember Dave has been 9.5s at the Hot Rod Dranks when he literally uncorked everything on that. So it's quick, but this is the this is the time he doesn't want it to be quick.
Yeah, not that quick anyway.
Where it should
be. So anywhere between 9.7 and 9.95. and it's a 79, so he's in. 10.48 in the other lane. He goes only still to number 26. But that does actually bump out Susie McClure, unfortunately. Just to confirm, let's have a quick look. Yeah, Darren Huxley's now the bump. Josh Duncan, Susie McClure and Simon Innes have all run, or attempted to run at least. So that is the field set. It's just now for position. When I say for position, this is the last car. Yep. Right after them, we've got Street Eliminator. We've moved them up a little bit so they can get out on their cruise.
Yeah, there's a few tales of woe, unfortunately, in Street Eliminator, but we'll come to that. That's one of the places I've been loitering with bad intent. They said, "Come get your car, Cole. Come and race with us."
Loitering with intent to talk to people. That's what it is. Tom Kay, the last one trying to improve. He's currently number 22. He's looking for a 10.20. He gets a 10.17. He will not improve. He will stay at 22. Was that a, hang on a minute, I told you to dial that in moment. It certainly looked like it anyway. So we just got a little bit of track prep. So yeah, in Street Eliminator, Luke very kindly messaged me as well. Both Al Mack and Rob Carter are due to go out to Sweden on, is it Tuesday? A couple of days time? Only a couple of days time, whatever. However, one of them has slightly less power than they're supposed to.
As in turbos. The Passat is basically, it's just naturally aspirated this weekend. Okay. Had a turbo rebuild and it hasn't really gone to plan. So Rob is literally just, naturally
That's how he
aspirated.
tried to run 11s in VW Pro, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So he's only got a couple of days to try and sort it out.
Yeah.
Oh goodness me, that's not what you need, is it?
No.
It's a big trip. Street Week out in Sweden, which I think is about just over. It's about a week away. I think the start of it, isn't it?
Yeah. Punishing event.
It's certainly rivals, and I'm going to get a lot of stick for this, but it's rivals, if not better, than Drag Week out in the US, to be honest with you, because it's really tough. It's on 8th mile tracks. A lot of them are airfield race tracks. Some of them are like full-time race tracks, but they're not prepped as well. And the fact that they can run as quick as they can on them is just unbelievable. Michael Westberg last year, I think, went 4 zeros.
Oh, no. Oh, well, the tale of woe just continues in Street Eliminator, and I've just had a text from one of the guys, and this is the guy that you do not want to get this text from, Al Williamson. Engine damage. So he's out. Al, oh, mate, I'm so gutted for you. So Al Williamson, 817, I think today.
But it was on. It looked mint. There was no cough, splutters, nothing. That looked like it was going to be the 7, and it didn't make it to the finish line. Unfortunately, it started expiring from about 1,000 foot onwards.
Yeah. And
big plume of smoke through the finish line. So that's almost not expected. That's the wrong word, but. Yeah, you kind of guessed it might be like that.
It hurts. The truck is being so good, and it was going in the 8.0s, and it's getting there, and you think maybe this is the run, and now a setback like that. It's not fair. That's what
the
it is.
annoying
It's
part.
not fair. Come on, give Al a break, for goodness sake.
Yeah, come on, racing gods, give us, knock
definitely.
it off. Well, we were just up here. We were talking earlier about the part shortages and stuff like that.
Oh, it's crucifying.
Well, Prime Mod, seriously, John Webster, Wayne Nicholson, Dave Smith. That's at least 3 I can think of, like instantly off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's more than that. And it's just so unbelievably unfortunate. It really is. And in Street Eliminator as well, Mark Sheridan. I mean, how close is he to coming back?
He's here, obviously not with the car, but he finally got, I think it was the wrist pins that were holding him up, and also one piston. But he's got all the bits now, I believe.
I knew the crank turned up about a month ago, or something like that, didn't it?
Yeah, so I think he got the goods arrived on Thursday to everybody last night, saying in the pits, "Well, why aren't you here?" That's how they roll, isn't it? I would imagine Mark will be. If he's, I'm second guessing here, but if he came to green light to use that as just a test, just to see how it's going, I know he's booked in for Carfest, but that's just doing a
show,
demonstration show. So his first full-blown competitive runs will be at the European finals, I would imagine.
Nearly a year after it
Yeah.
happened,
Yeah.
and I think he put the order in for bits straight away,
Yeah.
didn't he?
Well, H is down there, so I'll find out a bit more from H later
Yeah,
on.
but that's not always a bonus.
How we
is
doing,
it?
H?
Having H hanging around anywhere is not
he's
always.
coming up.
He's
here,
coming
is
up
he?
to see us. Oh my
Yeah, here
goodness
he is.
me!
Look, colour commentary for Street Eliminator in the shape of Mark Sheridan.
It's about to bring the.
Now he's going to prove me totally wrong with everything I said.
Yeah.
There we go.
He's about to bring the average age number down by somewhat, actually, up here. But there we go.
Ah, that's good.
Please come
Here
through,
he
sir.
is. Come
it's
in,
always nice
come
to have
in.
the person you're talking about turn up. So, Bug
Oh,
Jam.
Bug
There
Jam.
we go.
Right, there we go.
There we go. Colin is proved to be a fibber again.
Yeah, we were just saying, Mark, that you got your bits, and on Thursday, wasn't it? You got the final parts?
Yeah, picked up the final machine.
So put the rod and piston that's all back in, put the heads in next week and try and get the engine in towards the end of part next week.
Right.
So it's been a long wait for parts.
Oh, goodness me, it has, hasn't it? So, I didn't realise. You know what? I missed Bug Jam off the radar. So, but I think you're more sensible to use that as a test than really try to push it.
Yeah. Well, at least get one test in.
Yeah, yeah, but you've got to
And if it
save
feels
it.
all right, then
yeah.
we can go, can't we?
Yeah, well, obviously you're saving it for Carfest, and then you got European finals, and
Yeah,
a bit of a
yeah.
flourish at the end of the season.
Good to get out. So.
Good. Well, H has been getting bored, so he's down there at the moment. He's he's thinking, "Oh, I've got a car to push around." So,
He's loitering with intent.
right, let's see. No, that's good stuff. Good stuff. But no, we were just talking about part shortages and how difficult it is been to get hold of everything that you need.
I wasn't sure if I could get my crankshaft repaired, so I ordered a new one back in
Yeah.
October. Hasn't been delivered yet.
So you're still on the old crank?
Yeah, I managed to get that. Andy Robertson sorted it out with Mile High Crankshafts, Dave at Mile High Crankshafts, and they've done a lovely job to repair it.
Yeah.
But as I say, I did order a new one back in October, but it's not arrived yet.
Right. Okay. But the old one will work. It
Yeah,
will do,
yeah.
Then you'll keep the new one when it comes in. Well, as a random spare to keep in your toolbox.
Yeah, it's
but-
not. It's quite random, but I knew it'd be a long wait, but I didn't think it's been like 9 months now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, in the scheme of things, if you look at some of the delays that some people are experiencing, to be able to come back in the current state, it's it's painful, but at least
and I think it gets magnified as well. Like conrods are difficult to get hold of, so
Yeah.
like I've got 3 sets. So if everybody's doing that, it
Yeah.
becomes a shortage further down the
Yeah,
line. doesn't
yeah,
it?
yeah. And of course, you'll think, right, okay, I need to, just in case I need to have this, just in case I need to have that. And then the bit that you don't get is the bit that you need.
Yeah, it'd be the
It's
be the 50p.
it is what it is.
But no, looking forward to it.
Good, but you've been walking around the pits?
Yeah,
Catching
enjoy
up?
myself. Yeah,
Good.
Snooping around the Street Eliminator. I like to hang around there, and obviously I like the Pro Mods.
Yeah. Throwing insults at all the other Street Eliminator teams, as you do.
Oh, it's both ways.
It does. Yeah. No, I mean, I've had a chat, obviously, with the Street Eliminator a lot today. So, yeah, a few issues. Obviously, I've just got the message that Al Williamson is broke.
That's not nice to hear. No, so hasn't had a lot
Now, as I mentioned earlier on today, this is a brand new bike, completely brand new for Kev. Does sound like it's idling quite high. There we go. Just in case you're wondering, the pin that the crew put into the throttle is so while the bike is being pushed back by them, the throttle can't open up, because that's the last thing you'd want to have happen. So the pin is put in there as a safety, just in case. The bike is pushed back, and then for the run, the pin will be removed again, so Kev can nail it. Now, Kev has ridden Top Fuel bikes before. Very accomplished and very quick as well. But this is totally new. Yeah, Liz pointing him to the right still. Kev is totally at the mercy of the crew as to which way to point him. And he is in the middle, and he is pointing down the track. So, good luck to the Nitro Junkies. Good luck to Kev Charman. Let's see how far we get this time. Well, still over to the left. Ow, he got the block. Well, he didn't move it over quite enough just before he got to the block. That's what he was trying to avoid doing. And now a big discussion down on the start line as if to say, well, did we... So we have the rest of the Top Fuel bike field down here ready to go as well. Up next from earlier. First of all will be a replacement block, but I think that's a
he does indeed
do these days.
Days 14 though,
but improve
they are positioned
in the.
So just a little bit of track prep. They were moved up in the qualified order. They weren't supposed to be running till a little bit later, Street Eliminator, but they got moved up because they've got to go on the cruise.
So,
and ideally,
underneath us now
earlier, they come
in the
back
Slick lane is
that's the
Jerry
idea
Lewis.
anyway. Right behind them now,
Getting the
we
thumbs up
have
to fire it up.
Junior Dragster for their third qualifying session of the day.
And
Behind that,
Jerry
we've got
earlier on today.
Super Pro Comp Eliminator, and I think we might have a little green altered not that far away as well. And I'm only
down in the low
guessing 'cause I see
sevens for
Rob
the first time on
Loring
this
appear
bike.
down
The
here,
bike
and I
itself
heard
has
the
been
noise
in the
earlier,
fives.
which tends to be a bit of a gibble.
Jerry did a really good job of keeping it straight and keeping it lit. These are incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I think
bikes
what
to
you
ride
said about
because
it's
with the big
it
fat
is a
rear
massive
tyre on
shame
them,
for Aaron Williamson.
when you nail the throttle, if it wants to go one way, it's
But
going.
it's just how hard
There's
everyone
not a
is.
huge amount you can do about it.
You've had it.
You can steer them with body weight. You can steer them by leaning off to the side, but you cannot lean them over. Trying to set the record for the shortest routine from burnout to run. Pointed dead straight down the middle. Everyone's giving it the thumbs up. Yep. So most importantly, Phil Bainbridge is the one that gives him the thumbs up. So good luck, Jerry. Let's see if we can improve on the 7-second run from earlier today. Yeah, there we go. The bike was... That was almost what I was talking about, funny enough. Quite a nice launch, 110 to 60 foot. But Jerry was actually leaning to the right, but the bike was, as he was leaning, sorry, left even. As he was leaning left, the bike was pushing him right. And what happens is if you lean the bike over, if you actually try and lean it over, the tyre pushes you in the opposite direction. So the only way you can steer them is with pressure on the foot pegs or leaning off to the side of the bike. And it can't be that comfortable when you're going that sort of speed, hanging off the side of a Top Fuel bike. I think. So he was in the 7s as well earlier. Let's see if he can nudge it into the 6s. If he did, it would be his first ever 6-second run. Very accomplished funny bike rider. He's got his own Yeah, we're in an unbelievable position in this country where we've got more top fuel bikes than we have riders. Phil Crosley's got his own bike that he's going to get on with riding, but he's riding this. Yep, same sort of thing as Jury before. The bike was pushing over towards the right, and there's not a lot you can do about it. It launched very, very nicely indeed, and trickles over to a 10.3 second run.
Cruise. So
That would be a
good
bit
news.
That would be a bit over the top, I think. So the last qualifying session for Junior Dragster. Liam is one of 4 who are going out to Bristol, and I don't mean near Wales. I mean Bristol, Tennessee. That's
Wow.
right. For the Eastern Conference race.
So who else is going on that one then?
Goodness me. Both Cromwells and Neve.
Right.
Neve Deavy as well.
Wow.
Yeah, the only thing I can't help thinking is Bristol.
Oh, hang on a minute. Is this the one where there's like 500 or 600 juniors?
No,
Oh.
like 1,000.
Wow.
The only thing I can't help thinking is Bristol, Tennessee, July is going to be melting and humid and that's the only thing. Anyway, but other than that, what an event. What an event. I think Liam's been there before. I'm sure Paige went there before as well,
Yeah, I
didn't
think
she?
so, right.
Yeah?
I think so.
So, Emily Cromwell, Liam McDonald, they're qualifying based on reaction times. They will come up on the board at the top. .026 for Liam. He already had an .025, so that will not improve him. A .26 for Emmy definitely won't. So they're all jockeying for position for the National Championship and for eliminations tomorrow. The Peters boys, side by side, Harry and Tom. Harry in the Kestrel lane. And Tom in the Slick Tricks lane. 15 and 11 currently.
Nice to see Nick Davis down there with the
With his
junior
fire
dragster
suit
with his
on.
fire suit on. That's quality, isn't it?
That really is. Especially considering it's not going to be that chilly, is it? Tom, that's going to really help. 022 will get him number 5, I think. Indeed it does. Harry stays put at 15. Yeah, you do see some people back in, helping out. But yeah, with a fire suit in this weather.
Right, well, I've had my commentary fixed for today, so thank you ever so much indeed, mate.
No, you haven't. Well, anyway, come back whenever you like. I'm sure you will anyway. But if not before, next Friday.
Oh, yeah. Dragster, bring it on.
You
Look
got it,
forward
buddy.
to
Thank
mate.
you very much indeed for the extra information, any more that you can think of. And everybody, just listen out for Colin on the PA and message him loads.
That's it.
Like
Thanks
you
ever
do.
so
That's
much.
right. It's exactly what happens, isn't it? We don't even plan that,
No,
do we?
we don't.
We
Don't
don't.
need to. All right, we'll catch up with you later then.
Cheers, buddy.
mate.
And Eva has deep staged again. She's done that in every qualifying round so far today. Goes 048 on the tree. Emmy, no improvement with a .17. Okay, Teddy Hound, Jake Cooper will be your next pair. Currently, Teddy is up at number 3. He's been 0-1-1 on the tree already this weekend. Can he get even better? Quite a big red light for Jake Cooper. Was rolling before the tree ran almost. .10 for Teddy, no help. Okay, Chef Checkit and Frankie Kent.
Chev is currently number 9, and both of them have had 0 threes on the tree so far. Not much wriggle room, but I'm sure they're going to give it a go. Well, Frankie went red, started rolling before the tree really started running. An 0.41 for Chev. Not quicker, but still good. Is she not going to get a round of applause, Letty? No, that's cheap. Ah, well done. I saw her hands move. That's good. I knew you'd applaud, Emma, but, you know. Okay, Sam Fairhurst and Kai Cooper up next. Currently, Kai's 13. Sam is 19. Qualified, that is, not years old. That works. An 0.16 for Sam Fairhurst. It's going to move him right up. Number 5, I think that's going to take him. It does indeed. Kai Cooper gets bumped back 1 spot, as does everybody else from there on back. Okay, Ada Cassisi and Sam Hiscock. Okay, Ada's currently in at number 18, Sam at 11. So there is some improving to be done if they can do it. Well, Sam will improve. 0.21 will certainly help. Ada with a 0.17. I don't think he's going to. Yeah, Sam all the way up to number 6. Okay, still your number 1 qualifier. Ted Sullivan was 007 on the tree. First round of qualifying today. That's Ted down there with a Bulldog. Taking on Jacqueline Bartlett. Well, Ted went 0.3 red. Jacqueline with an 0.36 is not going to improve. She already has a 0.2 from earlier today. Still good, consistent, which is the most important thing. Molly Openshaw, Freddie Taylor next. A few more pairs of cars, then we're on to the last session for Super Pro. Well, an 0.26 for Freddie's going to help. An 0.46 for Molly will too. Where is that going to put him? Freddie up to 10. Molly 13. That was actually a deep stage 0-4, but it all counts. Doesn't make any difference. Okay, Luke Muggeridge. And Gray Smith. Grace goes 0-4 red. Luke with an 0-34. He'd already been 009, so it was going to be tough to improve anyway, but still another great light. So Lola Belkent and Kendra Redshaw, 21 and 22 at the moment. Well, Lola was 03 red. I wonder why it got louder out there. That's someone's exhaust. Or silencer, if you prefer. So, yeah, Kendra actually, with an 085, moves up to the number 20 spot. Yeah, that's going to be a bit warm, that. Also might be slightly more dented than when it went on earlier today. Neve DV and Daniel Weir. So Neve's 21, Dan is 14. .034 for Neve, that'll really help. And .025 red for Daniel won't. Yeah, Neve up to number 13 with that. That's a wrap for Junior Dragster qualifying, and holding on to number 1 spot, Ted Sullivan. Okay, Super Pro final qualifying session. And I think when Ashley Bell down there in the Limpy Slug, not AC but Ashley, according to the screen this weekend anyway, he hasn't made a qualifying run yet. This will make it. We've had 16 cars down the track. This will make it 17, which will change the ladder from 4 rounds of racing tomorrow to 5. So 879 for Ashley, and for Tom, 852. Tom goes 8:45. And for Ashley, a 9:74. Well, he's qualified. Yeah. John going down there and going, hang on a minute, where's that come from? Okay. Nick Good, Mark Bailey. One of the quickest car in the class this weekend anyway. Against the not so quickest car. If this were a race, there would be 2 seconds difference on the tree. But it's not. It's still qualifying. And for a brief moment, Mark Bailey can't hear his own car. 6.84 for Nick Good. And an 8.80. Breakouts in both lanes. Not by much, but it doesn't have to be much. So, Colin Morris and Lee Huxley. Now, at the moment, believe it or not, Colin Morris is dead last. After 2 sessions, I think it's because of 2 breakouts actually, but after 2 sessions, dead last. This time round does 8:53. Yeah, Colin Morris broke out by the 100th. The only other person to break out is actually Scott Hauser, and he was only by a few thou. Lee's safely in with an 8.80. 8:52.5. Breaks out again by 5 thousandths of a second. A 76 break. And why is everyone breaking out? Everyone's picking up. Unbelievable. So the Morris boys will start from 17. Okay, Dave Russell, the van with no name with 879. I'm not sure Bradley's dial-in is 867, but that's what it says on the back of the car, so more like a 767. I think someone might have the wrong digit on that, but either that or they've backed it so far down. Yeah, that is the number on the back of the car. That may well be what it runs. Oh, 866 with a 0. Oh, so close. Dave Russell stays 3, 8.80 on a 79. So, Al Schofield, currently number 1 qualifier. With his good luck charm and sticker on board. He's also not coming back after the burnout, unfortunately. Well, chief starter and chief pusher today as well. Yeah, insane keeping it straight line 8. Well, I'm not sure how Schofield will be shutting off. Yeah, looks like he is. No, maybe not. So it just couldn't engage reverse. So 788 was the dial earlier. It still is now. Oh, runs out of gears completely. Yeah, he's still going to be number one qualifier for now, at least, anyway. Okay, Callum Swinchap with the altered, who's got the £50 per round bounty on him yesterday, tomorrow even, against Joe Kellett. Joe's currently number 2. This time round, dials a 736. He's already run, I think he ran a 35 with a 7 on a 35. So Callum, 896, he's 9 at the moment. We'd like to be a bit higher than that. $728, where did that come from? 182 miles an hour and 897 with a 4 for Callum Swinchap. We'll get in the number 3 spots. That'll work. Nicely done, fellas. Well done. Yeah, I'm not sure Joe's even been in the 7.2s before. No, I don't think. Nah, 728 anyway, 182 miles an hour. New PB. I thought so. Well, considering it's warmer now, the air's not necessarily as good. Maybe it's cooling off a bit. Who knows? Okay, your next pair is Phil Toppin and Matt Peters. So Phil Toppin is being kind of progressively further down the track. The car launched really nicely earlier on, twice actually. Just a case of keeping it planted and keeping it going. Once it gets it running sweetly, it's going to run a lot quicker than 899 that you see on the board up there. Matt Peters, 763. Matt's currently number 7. Phil is 15. I think the reason Phil's 15 is basically because he hasn't broken out, whereas the couple of people behind him have. One of them, notably, was Colin Morris, and the other one, just behind the tower, is Scott Hauser. Yeah, Phil's car just not shifting. Launch is okay. Oh, 62 of the 4 breakout for Matt Peters. Phil goes through with the 13-second run, but the car launch is fine, just won't shift out of second gear. Sorry, first gear. Supergas, Outlaw Anglia, and Wild Okay, the one car that can definitely upset things at the top in Super Pro. So Scott was just less than 6/10,000ths too quick in the run earlier today. The first one he was 100th too quick. The second one he was just like the tiniest amount. So the number on the board is 731. Yeah, that's a 31, not a 7. And he goes 35 with a 9. That's better. But number 7 for now. Yeah, well. Okay, Daniel Giles is the last car to try and improve in Super Pro. He's already in at number 5. We also have a little green and white altered round the back of the tower, which will be coming round in a couple of moments if anyone fancies hanging around to watch that. And Mark Corsell as well. Always good to see the Low Funds team out here having fun. Well, hopefully having fun anyway. They've had a bit of a stressful weekend. Finding busted stuff yesterday. So Daniel has run 7.43 with an 8. This time he dials a 7.42. I would be interested to know at some point though, seriously, if this car, the chassis, is older than the fella driving it. Because I think it is. .007 on the tree, just for good measure. Oh. Saving the best for last. 7.42 with a 5. That will get him the number 2 spot for now. And again, at the end of qualifying, the main prize is 200 quid plus a trophy for best losing package eliminations. Number 1 qualifier after qualifying is 100 quid. The off the trailer number 1 qualifier, I'm not sure who that went to actually. It wasn't Al Schofield. I'm just looking down the list trying to work out who it might have been. Might have even been Callum. Might have even been Callum. Subject to confirmation anyway. But as always, the great sponsors that help out Pete Need Memorial Super Pro, thank you very much indeed. So, Mark Corsell with the Ball Breaker team, or the Low Funds Racing, whichever you prefer, really. 8.40. We're up late last night, fixing stuff, getting it ready to come out here and run today. Nice flat kind of looking launch. An 8.43 with a 7 with a bit of a wander at the top end. That actually puts him number 7. That's pretty good. Nice one, guys. Well done. Worth all the work, obviously. I'm glad you agree, Lynn. Thank you. Okay, the rattling roar you can hear behind the tower now is the noise that we only fortunately get to hear about once a year these days. Nick Davis in Havoc. One of the world's wickedest fuel altereds. Yeah, that's right. Certainly wakes you up, doesn't it? What's the phrase? Fuel alters forever. Of course it is. And of course they are. We have a great collection of cars coming, a lot like this in a week's time. You do not want to miss it. The reason that Rob and Nick are here testing this weekend is because they're part of the big Dragstalgia shootout next week that will be with the big trophy in the Cannonball. They got to the final last year. They want to try and go one better. They also have a match race planned with a certain little Fiat from the USA. So this is a test run. Please don't expect a full bore, full quarter mile run. More than likely be about 330, maybe punch second gear just to make sure everything works. Rob Loring says, okay, away you go. So, Nick Davis with Havoc. Deary me. That certainly went, didn't it? 104 to 60 foot, and he cruises without even shifting to a 7.7. 104 miles an hour. He was 2.71 to the 330. He was coasting at the 8th mile to 4.19, 147 miles an hour. As I said to you before, if you like what you see, you don't want to be anywhere else than right here in a week's time. We have the Bradford Sphere all the way from the USA next weekend that you're going to be checking out here too. We've got Adam Gledell with the Motorcycle Fuel Altered 2. So much other stuff. We've got Nitro Funny Cars. We've got Slingshots. We've got just a whole bunch of unbelievably cool stuff just like that. Give the team a round of applause, please. That's what test runs are all about, isn't it? It's like they never miss a beat either. They put the car away for like a year, get it out again, and it just flies. Comp Eliminator Q3. Set the ladder for tomorrow. First, Reuven Dawson, your number 4 qualifier. With the Copo. Normally aspirated Copo in the Slick Trick Shane. And on the other side of the racetrack, Chris Todd with the Fiesta Roo. .780 is the index for the Fiesta. The Copo, 9.69. Reuven Dawson earlier on today went 9.03. Well, I don't think that's not going to be an improvement for Chris Todd, unfortunately. Reuven Dawson blasts on through with the 9.0. Well, it's a bracket car, isn't it? Look at that. 9.05 at 146. Okay, Kev Jenkins, Terry Newton up next. So the fraudster earlier on today put in 7.9. Much quicker than that, but entirely depends on how much they want to turn it up with their impending Scandinavian trip coming up. Terry Newton went 9.01. That will not be an improvement on the 9.01, unfortunately. 8.39 for Kev, 169. And Terry rolls through with a 14-second ET. He will stay at least in the seventh spot. Well, Matt Davidson, who set a new PB speed-wise at least earlier, at 161 miles an hour for that little Civic. Against the one and only Copo. Well, not the one and only here, but the one and only supercharged Copo, at least anyway. Nick Williams. So, Matt, ideally looking for something beginning with a 9. Nick after something with a 7. Nicky is currently number 3. He went 8.08 on his second run earlier today. That won't be an improvement. Spins the tyres off the line. Whoa, Matt Davidson in a big ball of smoke out there about half track. Nick puts his foot back in it. 8.55 at 1.69. Matt Davidson doing a decent thing and pulling over to the side of the track. From here, it doesn't appear like there's actually anything on the racetrack at all. That may just be a hose or something like that for Matt Davidson. Or Matt Davidson, I certainly hope it is. So the track crew will attend to him and make sure everything goes okay. There doesn't look like there's any sort of fluid on the racetrack, but thank you very much indeed, Matt, for pulling over and making sure and just getting out of the way. So once again, Matt's okay. That's the most important thing. And the car's moved over to the side of the racetrack. Doesn't look like there's much fluid, if any fluid, on the track. So hopefully it is just a hose or something like that for Matt Davidson. I'll hand back to Nitro FM for a couple of moments as we continue with qualifying here on the Saturday of the Summer Nats. So, funny bike. Thomas Joswig with a great first run earlier. 7.57 in the Slick Tricks lane. We also have a bum spot for Funny Bike, which is lovely to see. And the reason I say that is because the earlier events in the year, we had sort of like 4 or 5 bikes most of the time. So we've actually got 9 this weekend. Lionel Lalagou, I really hope I've said that right, from France, how would you guess from the name, in the Kestrel lane, on the bike that used to belong, well, it might still belong actually to Eric Rochelle, but it's the bike he used to ride. Yeah, Eric's down there on the start line helping him out and lining him up, actually. Yep. Giving him a thumbs up. And Thomas from Germany. Yeah, Thomas earlier went 7.57. Won't be surprised if that's one of his quickest runs ever, actually. So, heads up racing, meaning the tree will go green. There's no breakouts, there's no dial-ins. Well, Thomas will not improve. I think Lionel might, though. went 9-0 earlier. This time it's a 7.57 at 178 miles an hour. By the looks of that, born to ride a funny bike. Congratulations, sir. What was the number? 7.57 with a 5. He goes into the number 5 spot. He only improves 1 spot, but a much, much better run. Second and a half quicker. That takes some doing. Thomas Josvig is cruising up there at the top end. I hope he gets over the finish line and rounds to the gate. I don't think he's going to, though. No, he's just cruising past the speed trap. Over the Okay, Dave Peters actually at the moment is the one who is on the outside looking in. The bump spot is a very, 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 very soft 13.57. He can cut that in half quite easily. Number 1 spot might be a big ask at a 6.76, but he can definitely get up into the top. Well, Martin Zylstra won't be making this run with him. Good looking run for Dave. 7.40, 173 miles an hour. That's a lot more like it. Steps up to the number 4 spot for Dave Peters. So Martin Zylstra was due to be his opponent. He's going to be making a bye run. Martin is already in the number 2 spot. Went 7.28 earlier. Good to see Steve French down on the start line helping out as well. Steve's been doing this a long while. Will it be an improvement on a 7.2? Not quite. 7.44, 179. Strong run all the same. Just not quite as quick. Again, knocking on 180 miles an hour, not exactly hanging about. Okay, Ryan Davidson. I'm not sure whether Phil Crossley still owns it, but when he did, it certainly didn't hang about. Phil's down there on the start line checking it out. Very much looking forward to seeing Phil's new bike, as I'm sure loads of people are. It's a Nitro V4. You heard that right. It's so cool. Up against Astwin and Noble. Both these two are 7 and 8 at the moment, and the 12.55 number on the board is Astwin's. No one can bump him out at the moment, I don't think. Ryan Davidson earlier went 8-1. $7.84, 177. That will certainly work for Ryan. And 8.77 at 149. Never quite sounded like the clutch released on Astwin's bike that time. Just seemed to do a lot of revving and not a lot of going forwards. By comparison, anyway. Still 2 more. Actually, looks like Lorcan will get his shot. But your number 1 qualifier, at the moment anyway, looking to improve, is Eric Richard from France. Went 6.76 about a month ago at the main event, the first round of the FIM European Championship. He was well down into 6s, like well down. I can't remember the exact number, but I'm pretty sure it began with a 6.4. 668, another improvement, a great speed as well at 218 miles an hour. Okay, Lorcan Parnell going to be taking his shot with Storm. Lorcan is now the one on the outside looking in. Needs to go quicker than an 877, at least anyway, to book his place in eliminations for tomorrow. They've still got one more qualifying session after this. However, doing it now would be preferable. Don't close your eyes, Simon, whatever you do. So good luck to the whole team. I told you that thing goes. Great looking run for Lorcan all the way through. 692, 199 miles an hour. Put your hands together for all of them. What a season they have had. And to see that 6-second run come up on the board. Number 2 qualifier. However, check that out. Almost 200 miles an hour. Two have known each other for a long while. Mr. Diath in the Kestrel Lane used to be one of the crew guys when Danny was racing in Pro Mod a number of years ago. Both of them a little off pace earlier on. Well, Dan Diath had to back off the throttle going upwards. 750 at 195. Big speed. Gets the number 3 spot. And bumps Dan Cockrell back. 826 for Danny. Actually, they're both Danny, aren't they? So I'm going to have to stop doing that. Okay, Blade King and Paul Hambidge, your next pair. Another 2. Well, Paul Hambidge, definitely. He was slightly underperformed in the first round of qualifying. And again, I'm not being rude. I'm just going by normal performance, shall we say. Blade King, though, a terrific run. 781. That, for a small, tired, slick bike, is pretty stout. That poor thing's revving its backside off going through the finish line, I think. That's a lot more like it from both of them. Paul Hambidge goes 772, 182. Blade backs up his earlier run with a 793. That only gets Paul Hambidge a number 7 spot, would you believe? Okay, Anna Sasiak and Charlie Anasagasti. I really hope I said that right too. From Zvola. In the Slick Tricks lane. Anna's number 9 with the best of 940 from earlier. Charlie nowhere near with a 23-second run. Can be all put right. Looking like a bit of a rough ride for Charlie, but he's staying with it until then. 8.55 at 1:34. That'll get him up to number 9. Anna goes through with an 8.67. Nice looking run at 156. Okay, Len Padgett, who didn't get to run earlier on today on the bike that is, and stroke was, probably still is, a legal pro stocker, but he's running in comp bike. Taking on Dan Piggott. Dan went 7.53. Len ran out of gears by the sound of that. Still cruises through with an 8.30, only 120 miles an hour. Daniel goes 8.54, no improvement. Len actually gets in at number 9 for now. Okay, Sigmaro Profas and Tony Clark. Sigmaro number 12, Tony 13. Both of them obviously going to be looking to improve. Everybody above them is in the mid-8s or quicker, or a lot quicker for that matter. Both of them have what it takes to go a lot quicker than that. Well, not a hesitation from Tony from the bike though. 785 at 177 for Sigmaro. Gets him up to number 9. Tony doesn't improve his position. He improves the ET with 1107 at 147. There's an awful lot more in that bike. It's just not behaving off the start line, unfortunately. Okay, we're back. Dave Swift with the AMX Express. AM Express, even. In the Kestrel lane. Back on the A altered index to 7.37. Alongside Spencer Tram. Dave wants to say big thanks to his sponsors. Sight and Field Services, Taurus Cranes, LP Motorsport, Pinch and Inch, and McCallan Automotive. Okay, so Dave Swift's best so far this weekend, 8:29. Not running with nitrous on the car this weekend. He's pointed over towards the wall. But then he always tends to go that way anyway. Spencer Tram, number 5 at the minute, 11.11 on that 1168 index. Looking run, Dave Swift. It's going to be at 8:33 at 1:59. Spence goes 11:15. He's already been 11.11, so no improvement, unfortunately. Okay, your last pair for comp, by the look of it, are going to be Dan Williams with the 69 Camaro in the Kestrel lane. And Gary Carr. Gary Carr's current number 1 qualifier. The only person left that can knock him off is a guy in the other lane who's currently number 2. Lev 10.52, an improvement for Dan Williams, but it doesn't move the qualified order. 11.01 as well. That's the quickest run for Gary Carr. As we are on with Super Street Bike. No Jake Michelle in this session, I can say that, because he's standing down there watching in shorts. So, Steve Venables in at number 4. Jack Shook in at number 8, I beg your pardon, at the moment. With a 7.80. That's actually Jack's number on the board at the finish line. He's going to want to try and improve that a little bit to make sure he sticks around to race tomorrow. Smooth looking run in both lanes. Steve goes 7.23 at 186. And Jack Shook improves even more to 7.56 at 188 miles an hour. Well done, Jack. Well, that actually moves the bump to 7.56, which is Jack Shook. Now, at the moment, Brad Head is inside. But unfortunately, something's gone pop on Brad's bike on the burnout. He will not be improving. He'll have to stand on his 7.45 from earlier. That's hoping he can get it fixed. Dave Smith, though. Oh, he's not going to run 7.56. Just blazes the tyre off the start line. Commiserations to Brad. It's just one of those things, but not sure what that was. There's something broke on there. Yeah, and it's in need of rags by the look of it. That may be motor, unfortunately. If it's needing cleaning and it's leaking. Okay, Chris Reed should have been alongside Alan Morrison. Alan Morrison, I think, is changing lanes while they sort out the other one. So, Chris, otherwise known as Boyce, is your number one qualifier. There's only 0.5 of a second between the whole field this weekend. Most surprising parts, no one's run a 6. Could Boyce run his first 6 here? Stace has to get out of the way first without getting stuck, though. So, good luck, Boyce. Will it be in the 6s? He's been 7.02. Well, the Tutu thinks it's on. 7.24 at 196. Well, that's his worst run of the day. That's still pretty damn good, to be honest with you. 7.24 at 196 for Boyce. He'll stick with the 7.02 from earlier. Now, Alan Morrison. He's not in at the moment. He has run 7.82. He needs to run quicker than that number on the scoreboard at the finish line to be paired up with anyone in round 1 tomorrow. There was a lot of squealing going on there. Will it be a 7.56? The answer is no. 8 flat at 179. He is first alternate, so if anyone can't make it for round 1, he will be in as an alternate. One man who will be racing on merit tomorrow is this guy, Kostas Giannopoulos. Been 7.24 at over 200 miles an hour this weekend. Another one of the JKE works machines. Can he dip it into the 7.1s? Or maybe even quicker. There's a lot of sliding going on down there. 7.28 at 200 miles an hour again. He's got a 7.2 bracket bike. Well, I think with just one bike to go, no one's been in the 60s yet. Al Morrison Jr. lot of sliding going on. 738, 170 miles an hour. And if that's a wrap for Super Street Bike, Boyce is number one. Well done to the whole of the Reed family. Big congratulations. Yeah, there was lots of, you could hear the RPM coming up almost all the way down there for Al Morrison. Okay, Supergas Q3. Rolling underneath the tower now. Bob Moden and John Dalrymple. John Dalrymple has been, well, actually, so is Bob Moden, kind of too quick or too slow. Either in the 10-0s or too quick. So both of them need to back off at the top end to make sure that they run the number, or at least get close to it anyway. Oh, Bob just misses. 989 with a 4. Another 10-0 for John Dalrymple. Well, drag racing can be a pesky thing sometimes. Now, Andy Dibley's another one of those too quick or too slow type of racers in Supergas. He broke out on his second run and went 10-0 on his first run. Now, I know that sounds... It does sound mean, but it's just so damn difficult to win in Supergas. You've got to be on the money every time, which is one of the things that makes it worth winning. .10.04, that's the one. Andy Dibley nails it with a 991 with an 8. Well done, sir. 10.04 for Wayne Hiscock. Tim Moore and Jasmine Tunstall. Now, Jasmine, last time out, went 9-1. It's needless to say. It was a bit of a breakout. Tim Moore, on the other hand, has been 10-0-0 twice. This time goes 9.97, but only improves by 1 spot. Andy Harrison with the Sierra and Dave Fulton with the Roadster. Both have been in the 9.9s. 92 for Andy Harrison and Dave Fulton, a 9.98. Throttle stops kicking just off the line. Both cars die and then pick up again. 86 and a 9.90 with a 6. Unbelievably, Don't Lift Dave is currently number 1. Well done to the Fulton boys. Don Scott, Pete Creswell. Don Scott in at 13 at the minute. He's actually the slowest of everybody, unfortunately, with a 10.07. He has run in the 9.9s, just unfortunately not in Supergas. He did that in qualifying in Pro E2. Well, Pete Creswell goes past into a 988. Yeah, Don Scott seems to be a little bit off in Supergas. Bang on in Pro ET. That was a 10.11. Okay, Dave Cherrett, Stu Doiney. Stu Joiney went 9.92 with a 5. That's how tough it is at the top. He's number 6. Dave Cherrett went 9.92 with a 1. He's 4. $9.92 with a 7 this time. Still right on the money for Stu Doiney. A breakout in the other lane, quite a big one actually, for Dave Cherrett with a 9.74. Okay, Stu Morris, defending UK National Supergas champ. Currently in number 2 with a 9.90 with a 7. Can he take it back off of Dave Thornton? He's going to be the only one, because he's the only one left in the class to do it. $9.97 at 149. So we're wrapped for Supergas Cuts qualifying. Eliminations will be set. We're on with Outlaw Anglia for their final session of the day. Great to see Ben Kennedy made it round for this run. I knew he was entered, but we've only seen 3 of them up to this point. So Doug McClure went 10.51. As Colin pointed out earlier, Susie is now the quickest member of the family. And Colin just looking for a straight run down the racetrack. Still going for a bit of a wander, but Colin keeps his boot in it. 7.46, 181. That's more like it. And for Dougie, 10.38 at 128. Quicker still. There you go. That's what happens with Colin's car when it runs straight. Okay, Wayne Power with the stressed out Anglia in the Kestrel lane, taking on Ben Kennedy, who is on the start line for the first time this weekend. VW Pro into the lanes, please. VW Pro, please, into the pairing lanes. 9.40 at 139 for Wayne Power. A 10.03 at 131 for Ben Kennedy. Those two will be number 2 and 3 in the qualified order. Well, sadly, just Rob Brown down for this qualifying session with the Wild Bunch. Bob Hawkins put in 1 run earlier today. Phil James did actually come round twice, but the second run, he shut off way before the finish line, so there must have been something up. So Rob looking for an 8.49 and hopefully, a straight run. Wouldn't go amiss either. Well, the good news is he was listening. That's about as straight as you can get. And it's an 8.53. Was number one, stays number one. Well done to the Browns. Last Q session for Funny Bike. We've got a couple of them in the 6s. We've got a bump spot, the 784. And the man who's on that bump spot is down there right now, Ryan Davidson. The number is 784, even though no matter what it looks like in the Slick Tricks lane. Dave Peters is number 5 at the minute with a 740. He's got to run quicker than a 736 to get in the top half. See what they can do. Good looking side-by-side run is the answer, and that would be a great race. 7.26 for Ryan. He takes the number 3 spot at 182 miles an hour. An improvement as well for Dave Peters, up to 7.34, but the guy in the other lane kept him where he was in the qualified order anyway. Well done to Ryan Davidson. Terrific. Almost as quick as the bike has ever gone as well. So, Thomas Josvig and Lorcan Parnell. I am so happy to say that Lorcan is back in the 6s. It's going to be a bye run. Unfortunately, problems for Thomas on the burnout. He's qualified, as is Lorcan. So, good luck, sir. Went 6.92, 199 miles an hour earlier. You can hear the slick struggling for grip all the way down, but that's a great looking run. Even quicker, 691 at 206 miles an hour. Are they delighted? Are they definitely? And boy, do they deserve it. Well done, fellas. Yeah, it seemed like the tyre was struggling for grip. A lot of the time, you could actually hear the chatter as well. But they're in the 60s, they're over 200, which is kind of always the plan. Well, Thomas Josvig's unfortunately not going to be making this run, which is a big shame because it's an awfully long way to come. He did run really well on his first run. I would have liked to put in the extra 2 couple of qualifiers. He is in for now. He's in at number 7. So we get a date with, fun enough, unless anything drastic changes, Lorcan Parnell in round 1 tomorrow. Okay, Ashwin Lenoble in the Kestrel lane. That number on the board up there, 7.57, is what he's got to try and reach. That would be a personal best by some margin if he could do it. But you never know. There's always a chance. Yeah, told to go into stage. He should have been against Lionel Lelagou, but won't be. Well, tried his heart out. 846 at 153. RPM still pretty high all the way down, but he couldn't have tried any harder than that. Well, Lionel will not make the last qualifying run either, unfortunately. Okay, I think that is the field set, though, and Lionel will be in the show. He's going to be on the bump, but it doesn't really matter. Actually, he's got a date with his teammate in the first round, I think. So this is Martin Zylstra. After the first qualifying session, he was number 2. He's now number 4. He went 7.28 earlier. Just been eclipsed, actually, by Ryan Davidson. Qualifying order is all important because it sorts out the matchups. Who's racing who in round 1 tomorrow? If he can hold on to that, he's done a fabulous job, which he does. Doesn't improve, but that was still an excellent bit of riding. 7:48 at 163. That's 3 strong 7-second runs, though. Not to be sniffed at. Okay, the last bike, down the track will be the number 1 qualifier, and he still will be because there's no one left to beat him or improve anymore. That's Eric Richard from France. 6.68 is what he's run so far. Could we have VW Sportsman into the lanes, please? VW Sportsman into the pairing lanes for your last Q run of the weekend. It's not going to improve. Still a good run. Yeah, 683 at 216 once again. But a few stutters on the way down. That's the field set for Funny Bike. We've got Comp Bike. And there's still a couple of bikes in Comp Bike that haven't put runs in. That need to. Okay, Graham Dance and Dan Dieth, both solidly in the top half. Dan in at number 3 at the moment with a 7.50, but there's a whole bunch of people snapping at his heels. They're almost as quick. He's in the Slick Tricks lane. Graham Dance is number 6. He's one of them, fun enough. He's only a tick behind in the 7.6s. Still a lot of squealing going on out there. Dan goes 7.55, 195. Graham Dance slows to an 8.0, 167. Big old speed again for Dan, 195 miles an hour. Okay, Danny Cockrell, the other Dan. Well, one of the other two. In Comp Bike. Dan's had a couple of really rough rides today. He's actually being told to halt a minute because we need to check the track in the Kestrel lane. Jasmine may well be sent on her way, which she will be. As if by magic. There you go. Everyone hops over the wall. So Jasmine's best was a first run of the day, actually, at 7.48. That's as straight as you'll ever get and nice and strong all the way through. Yeah, look at that. 735, 175. She stays number 2, but puts it that bit further out of reach for everybody else. Well done to the Cordell family. We do have some maintenance to perform in the other lane by the looks of it, hence the tractor and the people. So could we have Sportsman ET into the lanes, please, for your last session of the day? Sportsman ET, please, for your last session. Hopefully the clear up won't take too long. We've got around about an hour to go on the schedule. We're going to keep going as long as we possibly can. So Nitro FM, just for a few moments once again, it would be much appreciated. Thank you. First, Reuben Dawson, your number 4 qualifier. With the Copo. Normally aspirated Copo in the Slick Tricks lane. And on the other side of the racetrack, Chris Todd with the Fiesta Roo. .80 is the index for the Fiesta. The Copo, 9.69. Reuben Dawson earlier on today went 9.03. Well, I don't think that's not going to be an improvement for Chris Todd, unfortunately. Reuben Dawson blasts on through with the 9.0. Well, it's a bracket car, isn't it? Look at that. 9.05 at 146. Okay, Kev Jenkins, Terry Newton up next. So the Fraudster earlier on today put in 7.9. Much quicker than that, but entirely depends on how much they want to turn it up with their impending Scandinavian trip coming up. Terry Newton went 9.01. That will not be an improvement on the 9.01, unfortunately. 8.39 for Kev, 169. And Terry rolls through with a 14-second ET. He will stay at least in the 7th spot. Well, Matt Davidson, who set a new PB Speedwise at least earlier, at 161 miles an hour for that little Civic. Against the one and only Copo. Well, not the one and only here, but the one and only supercharged Copo, at least anyway. Nick Williams. So, Matt, ideally looking for something beginning with So, cracking on with qualifying in comp bike. I think that 7.35 for Jasmine might well have been a personal best as well. It was a really good, clean-looking run. Up next, we have Paul Hambidge and Len Padgett. Len with a bit of an off pace for him, 8.30. And Paul Hambidge, the silent assassin, 772. Again, off pace compared to what he'd normally run. He's normally run a good half second quicker than that usually. See what he can do against Len. That's more like it from Lenny. 773, 166. He goes up to number 8. Paul Hambidge does not improve. 784 that time. Okay, Mike Piggott. And Anna Sasiak. Anna's best run of the weekend has been an 8.67. Still very, very competitive, but when everyone else is knocking out low sevens. The track crew just waiting to hear from the top end just to make sure everything's okay around there. Yep, there we go. Anna gets the motion to go in. Michael Piggott, number 4 at the moment with 753. However, he doesn't have to improve by much to move up. Easier said than done, though. Sweet looking launch. Will it be any quicker? The answer is a little. 750. Anna goes 927 at 163. Neither improves. Okay, 30 Martina in the Kestrel Lane. He's 11 with an 8-0. Tony Clark has had a couple of troubled runs so far. Let's hope this one's a bit better for Tony. Dave down there on the start line just checking out 30's bike. Gives him the thumbs up. Wait, no, maybe not. Yeah. Yeah, crew guy saying no, it's not worth risking it. All sorts of trouble for Tony Clark. He is actually qualified. Let's hope that smoke or mist is nothing sinister. Well, the good news is they're all strolling off again. There we go. Okay, one of those that really does need to put in a run is Adam Burns. He tried to earlier and ended up taking a bow right in front of the grandstand. Probably a bit livelier than he wanted. This time, he preferred to be up the other end after making a really nice run. Blazed the tyre off the start line. The bike went all out of shape. So good luck, Adam. That's a lot more like it. Definitely going to qualify. Qualifies with a 783 in at number 10. Finally, they say. Look at the speed as well. 187 miles an hour. Well done. You can go quick and you can be spectacular all in one day. Okay. Sigmaro Profas from Amsterdam in the Kestrel Lane. And Charlie Anasagasti from Zwolle, who will not be making a run by the looks of it. Nope, he's being pushed back, unfortunately. So it is Sigmaro on his own. A bike previously run in Super Street. He's currently number 11 with a 785. That looks quite sporty. 786. Well, virtually the same ET actually. 176 mile an hour. Thought that was going to be quicker. So I think the only bike left to run that hasn't actually run because he got clicked off was Dan Cockrell. But Dan can't get the bike started. There we go. Well, it started and died. Well, there we go. Dan's rolling it forward, going to do his burnout. As I said earlier, he's had a couple of really rough old rides today. So Danny Cockrell, the last person left who can oust any of the top guys. Current number 5 with a 758. Ahead of him, there's 2 people on 7.50. So just a smooth kind of run for Dan. We'll do him well. Well held and well landed as well, and does the right thing, which is take it off the racing line just in case. I don't think anything got damaged in that other than maybe some of Dan's bits, but hopefully not. He did a real good job of landing that. Possibly just a little bit too much grip and go off the start line. Okay, the last run will be 30 Martina, and that will be a wrap for Comp Bike. Yeah, Dave's having another really, really good look. No, I think he's told to take it back. Well, all credit to the race director and team. They gave him another go. Last session for Supercomp. So the Hudson twins, as they aren't, no relation whatsoever, even though they're number 1 and 2 qualifiers, and they both run in the same class. Honest. So Steve Hudson with the altered is number 1, 891. Paul Hudson is number 2, 892. Last chance to improve, or not, as the case may be. $886 and $892. Steve Hudson too quick. Paul Hudson not as quick as he was before. Okay, Rich Tunstall with the Jammy Dodger underneath the tower. The Roadster just doing the burnout in the Slick Tricks lane. Up against Leah Kellett. Leah has had run that's way too quick and one that really isn't too quick. So hopefully this will be on the head, so to speak. Yeah, the last one was a puzzling 9:24. Once again, everybody with Dolly Daydream t-shirts, please get yourself up to scrutineering or the top end of the track at 8 p.m. this evening when racing finishes. We have an on-track photo shoot organised in support of that wonderful lady and a wonderful charity. Well, Leah's car's going to come on strong through the top end. Will it be an 8.9? 8.94? That's more like it. Up to number 3. And a 9.10 for Richard Tunstall. Still not back in the 8 yet. Warren Watts will be the last car in qualifying. And then we have another licensing run for Ellie Mae Brown with the Miss Dig car moving up from Junior Dragster into Super Comp. We've got a couple of those going on this year, hopefully. Warren Watts in the meantime goes 9.02 at 150. So here we go then, Ellie Mae Brown. And once again, if you're watching in at home, actually, Tracy, if you're watching in at home, get Lee to dust the wing, is all I'm going to say. Right? Car looks immaculate, perfectly put together. I think the film of dust on top of it might be slowing it down slightly. Although, that's not a worry for now, is it? So, Dadley out there, as well as a couple of other interested observers. Ian just says move it back a little bit. Just wanted to make sure nothing was leaking or anything like that. All is good. So, early on, Ellie just blipped it through stage a couple of times. This is all part of the licensing process. That's Caitlin Deavy, one of her very good friends, bringing her into stage. Okay. Good luck, Ellie. That was supposed to be a launch, wasn't it? But anyway, all the same, 561, 110, the quickest and fastest she's ever been to the 8th. That was supposed to be a launch, wasn't it? No, okay, fair enough. Anyway, 10.54 at 78 miles an hour. Well done, Ellie. That's the way to do it, young lady. Congratulations on her way to getting her licence in Super Comp. Yeah, over the quarter with a 10.54 as well. That was very, very nicely done indeed. So, VW Pro, last qualifying session for the day. We have VW Pro, VW Sportsman, and Sportsman ET to round out the day, and we are done. So, VW Pro, the quickest of the dial-in VW Sportsman classes. James Gould with the Team Militia. Down here is a dragster. That ain't a... Well, it's a very short dragster anyway. Well done. Hopefully Ellie is excited after that. I really do hope so, seriously. If she's not excited about that, then, you know, give her a clip. And also, dust the wing. Lee, dust the wing, mate. Seriously. That's probably slowing the car down. Jake Fronda in the Golf. Well, even though James Gould's trying to bump it in, it's not really moving. .11.06 and 11.95. Jake Fronda takes the #1 spot for now. 11.95 on a 92. Okay, up next in the Slick Tricks lane. Luke Stevenson with the Don, thanks to RTMG Performance, GP Turbo, Street Racers, and 32 Racing Wheels with the Don. Looking for that elusive 11-second run with the car. Taking on Sam Young with Black Current number 4. And the reason it's called Black Current is because it's electric. What makes it interesting as well is because it's completely silent, you can hear what's going on with the tyres and lots of other things on the way down too. So still looking for 8.40 is Sam. Good luck to both. Wow. Instant tyre spin. Not sure what's going on with Luke. He's probably expecting Sam to go disappearing in the distance, but it ain't going to happen. Blazed the tyres straight away. Well, a 15.0 wasn't on the plan, or in the plan, I should say, for Luke. Sam looks stranded, unfortunately. Is he still moving? The lights are still working, which is always a good sign. Well, it does look like indeed Sam is stranded and may need rescuing. I'm up there just before half track. So we've got VW Pro to go right now, VW Sportsman right after, and then Sportsman ET to wrap up our qualifying day. Any of the classes that didn't get to run today, their third session, that's planned for the morning. So I'm not calling you, but I'm just saying who's running. ET Bike, first thing in the, well, I say first thing, 9:30 in the morning. ET Bike, 8:50, 9:50, and Junior Drag Bike. Then we are eliminations all the way through, apart from the last qualifying session for Pro Modified. So the quad will be down to get Sam. I got rumbled having some food. Thank you very much. Okay, so continuing on with VW Pro. James Hodgson and Paul Walkgate. Paul with the caddy. James Hodgson's already number 3. Oh, look at that. He's now number 1. 100th off. Paul Walkgate stays put. But for the moment, James Hodgson is your number 1 qualifier. Okay, Stu Hodgson with the pretty much brand spanking new Beetle taking on Abby Tether. $11.69 for Stu and $12.76 for Abby, who broke out, unfortunately. Okay, Chris Waterhouse and Carl Goldsmith. The revelation from today, Carl Goldsmith has made 3 qualifying runs in one day. I said that out loud, didn't I? Yeah, I did that. You see that broken car down there? I did that. 9.77 for Chris. He'll stand on his run from earlier today. That is a great shame for Carl. I'm really sorry, mate. Deary me. Well, he made it to the line for 3 qualifying runs in a day. I can say that correctly. He made it to the start line for 3 runs in a row. There we go. I mean, Carl, he'll have it fixed in 5 minutes. Okay, Phil Blogg. Okay, Phil Blogg. $13.56. That's not going to help either. Once again, if anyone out there is sticking around for the evening, the football is on in the bar tonight at 8 o'clock. Well, the kickoff's at 8 o'clock anyway. And tomorrow as well, if anyone fancies sticking around, pretty much it's going to be after eliminations, isn't it? 5 o'clock tomorrow evening and 8 o'clock. Both matches are being shown in the bar. So if you want to stick around and watch, you are very welcome. So Tom Circuit with the Lupo in the Kestrel Lane and Olivia Carter in the Passat. So Olivia is currently number 17. Tom is 6th. Olivia 16.30 with a breakout. And Tom 17.88. That was pretty good, but he didn't improve, unfortunately. Nice run for Olivia, though. Okay, Jerry Sadler and Steve Metcalf. We are into VW Sportsman, obviously. Up next, Jerry Sadler with the newish version of a Beetle against Steve Metcalf with the Baja. 1586, 1529. Breakout for Jerry Sadler and no help for Steve Metcalf. Okay, Cass Waterhouse with the Audi TT. Kestra side, Tom Webb with Jimmy the Golf. How do I know that? Because it says Jimmy. How do I know Cass's car is called Menopause? Because it says Menopause on the back of it. Cass was on the money on the tree. Tom's going to get there first. 12.15 on the 20 breakout. And Kaz moves up to 22, actually, with a 15.40 on a 14.70. George Miller, and still the #1 qualifier, Nigel Gregg, with the Audi A6. Not the quickest car in the class, but so far it's been closest to the dial-in, which is what matters, especially in the dial-in class. Okay, 14.56. George Miller goes all the way up to #3. Nigel Gregg with another great one, though. 15.21 on a 12. Good pair of runs. Okay, Poppy Hunter and Reese Finney, your next pair. Poppy's currently 5, Reese is 23. Poppy will be getting there first. Breakout, and that's really good for Reese Finney, up to #5. 16.04 and a 16 flat. Some big improvements in this round of qualifying. So, the one and only Lorraine Lodge. Right, so is it going to be a 15 flat? Who the blooming hell knows? Yeah, basically that, eh? Up against Paul Robinson, #1 from last year. Lorraine is currently qualified 24. Paul 7. Well, Paul is way out in front at the moment, visibly. Goes 14.78. Only gets him the #2 spot. Lorraine does improve, actually, up to #19 with that 15.31 on a 15 flat. There you go. In the right direction. That'll work. Okay. John Gadd, I'd love to know where that name comes from. Taco Cat #2, the Audi TT. Against Steve Stone. Coldstone Racing, I kind of get where that probably comes from. Okay, Steve is 21 currently. John is 9. Steve will be getting there first. And he goes 14.22. No help for either, actually, that time. Okay, Jason Ainslow. Taking on his wife, Lowry. This is brave. A brave man who races his wife, even in qualifying. Lowry is 14 at the moment. Jason's currently the higher qualified of the two. I said currently because that might change in a moment. Now, it's not going to specifically be a race to the finish line, although Lowry's going to claim bragging rights on reaction time. Now, 13.80 is what she's after. And she doesn't get it. Jason breaks out by 4 measly hundredths of a second. No improvement for either, but still good fun. Okay, Nigel Gregson. Golfy McGolfface. Got to be up there with the best names ever for a golf, and probably the most obvious as well. Nigel's in the Kestrel lane. Slick Tricks lane. Linda Thomas, 14 flat. There's still wriggle room at the top. $13.06, that'll help. Nigel goes up to number 8. Breakout in the other lane for Linda Thomas. Danny Bean with the Lupo. One of the best choices ever to go drag racing with. I mean, I'm sure when VW thought of these things, they thought, you know what, someone's going to be running really quick one of these down the drag strip. Or not. Against Phil Jones, Danny Bean is already number 3 qualifier, so he's going to go some to squeeze in the top 2. Can have a go, though. Looking for 13.30. 13.64, that's not going to help. 15.07 for Phil Jones. Does. Takes him to 13. John Crawford. From just up the road in Kettering. 16.20 for him. Taking on Polly Judge. Now, wouldn't this be a great final? Says anybody named Polly or John, probably. Well, absolutely neck and neck, as they should be based on their dial-ins. 39 and 23. Too quick for Polly. And no help, unfortunately, for the man in the other lane. Actually, it might have actually moved him up a bit. Hang on a minute. John, actually, yeah, beg your pardon. It put them 17 and 18. John Crawford did actually nudge up a few spots to number 18 with that one. With the 39 on a 20. Okay. Justin Foley and Jordan Clark, I think, are going to be last pair for VW Pro. Sorry, VW Sportsman, even. And then we have one more class to go. That class is called Sportsman ET, and we're done. Someone missed a shift, I think, up there, or was a bit late with it. That was Jordan, I think. 59 too quick, 14.30, not quick enough. Okay, we're done with VW Sportsman. We just have Sportsman ET to wrap up qualifying day. And don't forget, folks, the governor asked me to remind you, football's on in the bar from 8 o'clock tonight. And both matches are being screened at 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. So if you want to stick around after, let's face it, it's going to be after racing finishes, isn't it? If you want to stick around tomorrow evening, you are very, very welcome. Not a bad way to spend a Sunday night, eh? So, the final qualifying rounds for Sportsman ET. Currently, it's Jamie Creswell, number 1, Gary Lake 2, Holly Waters 3, Pete Waters is number 4, and Georgina Smith is number 5. There's your equality. Look at that. 3 men, 2 ladies, making up top 5. How it should be. Clive Dandridge, Adam Wakefield, or the ladies might say it should be top 5. Or the men might say it should be top 5. So, Adam Wakefield, 30.10, slowed the dialing up a little bit for the Maverick. In the meantime, Clive Dandridge with the truck. T-O-U-K, is long gone. 55 and 21. That actually helps both of them. Adam Wakefield up to 12. Clive up to 13. That's more like it. Around about a tenth off will help. Okay, Gary Lake is number 2 at the moment in the Kestrel Lane. I just love this time of day when I'm starving hungry, I haven't had my dinner yet, and all I can smell wafting through the door is barbecues. That is barbecues, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's better than regular smell anyway. So Gary Lake and Brian Huxley. Brian 1347 with the Focus. .54, that'll work for Brian up to number 7. Gary Lake stays 2, but let's face it, it's always going to be hard to improve. He broke out as well, just for good measure. Simon Swarbrick with the pop. And Sylvia Purcell with the Santapod Rent-A-Racer. So, Simon Swarbrick looking for 12 flat, goes 11.89. He nearly missed a shift and probably could have done with actually missing it. 14.80 in the other lane for Sylvia. Will not help at all. Okay, Jordan Griffin and Jane McCready. Jane, 10-year anniversary this weekend, racing Ben's van. And celebrated by bringing me a cake, which was a wonderful surprise. So 15.42 for the van. And 14.30, although the van looks like it's going to get there first, actually. Not quite. Jordan up to number 16. Jane breaks out with a 15.14. That's quite a big breakout as well, actually. Well done, Jane. And thank you once again for this super yummy cupcake. It was lovely, folks. It was. Okay, Michelle Walker with the car she calls Nanny and Me. Which is a lovely name for a car, isn't it, really? Michelle, current number's 28. Rich Palmer with the family cat is number 21. How many qualifiers have we got? Well, 28. Michelle, in her first run, went way quicker than the Darling. Like, loads and loads and loads quicker than the Darling. Like, second, sort of quicker. Which is nice, but not necessarily needed. That's a new one. Michelle was also deep staged this time. Rolls through the tree, but will get a time. The good news is it slowed up the elapsed time by a big margin because the 60 foot was 3 seconds. Well, 3.5 actually, to be correct. Yeah, 15.17 for Michelle. Rich Palmer breaks out in the other lane. So Kirsty Tram races in a number of classes. 3 classes she's going to race in this year. Pro ET, Street Weekend, and Sportsman. The arrow on the back of the car points to which class she's in for the weekend, which is handy. Back to her original dial-in, the quickest she can dial to run in Sportsman, 12.00. This is when the car runs 12.10 dead. Up against Steph Pateman. A couple of families that have been in drag racing in various different ways, shapes and forms for many, many years. So, 14.07 for Steph, who is pointing at the wall, but it's a streetcar, so I can't imagine it can be too much of a problem. Kirsty went comparatively too slow earlier on, and then too quick. So, by the law of averages, this one's going to be just right. So will this be a 12-0? Looking good. And it's an 0-3. That'll work. There we go. Geniuses, the lot of you. Up to number 5 for Kirsty. Well done. And a 14.07 for Steph in the other lane. Steph up to number 2 with that one. Her darling was 14.07 and she went 14.07 with a 9. So well done to both of them. So out of the top 5, 4 out of the top 5 are ladies. And this is the lady who's at number 1 at the moment, Jamie Creswell. $16.93. Impressive stuff from Jamie. Bang on the money. Terence Attlee, no improvement in the other lane, stays put at 8th. Okay, Georgina Smith and Rob Creswell. So Georgina at the moment is 7. Rob's 21 with the Smurf. Give you one guess. I was going to say which one's the Smurf, but they both look Smurf coloured. It's the Ford. Okay, 14.60 for Rob and 65. That'll work. Up to number 8. Georgina, though, up to number 5 with a 15.93. The top 5 out the top 6 are now ladies in Sportsman ET. The odd one out, if you can call him that, is Gary Lake. That's pretty awesome. Okay, Troy Attree and Felicity Gibbs. Trying to pack out that top of the tree a bit more. Once again, don't forget, folks, a couple of things. Football's on in the bar tonight and tomorrow night as well, at 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock. But also, we got the photo shoot up the top end. So anybody with a Dolly T-shirt, you know who you are. Get yourself up to where the scrutineering is at 8 o'clock, which is in about half hour, I think, isn't it? Oh, no, 15 minutes. Blimey. Troy Attree is going to get there first with a 12.43, too quick. What's Felicity got for us? 17.29, only a 10th off, but stage puts. The T-Caddy in the Kestrel lane of Alexander Pryor. He's 20, Al Medley's 24. Not years old, he'd like to be. Probably was once. So, Al looking for 36.3. 8.2. I don't think that's going to help much. Alexander Pryor goes. Actually, Al Medley moves up 2 spots. Mr. Pryor in the other lane does not improve. In dance, Pete Walters. Pete was in the top 5. He's now number 7. 41 with the 9, too quick for Pete. And 14.28. Ian Dance does actually move up a couple of spots from 27 to 25. Okay, Jago Stakes with the Blue Velvet Skyline. Only a couple more pairs to go. Or a couple of pairs. Well, 2 more pairs in a buy run, I think. And James Grew with the El Camino from Eastbourne. Or the Eastbourne El Camino. Which jumped out of gear, I think. Or something broke. Hopefully it did just jump out of gear. So Jago will go over the stripe first. 12.50. 12.69. Don't think that's going to help. He was 19 already. Okay, it's a pushback for James Grew. Unfortunately, it didn't just jump out of gear. You could plug it back in again. Okay, we have the pair under the tower, and we have Jill Medley, and that will be your day. Steve Giles with Sid the Subaru. Great name for Subaru. 12.52 against a 12 flat of Holly Walters, who is one of the ladies populating the top 5. She will get there first as well, 12.00, and it's too quick into the 11s. A breakout, 11.97. They're still pretty close though. A 12.65 in the other lane for Steve Giles. This will be your last run of the day, and it will be the one and only Jill Medley. $12.51, currently number 12. That will put her into the same spot because she broke out. No improvement at all. So, thank you very much, as always, to our wonderful track crew. The guys on the start line, up in the tower, down in the burnout boxes, all the marshals in the pit area, the staging lanes, way past the finish line, down in the shutdown area as well. We love all of you. Ian and Dave give their traditional high five and hug on the start line. And thank you, all you guys out there, for sticking around with us and watching. It's been a great, great day. Steve, it's really good when the weather works, isn't it? Hey. Anyway, we'll see you all in the morning. At 9:30 we will be racing from... I say racing, we've still got a bit of qualifying to go before we get there. Please don't forget, 8 o'clock up at Scrutineering. If you have a Dolly Sheet t-shirt, please come and join us. Also, the football's on in the bar. I've had a wonderful day. I hope you have too. Back to Nitro FM, and thank you, everyone.